Chapter 1 of The House on the Downs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The House on the Downs by Gladys Edson Locke. Rotherdene Hollow. Mark Brandon, as he trod the springy turf of the South Downs, green and gold under the blue dome of the sky, and listened to the joyous song of mounting larks, had no premonition of the stress and tragedy into which fate was leading him. On the contrary, here in the vastness and peace of downland, swept by soft winds sweet with wild thyme and fresh with the sea, he felt slipping from him the 20 years that had elapsed since he, an eager-hearted boy of 22, had sailed for Australia to try his fortune in a new country. From bushwhacking to farming and finally to fiction writing, whimsical destiny had beckoned him on. He had known hardships, ill luck, suffering of body and spirit, lost some of youth's illusions, gained wisdom and kindly tolerance, and at length made for himself a name as a popular writer of clean and virile novels of the Australian wilds, life as he himself had seen and had lived it. Now he was here for a holiday in the heart of the Sussex hills. He had chosen to leave the omnibus at Brierley and renew his boyhood by going on foot over the downs to Rotherdene Grange, where he was expected for as long a visit as he could be content to make. The Grange would seem almost like home to him, for he had spent several vacations there while an undergraduate at Oxford. He wondered how time had dealt with Sir Quentin Rotherdene. Mark, during his Australian exile, had heard but little from the baronet. He knew, however, that Sir Quentin had become an ardent gypsologist, carrying his enthusiasm for the Romany folk to the extent of adopting a gypsy boy and girl who must be grown up by now. Mark knew also that some 3 years ago Sir Quentin, after 42 years of bachelorhood, had taken to himself a young wife, the orphaned daughter of an impoverished earl. Mark paused on a bare, rounded height, looking down upon stretches of steep hillside, upon ridges of green trees like waves, and a sea of meadowland below. To the right, on a lower reach overgrown with firs, an elderly, chubby little man in tweed knickers and shepherd's plaid cap was skipping with extraordinary speed and energy over patches of yellow gorse, flourishing a butterfly net in one hand. In the distance to the left, the low-lying roofs of Rotherdene Grange nestled in a fold of the downs. As Mark descended the green track winding steeply down the flank of the hill, he saw a young woman of gypsy-like appearance coming along the intersecting lane just below. She walked with the ease of one accustomed to exercise. Tall she was, full-bosomed, strong of limb, with firm step and upright figure, as beautiful of form as she was of face. She was bareheaded and wore her black hair in thick plaits, matching in luster the dark, mystical eyes, which she directed upon Mark as they met at the intersection of the lanes. He noted with a novelist's vision for detail that she had a clear, tawny complexion, a finely formed nose with arched nostrils, and a small, vivid mouth. A string of red beads encircled her well-modeled throat and matched in color the wide sash that belted her gay-hued frock. She passed Mark and continued along the deep-set, chalky path to a wooded depression in the hillside. This was a great fir-ringed coombe shaped like a horseshoe and bitten into the mass of the downs, a wild thicket of thorns and yews, known locally, Mark remembered, as Rotherdene Hollow. He watched the young woman disappear through a gap in the tangle of low-hanging branches and wondered idly what had taken her with businesslike decision of manner into Rotherdene Hollow. He had come now to that furze-grown reach where the plump little man with the flying net was still zealously pursuing butterflies. Mark watched him amusedly for 2 or 3 minutes and then decided to go on to the Grange as the afternoon was drawing to a close. Something impelled him to glance back at Rotherdene Hollow, and he saw the gypsy emerging from the thicket with every sign of agitation. Swiftly she came up the chalky path, and Mark, out of curiosity, stopped where he was, pretending to watch the energetic little naturalist. A blue butterfly was fluttering in the net when the gypsy again passed Mark in the lane. This time she went by rapidly, with never a glance. As a matter of fact, she fled past him, but he had opportunity to note that she was under the lash of violent emotion. There was horror in her dark eyes, horror in every line of her set features. Mark followed her with his gaze until she was lost in a sharp curve of the path where it dipped down to a valley. He determined to investigate the hollow. The gypsy had evidently encountered something of a terrifying nature there. As he went toward the coombe, he saw two men, a ploughman and a shepherd, the latter carrying a substantial lunchbox, enter the thicket. After 2 or 3 minutes they emerged hurriedly, and catching sight of Mark approaching, and the little naturalist on the reaches above, shouted and beckoned to them frantically. Mark, followed by the perspiring entomologist, trailing his net after him, hurried down the steep path to the hollow. "There be a murder done here," declared the shepherd, his sun-browned face gone white. "Murder? God bless my soul!" The little naturalist dropped his net, blinking amazedly behind gold-rimmed spectacles. His clean-shaven face, round and rosy, lost color. The shepherd led them through the gap in the tangle of branches and undergrowth into a dingle-like recess, carpeted with ling and creeping vines. Near a moss-grown log lay the motionless form of a well-dressed man. He was lying partly on his side, one arm outstretched, the other crumpled under him. His features in profile showed clear-cut and handsome. His hair was thick, wavy, and chestnut-colored. His age might have been anywhere between 35 and 40. A fine diamond sparkled on the third finger of his right hand. Near the body lay a malacca walking-stick, a smart hat, and a pair of immaculate pearl-gray gloves. As a matter of fact, the appearance of the dead man was fastidious in the extreme, and his gray tweed suit bore the unmistakable stamp of Savile Row. Mark, like the shepherd, turned a little white as he gazed at the body. Over the collar and one shoulder of the victim was oozing a dark, coagulating stream that drained into a widening pool on the carpet of heather. In fact, as Mark looked more closely, he observed spatters and trickles of blood all about the vicinity, on the thorn bushes, on the log, on the trailing vines. The little naturalist was staring down at the dead man in helpless horror, rubbing his hands nervously. "Dear, dear," he kept ejaculating. "Do any of you know this man?" Mark asked. "I ain't never seen him afore," averred the shepherd, "till I come in 'ere to eat a bite quiet-like with Giles." He nodded toward the brawny ploughman. "Afore I goes up yonder to fetch the sheep I left in charge of my dog." "And I ain't never seen him either till this mid-afternoon," said the ploughman, "when he comes up to me when I were a-turnin' up the soil and asks the way to Rotherdene Grange." "Rotherdene Grange?" echoed Mark in dismay. He turned to the little naturalist who was peering dazedly at the dead man with weak, short-sighted eyes. "Do you know this gentleman?" "God bless my soul!" cried the little man again. "I should hope not, indeed. I am thankful to say he is a complete stranger to me. Possibly," he added somewhat pompously, "I should inform you who I am. My name is Elphick, Theophilus Elphick, and I reside at Rotherdene Grange. I am a distant relative of Sir Quentin Rotherdene, of whom no doubt you have heard." "Rather," said Mark heartily. "Sir Quentin is an old pal of mine, and I am on my way to the Grange now. I am Mark Brandon from Australia." Mr. Elphick beamed benignly. "Quite so, indeed. The eminent Australian novelist. I might have guessed. Delighted to meet you, Mr. Mark Brandon, I assure you, although I could wish our acquaintance had begun under less tragic circumstances. A very sad case indeed, Mr. Brandon." "It is," Mark agreed. "This gentleman has been stabbed through the neck. From the amount of blood, I should suppose the jugular vein has been severed. There is no weapon about, and it seems a clear case of murder. The police must be notified at once." "I'll go down to the village and fetch 'em, sir," offered the ploughman with alacrity. "Right," approved Mark. "And the sooner the better. We three will have to wait until the police come, I think." "What about my sheep?" objected the shepherd. "Sun'll be sinking soon. Time's getting on." "Your dog will have to take care of the sheep for a while longer," said Mark. "You'd be likely to get into trouble with the coroner if you went off now." The shepherd with bucolic phlegm resigned himself to the inevitable. Strolling to the edge of the dingle, he lit a cigarette and puffed away stolidly. His appearance harmonized but little with the romantic figure of the smock-clad shepherd of a generation ago. In place of the traditional cloak and smock, this modern rustic wore an ill-fitting sports suit, a cheap trilby hat, and carried a factory-made stick in lieu of the picturesque crook. Mr. Elphick suddenly bent over the dead man, his faded eyes very bright now. "See what he has clutched in his hand, Mr. Brandon." Mark noticed then for the first time that the dead man's outflung hand was gripping tightly a large, white-petaled flower, rather like a morning glory, but not entirely opened. "A moonflower," declared Mr. Elphick solemnly. "Well," said Mark somewhat sharply, for his nerves were taut, "what of it, Mr. Elphick?" Mr. Elphick took off his spectacles and began to polish them. Then he coughed, a short, dry, embarrassed cough. "Bless me, nothing at all," he protested hastily. Only it's a bit odd to see a flower in his hand." Before the evening was over, Mark had occasion to wish devoutly that he had never seen that moonflower clutched in the murdered man's hand. End of Chapter 1. Chapter 2 of The House on the Downs by Gladys Edson Locke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Moonflowers. Within less than half an hour, the ploughman came back from the village with Inspector Haskett and a couple of odd-looking constables. Murder in peaceful Downland was an unheard-of occurrence. The coroner had gone to Lewes on business and would not return until late in the evening, so Dr. Petherton, the elderly, overworked local practitioner, acting as his deputy, drove up to Rotherdene Hollow a few minutes later in his battered little motor car. After an examination of the body, he stated that the man had been killed by the thrust of a knife or dirk through the back of the neck, severing the jugular vein and the carotid artery. Death had probably ensued within a few minutes, and he should judge that the victim had been dead a little over an hour. Dr. Petherton directed that the body be removed to the mortuary as soon as Inspector Haskett had concluded his examination. The physician then drove away to complete his daily round of calls in the scattered Downs villages. Inspector Haskett made a thorough search of the dead man's clothing. From the inner breast pocket of the victim's smart coat, he drew a purse full of money, banknotes, gold, silver. In one of its compartments he found a platinum bracelet set with diamonds. The other pockets yielded up an immaculate handkerchief of finest linen, with the letter R embroidered in one corner, a handsome watch and chain, a gold cigarette case and matchbox with the monogram CR, and, most important find of all in Haskett's eyes, an embossed leather case containing visiting cards engraved with the name Mr. Craddock Rayner. That was all, no address or further information. "Craddock Rayner," the detective read aloud twice. "Any of you ever hear of this man? Did you, Mr. Brandon, or you, Mr. Elphick?" Both shook their heads. Haskett frowned in puzzled fashion. "Well, I know I've heard the name before, and within a few days, too, but I can't place it. Of course you'll all have to give evidence at the coroner's court. You, Giles Bassett, and David Jenkins, as well as Mr. Brandon and Mr. Elphick. Notice of the date will be sent you later." The shepherd and the ploughman returned to their respective duties, but Mark and Mr. Elphick lingered in the hollow, watching while Inspector Haskett and his two subordinates searched under bush and vine for possible clues. "We've got to look for a deeper motive than robbery in this case," declared the inspector. "Some personal matter here, or the money and valuables would never have been left, especially that platinum bracelet. With the diamonds and all, it must be worth a small fortune." He stooped suddenly before a clump of blackthorns. On the ground, protruding an inch or so beyond the prickly branches, glinted a bit of steel. Inspector Haskett, with an air of triumph, held up to view a slender, blood-stained poniard with jeweled hilt. "This is the tiny little needle that did the job?" "God save us!" ejaculated Mr. Elphick. "It can't have been done with that paper cutter." "How do you know it's a paper cutter, sir?" demanded Haskett quickly. Mr. Elphick's weak eyes blinked affrightedly. "It's the sort of thing one would be likely to use for a paper cutter. Shouldn't you say so, Mr. Brandon?" Mark declined to commit himself. "Have you ever seen this knife before, Mr. Elphick?" the inspector asked rather sternly. The little naturalist coughed nervously. "Certainly not, Haskett, most certainly not." "Sure you haven't any notion who it belongs to?" Mr. Elphick lost color again. He seemed unable to turn his eyes from the stained poniard to meet the inspector's gaze. "Bless me, Haskett, should I be likely to have any notion about the owner of such an object?" "No offense intended, sir," Haskett answered respectfully. "But in a murder case we're in duty bound to ask all manner of questions, likely or not." "Quite so, Haskett, quite so. And now if you have no further questions, I think Mr. Brandon and I should be getting on to the Grange. Dinner is at 8, and we have a longish walk before us." As Mark and the little naturalist went away over the time-scented slopes of the Downs toward the red-tile roofs of Rotherdene Grange, Mr. Elphick appeared determined to banish the memory of the tragedy in the hollow, and discoursed learnedly, if somewhat tediously, on the various species of butterfly to be found in Downland. Mark's thoughts, however, harked back to the murdered man. "I am curious to know," he remarked when Mr. Elphick paused a second in his entomological lecture, "what Haskett will make of the two clues he has, the jeweled poniard and the moonflower in the dead man's hand." Mr. Elphick let the butterfly net trail over a patch of prickly heather. "Do you really consider the moonflower a clue, Mr. Brandon?" he queried, in an odd, repressed voice. "I'm inclined to. I couldn't say just why, but I have the impression we shall hear of that moonflower Mr. Rayner was clutching so tightly." The little naturalist shook his head dubiously. "It's a sad case any way you look at it. Now I wonder if it would not be well to say nothing about it at the Grange until after dinner. Of course it would disturb Sir Quentin, occurring so near by." "That's a good suggestion, Mr. Elphick. We will say nothing about it until after dinner. It would be no end upsetting to Sir Quentin's young wife, too." "Just so," agreed the little naturalist. "It would be quite likely to upset Lady Eve Rotherdene." Mark looked at him. He fancied there had been a peculiar intonation in his voice, but Mr. Elphick's mild, faded eyes blinked up at him guilelessly. "I understand that Lady Eve Rotherdene is very beautiful and very charming," observed Mark for the sake of saying something. Mr. Elphick settled his spectacles with precision. "Sir Quentin idolizes her," he said, and turned the conversation to butterflies again. Soon they neared Rotherdene Grange, a low, rambling, Jacobean building isolated at the foot of the sheltering downs, and ringed on the east by a fine park of beechwoods. Mark received a warm welcome from Sir Quentin, whom he found to be a handsome, well-preserved man of scholarly appearance, his dark brown hair and short, square-cut mustache still untouched by the silvering process of years. The other members of the household were dressing. Lady Eve was giving a dinner party that night. When Mark had changed into evening clothes, he descended to the drawing-room with a sense of expectancy. As a matter of fact, he was eager to meet Sir Quentin's young wife. He fancied that if Lady Eve Rotherdene had inherited the nature of her gay rake of a father, of whom he had heard much in his boyhood days, she might find life at the Grange, married as she was to a scholarly, somewhat self-contained man of near middle age, rather dull. Then, too, there were Sir Quentin's gypsy wards, grown by now to manhood and womanhood. How would an earl's daughter hit it off in close daily communication with these two gypsies? The drawing-room, lighted by two big silver candelabra, was a long, low-ceilinged apartment, with cozy armchairs, a cheerful carpet, and an open grate faced with dull blue tiles. Sir Quentin, the only occupant of the room, was standing on the hearth-rug, smoking. "The ladies will be done directly, Mark, old boy," he said. "I confess I am anxious to present you to them both. My wife and my former ward, Fenzetta Lee." "And I am tremendously anxious to meet Lady Eve Rotherdene, and the little gypsy girl, too," Mark responded. Sir Quentin smiled. "The little gypsy girl is a fine, cultured young woman now. I'm proud of Fenzetta Lee. The boy, too, is a credit to his training. He has a future before him as a violinist. He is already in concert work." They heard footsteps outside. The door was opened, and Lady Eve and Fenzetta Lee entered. Mark thought he had never seen two women as lovely, nor of more distinctly opposite types. Lady Eve was an exquisite blonde, of slim and girlish figure, with flower-fine skin, eyes the color of Italian skies, and hair like spun gold. She wore a frock of pale blue satin, cut rather daringly low. About her white neck hung a heavy rope of pearls, which reached almost to her knees. Fenzetta Lee was of the most perfect type of Roman beauty, tall and splendidly developed, with dark, lustrous eyes, Grecian features, and a crown of glossy black hair. Her dress of black silk crepe, caught at the side with a single red rosette, had the effect of being made in one piece, without seam or joining, and showed the noble curves of her breast and hips. Her tawny neck and throat were bare, save for a chain of red Phoenician beads. With something of a shock, Mark recognized in Fenzetta Lee the young woman whom he had seen on the downs, fleeing in horror from Rotherdene Hollow. He knew from the troubled light in her beautiful eyes that the recognition was mutual. Sir Quentin, observing nothing of all this, presented Mark to Lady Eve with an air of distinct pride. As Mark took the little jeweled hand Eve held out to him, he noted with astonishment akin to dismay that she was wearing a corsage bouquet of large, white-petaled flowers, moonflowers. End of Chapter 2. Chapter 3 of The House on the Downs by Gladys Edson Locke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Investigations. When Mark was presented to Fazenda Lee, it seemed to him that he read in her eyes an appeal not to refer to their meeting on the Downs, and consequently he refrained from doing so. Eve chatted animatedly with him for a few minutes, and then turned away to welcome other guests, who were at that moment announced. Mark fancied that Eve was under some mental strain. Her manner was nervous, and her eyes, almost fever-bright, had faint violet lines under them. Mr. Elphick, plump and rosy in an evening suit that was too tight for him, came in with Sir Quentin's younger brother. Mark remembered Alwyn Rotherdene as a silent, moody sort of fellow, something of a misogynist, in fact. He was dark, with aquiline features and somber, rather splendid brown eyes. Looking at the younger Rotherdene, Mark found it easy to credit the tale that there had been a gypsy ancestress in the family in the days of the Merry Monarch. This, too, would account for Sir Quentin's somewhat extraordinary interest in the Romany folk. At dinner, Mark met several members of the neighboring gentry, and also Sir Quentin's other protégé, the gypsy violinist, Rodney Sherrod. The latter, a typical Romany in coloring and feature, was a handsome young man of 28 or 9. Although dressed in conventional evening suit, there was a touch of the picturesque and bohemian about him. His hair was a bit long, his tie a bit flaring, and he wore a ruffled shirt. He sat on Eve's left, his dark, ardent eyes devouring her loveliness. She, however, appeared quite oblivious to him, and as far as her duties as hostess would permit, was carrying on a running fire of raillery with Lord Mostyn, a youngish, rather dissipated-looking young man, whose admiration of Eve was at once obvious and bold. Alwyn Rotherdene, sitting in grim silence, was watching his young sister-in-law. Sir Quentin, gravely courteous to his guests, was also watching Eve now and again, and his gray eyes held a vague disquiet. Mr. Elphick was listening with a kind of worshipping deference to every remark made by Sir Quentin, and frequently he would peer disapprovingly over his spectacles at Eve. It was apparent that their hostess's little flirtation with Lord Mostyn was a subject for comment among the other guests. Mark, in behalf of Sir Quentin, found himself resenting Eve's behavior. He thought, moreover, that she was drinking too freely of wine. Her laughter at Mostyn's witticisms was becoming a little hysterical. Fazenda Lee was Mark's table companion, and he discovered her to be sympathetic, intelligent, and cultured. It was evident that she had a deep gratitude and affection for Sir Quentin, and that Eve's behavior distressed her because she saw that it was distressing him. While Eve was convulsed with laughter over one of Mostyn's sallies, the loud voice of a certain Mr. Blennington rang out, informing everyone that there was the deuce to pay over at the Theatre Royal in Brighton. Irene Grayle, the star and owner of the repertory company, playing there this week, had suffered a certain nervous collapse, and the performance was called off until the next night. Eve's laughter ceased. Her fevered eyes were fixed upon Blennington. Lord Mostyn also evinced interest. "Hasn't the lovely Grayle an understudy she can put on?" "As to that, I couldn't say," responded Blennington. "But there's more trouble than Irene Grayle's breakdown. Her leading man has strangely decamped. That is to say, he hasn't been seen since the morning rehearsal. A bit odd, that. You know his engagement to Irene Grayle was made public only last night." The slender stem of the wine-glass Eve was gripping snapped suddenly. She laughed again with a distinct note of hysteria. "Oh, theatrical people are always doing odd things," she remarked. "Probably they quarreled and broke off the engagement, and he went away in a funk." At that moment a footman entered with the announcement that Police Inspector Haskett from the village had called on urgent business, and would be glad if Sir Quentin could see him at once. As the baronet rose from the table, Eve permitted Lord Mostyn to fill another wineglass for her. Her hand, as she accepted it, shook, and there was a little flutter of fear in her eyes. Fazenda Lee regarded her with concern, and it seemed to Mark that the former's face had paled. The footman returned in a few minutes. Sir Quentin requested the members of the household, Mark included, to come into the library. Eve excused herself to her guests in rather pettish fashion, declaring that Police Inspector Haskett should be discharged from the force for presuming to interrupt her dinner party. Sir Quentin was standing in the center of the high wainscoted library, talking seriously with Haskett. The inspector bowed to Mark and Mr. Elphick. Sir Quentin went toward his young wife. "Eve, my dear," he said gently, "Inspector Haskett has come to report a deplorable tragedy in Rotherdene Hollow." Eve had herself in hand now. "If that is so, it is the sole province of the police, is it not?" she queried, a half-wearied, half-insolent note in her voice. "I fail to see why Inspector Haskett, you say, should interrupt a dinner party to report what can be of no possible concern to us." Haskett's gaze was on her corsage bouquet of moonflowers. "I think, your ladyship," he remarked slowly, "the ugly business I'm working on is of great concern to some person here. The gentleman who was murdered in the Hollow is known to have been on the way to call here." "Is it murder, then, Haskett?" Eve lost some of her insolence of bearing. "It's murder right enough," he assented grimly. "Does your ladyship happen to know the gentleman, name of Craddock Rayner, according to the visiting cards I found on him?" Eve made a deprecating gesture. "I never heard the name." Haskett studied the lovely, flushed face. "It's queer your ladyship shouldn't even have heard the name. Mr. Craddock Rayner was a rather well-known gentleman in these parts. At first I couldn't place him myself, although I knew I'd heard the name, but it didn't take much questioning to find out who he was." Eve held herself very erect. "Well, who was he, Haskett? The name does sound vaguely familiar, after all." "I thought it might, your ladyship. Mr. Craddock Rayner was leading man in Irene Grayle's company over at the Theatre Royal in Brighton, where I am told your ladyship had a box party last Wednesday evening and was taken suddenly faint when the first act was on." Eve gave a high-pitched little laugh. "Oh, really, Haskett? I shouldn't suppose the fact that I was silly enough to faint at a box party a week ago would have the slightest interest for a police inspector." "Well, your ladyship," responded Haskett in his slow, heavy voice, eyes still upon the bouquet of moonflowers, "I've been in communication with the Theatre Royal, and I have got a great deal of information in a short time. I know Rayner was particular to find out the name of the lady who had fainted and caused a bit of a stir during his opening speech, and when he was told who you were, he made no comment at all, said nothing, in fact. And that seems a bit odd. I know also that he received 2 letters this week, stamped with the Rotherdene village postmark, and this noon he asked the stage doorkeeper, who is a native of the village, the shortest route by motor car to the Grange, where he said he was going to call." "Haskett," said Sir Quentin sharply, "your tone and manner toward her ladyship is becoming offensive. I gathered that you wished only to inquire whether she was acquainted with this actor, and if he was coming here with the intention of calling upon her, or upon some other member of the household. Did you know Craddock Rayner, Eve?" Mark, happening to glance at Fezetta Lee, saw that her features wore something of that horror which he had observed upon them when she fled past him from the Hollow. Eve's fever-bright eyes looked steadily into her husband's. "I did not know Craddock Rayner, Quentin, or even remember his name until Haskett recalled it to me." Sir Quentin appeared immeasurably relieved. "I trust you are satisfied now, Haskett." The inspector's expression did not signify that he was. "Of course I take her ladyship's word," he mumbled, "but I'd like to ask if anyone else here knew Rayner and expected him to call. You see, sir, I want to find out all I can about Rayner's friends and personal affairs. It is certain that he was on his way here, but turned aside into the Hollow for some reason, and was murdered there." "I understand your motives, Haskett," conceded Sir Quentin, "and recognize that you have the right to question us all. I, for one, have never before heard Rayner's name. I have no interest in theatres, and as you doubtless know, I did not attend my wife's box party on that night you make so much of. I think I can answer, too, for my cousin, Mr. Elphick. His interests, like mine, are not in theatres or theatre folk." "Bless me, no!" exclaimed Mr. Elphick. "I couldn't say when I last saw the inside of a theatre." Sir Quentin turned to the gypsy, young Sherard, who had been listening intently to it all. "Possibly, Rodney, you have run across this actor in your concert work, and invited him to call?" Rodney shook his head. "Never knew of him, sir, till the night of Lady Eve's box party. I don't fancy he acted in anything but provincial companies. Rather a barnstormer, I thought." Sir Quentin turned an affectionate smile to Fezetta Lee. "I think it is not very likely that you knew Rayner, when neither Eve nor Rodney did." Fezetta did not answer at once. The blood rose slowly over her face. Finally, she said with constraint, "I knew Craddock Rayner slightly." End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of The House on the Downs by Gladys Edson Locke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Surmises and Suspicions. Sir Quentin could hardly contain his amazement. Rodney Sherritt drew a suppressed whistle. The black sweep of Alwyn Rotherdene's brow curved ironically. Inspector Hackett was quick to press the advantage he had gained. "Rayner was coming to the Grange to see you, miss?" Frazetta bit her lip. "He was not coming here. We had arranged to meet in the Hollow." "It was you, then, that wrote those 2 letters with the Rotherdene postmark?" "Yes," said Frazetta shortly. "Was Rayner quite a friend of yours, miss?" "He was not a friend at all. That is," she added hastily, "I had written to him simply on business." "Might I ask what that business was, miss? In a case like murder, we can't know too much." "It was only that I had been consulting Mr. Rayner about going on the stage." Frazetta avoided Sir Quentin's astonished eyes. Eve breathed a little sigh. Was it of dismay or relief? Alwyn Rotherdene emitted a grim chuckle. "How is it, Frazetta, we never heard of your histrionic ambitions before? If you were so eager to get on the provincial stage, why didn't you apply to the woman who owns the company, instead of a mere actor in it?" Frazetta sustained his sardonic gaze. "I think now it would have been better if I had done so, Mr. Rotherdene." "What time did you meet Rayner in the Hollow?" resumed Haskett. "The meeting was arranged for 4:30. I was a little late, and," she shuddered, "I found him lying dead." "What did you do then?" "I hurried home and dressed for dinner. I decided to say nothing about it until later. It would only have worried Sir Quentin and spoiled Lady Eve's dinner party." "Didn't you know, miss, it is a person's duty when a dead body is found to notify the police at once?" "I didn't know anything about such matters," answered Frazetta, tight-lipped. "I saw that Mr. Rayner was beyond medical aid, and I thought it would do no harm to wait a few hours before I reported his death." "Your actions have laid you open to much criticism, and may lead to serious consequences," said Haskett harshly. "You have done wrong, Frazetta," rebuked Sir Quentin. "I am sorry," she responded with simple dignity. "I did what I thought was best." Eve moved toward the door. "Perhaps Haskett will permit me to return to my neglected guests now?" The inspector nodded grumpily. "There's no need to detain your ladyship any longer." Eve appeared distinctly happier than when she had entered the library. "Come along, Rodney, and play for us. I fancy we shall need some enlivening." "Not with Mostyn hanging about you," the gypsy answered in a bitter undertone. Eve gave a soft little laugh of conscious power. "Don't be absurd, Rodney. Come along like a dear boy." The Romany's morose eyes kindled under the witchery of her glance, and he followed her from the room. Alwyn Rotherdene looked after them with a cynical smile. "Very properly named, Eve." "I don't like that remark, Alwyn," said Sir Quentin sternly. The younger Rotherdene's tanned olive skin flushed. "Oh, I dare say we're all of us asses, where a pretty woman is concerned," he responded somewhat cryptically. Sir Quentin let the observation pass and walked to the door with Haskett, who was taking his leave. Alwyn studied Frazetta Lee curiously for a moment. "You're a clever liar, my dear girl," he pronounced in a low, mocking voice. "Upon my word, I didn't think you had it in you." "I don't understand what you mean, Mr. Rotherdene," she answered calmly. "Well," he said, "I understand more than you intend for me to, but I shall not give you away. Not yet, at any rate." He strolled toward the French windows that opened upon a terrace, backed by the dark, hunched mass of the downs, and went out into the night. Sir Quentin returned to the library. He looked grave and worried. Frazetta went over to him and laid her hand on his arm. "I am afraid you are displeased with me, dear guardian that was." He patted her hand reassuringly. "I have never been displeased with you, Frazetta. You have been a comfort and a gladness to me from the first day you came to live at the Grange. I know you didn't want to spoil the dinner party, but I wish you had reported Rayner's death at once. It would have been best. And why did you not tell me that you wished to go on the stage?" "It was just a passing whim. Oh, I should like to forget Craddock Rayner and everything connected with the theater," she cried passionately. "I wish we all might," Sir Quentin answered soberly. "But there is a question I must ask you. When you found Rayner in the Hollow, did he have a moonflower gripped in one hand? Haskett makes a great point of this, and even dared to ask me if Eve, mind you, who never had any association whatever with this actor fellow, was in the habit of wearing a bouquet of moonflowers." "What did you tell him?" Fazetta's voice held an odd note. "What did I tell him? Why, the truth, of course, that they are her favorite flowers, and that she almost always wears one or more of them." "Surely, Fazetta, you are not insinuating that there can be the remotest connection between the moonflower in Rayner's hand and Eve, my wife?" "Of course not, Sir Quentin," she denied hurriedly. "How could there be? Mr. Rayner was coming to see me, and Lady Eve, you yourself heard her say so, hardly knew his name." "Dear, dear," interrupted Mr. Elphick, who with Mark had unavoidably witnessed the little scene, "this Haskett is a meddlesome, impertinent fellow. I won't have him worrying you, Quentin. There, we have all those notes and transcriptions on the Welsh gypsies to get in order in the morning." The mild, ineffectual little man was in a transport of indignation. Sir Quentin smiled indulgently. "Hold hard, cousin Theophilus. I shall not permit Haskett to delay the Welsh gypsies. Mr. Elphick, Mark, is of the greatest assistance to me in collecting and collating data from my gypsological studies. He is, in fact, my invaluable secretary. We are getting rather an ambitious article ready now for the Scientific Beacon. Cousin Theophilus is practically co-author with me." The little man visibly expanded under Sir Quentin's praise. "Not at all," he protested, but one could see how pleased he was. "I am not co-author. No, indeed, Quentin. Simply a patient scribe. This very erudite study on the gypsies of Wales, Mr. Brandon, is bound to bring Sir Quentin especial renown." Mark read worshipping admiration in Mr. Elphick's bespectacled eyes. "Mr. Elphick," Fazetta observed in an undertone to Mark, "is a sort of Boswell to Sir Quentin's Johnson." The little naturalist caught her words. "Quite right, Fazetta, and proud to be, proud to be." "I should very much like to help you in the morning, Sir Quentin," Fazetta offered, a little wistfully. "I could collate while Mr. Elphick transcribes and copies." Sir Quentin looked pleased. "I should be very glad of your assistance, Fazetta. We have a good bit of work to get through." But Mr. Elphick voiced an objection, somewhat jealously, it seemed to Mark. "We shall not need you, Fazetta. I intend to get up an hour earlier and commence work before breakfast. I have done all the collating myself thus far, and I should like to finish it myself. That is, if you are willing I should, Quentin?" He appeared almost childishly eager. "To be sure, if you wish it," Sir Quentin assented, but Mark fancied he seemed a bit disappointed. It was evident that Fazetta Lee was, although she said nothing further on the subject. They all went into the music room where the guests had repaired. The news of Craddock Rayner's murder in Rotherdene Hollow was causing considerable stir amongst them. Mark overheard Eve petulantly rebuke Rodney Sherrard for talking about it. The Romany accepted the rebuke with ill grace, and required coaxing on Eve's part before he consented to play on his violin. Her influence upon his moods was obvious, and Mark decided that he was of an undisciplined nature. There was no doubt, however, that Rodney Sherrard had the soul of music in him. Standing before Eve, who was half reclining upon an ottoman in languorous grace, the young gypsy fellow took up his violin and drew forth a haunting, broken melody which presently changed into a rhythmical lilt. Soon the quivering bow evoked thin, high strains like the twanging of an Aeolian harp in the wind. Then, deepening as the notes of an organ, the music grew wilder with an undercurrent of piquant madness, suggesting passionate dances on an open heath. The fiddle ceased on a soft note, and Rodney fell to singing in a low, deep-throated voice an eerie Romany ballad. Mark was interested to watch the faces of Eve and Fazetta Lee. He thought he read a hint of tragedy on both, but Eve's expressed also something of impatience at the emotional tension put upon her by the music or the memories it called forth. Fazetta Lee, on the contrary, it would seem, lived the stress and passion of the music, saddened but undaunted by it all. Slowly the tears welled up in her great dark eyes, but her features remained composed. The words of the Romany ballad drifted into a weird crooning and so died away. Rodney lowered his violin, looking expectantly at Eve. She sprang up from the ottoman. "Give us something cheerful, Rodney, do." End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of The House on the Downs by Gladys Edson Locke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Lady's Maid. After the guests departed, Sir Quentin and Mark went into the library to smoke and talk over old Oxford days. Eve, in some agitation, came in later. "Quentin," she began with imperiousness, after a hasty little apology to Mark for the interruption, "the last time I wished to dismiss Cynthia Melsom, you forbade me to do so. But now I really must insist that this woman goes." Sir Quentin looked gravely at his young wife. "So that you may finally acquire that much-desired French maid, Eve?" Eve's face became rebellious. "Well, why shouldn't I have a French maid? All the women of my acquaintance have. Cynthia Melsom was always unsatisfactory and insolent, and now I have found her to be dishonest." "Careful, Eve." Sir Quentin's voice grew somewhat stern. "It is not right to accuse Cynthia of dishonesty unless you are very certain of your facts." Eve gave a little exasperated twitch to her shoulders. "Mr. Brandon will naturally wonder, Quentin, why you take such an extraordinary interest in my maid, and make yourself her champion." Mark flushed and hurriedly relit his pipe. Quentin was always an amazingly soft-hearted chap, bit of a modern Don Quixote. Sir Quentin smiled at Eve with indulgent affection. "You see, my dear, Mr. Brandon insists upon taking a charitable view of my failings. Well, Mark, I'll explain my interest in my wife's maid, even though you are good enough to accept me on trust. You remember my father's old gamekeeper, Peter Melsom? Bit of a character he was, and faithful as they make them. Cynthia is his daughter, and only child. Perhaps you'll remember her, too. She was a long-legged little girl racing about with the dogs when we came down from Oxford on our vacations. I promised old Peter Melsom on his deathbed that there'd always be a place here at the Grange for Cynthia if she should ever come back to Rotherdene. You know she ran away to London to seek her fortune there when she was about 17. I expect Peter kept too tight a rein on her. She was a high-spirited girl and something of a beauty, too. We lost all track of her for years, and old Peter, when he died, had no notion where she was. She turned up here at the Grange the day Eve and I were married, and I offered her the position of maid to Eve, a position which she was very glad to accept. I fancy her experiences in London had not been entirely happy ones. At any rate, she had learned to appreciate a comfortable home." "She has not always shown her appreciation," said Eve tartly, "and now she has committed a theft." "What do you think she has taken?" Sir Quentin asked forbearingly. It was evident that he believed Eve to be mistaken. The young wife flushed rather oddly. "I think Melsom has taken the key to a little metal box in my dressing-table drawer, and means to wait her chance to open the box and ransack the contents, if she has not already done so. I found her examining the box a few days ago. She said by way of excuse that she was admiring the chasing on it. I always keep the key hidden in another drawer, and this afternoon I found that it was gone. It was Melsom's afternoon off, and she did not return until nearly 9 o'clock this evening, according to Mrs. Carswell. She should have been back at 6 o'clock. I was obliged to have Cicely dress me for dinner." Sir Quentin still appeared unimpressed by Eve's accusation. "Have you asked Cynthia about this key?" "Of course, and she denies having taken it. Naturally she would. She was decidedly insolent about it, and said she was going to appeal to you to vindicate her character. I should think the only thing for you to do would be to give her a month's wages and dismiss her. I will not have her prying about and poking over my things." Sir Quentin shook his head. "I should have to have more proof of Cynthia's dishonesty than you have yet given me. By the way, Eve, is there anything especially precious in this metal box?" She swept back a loosened tress of her golden hair. "There is nothing in it at all now. I took everything out as soon as I found the key was gone. But don't you see, if Melsom will take one key, she will another, and nothing will be safe from her?" "You will probably find that you have simply mislaid the key," suggested Sir Quentin, with provoking optimism. Eve's blue eyes glittered angrily. "I might have known it would be useless to appeal to you against this woman. My head aches, and I am going to bed. Good night, Mr. Brandon. I am sorry you had to hear all this." "Just a minute, Eve," Sir Quentin said gently. "Of course I shall question Cynthia, and endeavor to get at the truth. But until I can go into this more thoroughly, I shall suspend my judgment, and I wish that you would try to do the same. You have not found your diamond bracelet yet? I see you are not wearing it this evening." The flush of anger receded from Eve's face, leaving it colorless. "There is another thing, Quentin," she said in a weary voice. "I told you when I first missed the bracelet a few days ago, and you asked why I was not wearing it, that I suspected Melsom might have taken it." "Oh, I can't believe that Peter Melsom's daughter is a thief." Sir Quentin went over to his young wife, and drawing her into his arms, kissed her on the forehead. "Run up to bed, dear child, and get a good sleep. I'll try to straighten things out in the morning." Eve slipped from her husband's embrace. You might make Melsom give up the key, at least. I know she has it. Don't let Quentin keep you up too late, Mr. Brandon, she added with an uncertain little laugh. Time is nothing to him if he starts on the subject of gypsies. Sir Quentin looked after her with fond eyes. She's not quite herself tonight, Mark. Nervous and upset over her bracelet. And now this key. Of course, they'll both turn up some day when she's given up searching for them. Cynthia Melsom is honest enough, although she is a bit independent for a lady's maid. I expect I shall have to give her something of a dressing down. Women are odd creatures, Mark. There's Eve apparently more fussed up over the loss of a key than she has been over her bracelet, and that was really valuable. What kind of bracelet was it, old chap? Mark asked sympathetically. Platinum, set with diamonds. I bought it for her only a week before she lost, or more likely, mislaid it. Mark gave a little start and puffed hard at his pipe. In his mind's eye he saw again the bracelet that Inspector Haskett had taken from a pocket of Craddock Rayner's coat. That had been platinum, set with diamonds. Well, said Sir Quentin reminiscently, my marriage has been a remarkably happy one, taken all in all. I say remarkably because, of course, there is a great disparity in age between Eve and myself, and such marriages are often a failure. But I always try to remember that Eve is young and naturally loves life and youth about her, so I let her have her little fling, even if I am too staid to join in myself. There's time enough for her to settle down and be middle-aged. She can't be young but once, and I am glad when I know that she is enjoying herself. It is good for her having Fazenta and Rodney here. Sometimes I fancy there is a little friction between Eve and Fazenta, but she and the boy get on famously. Of course, at times they rag each other like brother and sister, but Eve can always bring him out of a blue funk when no one else can. He's temperamental naturally, like most musicians. Mark puffed away at his pipe and said nothing. Sir Quentin looked across at his guest with kindly interest. How is it that you never married? Mark took a long, slow pull at his pipe. I did marry 3 years after I went out to Australia. I lost my wife 2 years later. Died? Old chap, I'm no end sorry. Mark removed the pipe from his mouth and knocked the bowl against the fender to empty the ashes. The fact is we're divorced. Couldn't hit it off. Mutual incompatibility. Oh, nothing sensational about it on either side. Just that she wanted a career, a chance to express her own individuality, and I was a young ass in those days, and thought that the privilege of being my wife was career enough for any woman. I am sorry, said Sir Quentin again. Mark got up abruptly. Well, that's over and done with now. Think I'll go to bed, old man. I'm beastly sleepy. In the hall, as he was about to ascend the wide, curving staircase, a woman came quickly toward him from the shadowy spaces beyond. She was primly and somewhat coquettishly dressed in black with a small frilled cap and apron of spotless muslin. She was perhaps 35 or 6, tall, well-shaped, distinctly good-looking, and seemed a woman who had had affairs in her time. There was the gleam of old fires in her brilliant eyes, traces of them about her lips, the sort of woman in whom secrets lie hidden. She seemed also one of those women who cannot look at a man without smiling. She was smiling at Mark now, and she addressed him in a soft, demure voice. You are Mr. Brandon, sir? It amused Mark to return her smile. He assured her that he was Mr. Brandon, and waited for her to state her business. Her smile became confidential. If you please, sir, I want to ask about the gentleman who was found dead in Rotherdene Hollow by you and Mr. Elphick, I understand. It is quite certain that he was Craddock Rayner, the leading man over at the Theatre Royal in Brighton? I think there is no doubt of it, said Mark, his wonderment growing. There were visiting cards found on him engraved with his name. The woman's lips tightened. This will make a good deal of a stir about here. Do you happen to know, Mr. Brandon, if there was anything else found on him? Anything that might be considered a clue to who killed him? Mark came on his guard. I don't feel I am at liberty to say anything further about the matter. It will all come out at the inquest. Her eyes grew hard. No doubt a good many things will come out then, Mr. Brandon. Very probably they will, he agreed. And now, may I ask, you are Cynthia Melsom, are you not? I remember your father and you as a little girl playing about here. Her smile came into evidence again. You have a long memory, Mr. Brandon. I am Cynthia Melsom. Perhaps you think it a bit odd for me to be so curious about Craddock Rayner, but I'm interested in the stage and stage folk. I was in the theatres myself years ago, just souping, as they call it. I never got as far as a speaking part. Well, I'll not keep you any longer. Good night, Mr. Brandon. Her eyes quick and bright again, her voice soft and seductive. Good night, said Mark rather shortly. End of Chapter 5. Chapter 6 of The House on the Downs by Gladys Edson Locke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Something wrong at the Grange. Mark had hardly closed his chamber door when there came a gentle, deprecating tap upon it. He opened the door and beheld standing hesitatingly on the threshold a little faded woman in plain black silk with a bunch of keys at her waist. "I am the housekeeper, Mrs. Carswell," she explained in a low, colorless voice. "I hope you find everything comfortable, sir?" "Entirely so," Mark assured her, with a quiet smile. Still she lingered, nervously jingling the keys. Perhaps I'm overstepping, Mr. Brandon, but I'd like to ask if Sir Quentin said anything to you about there being something wrong here at the Grange?" "Something wrong at the Grange?" Mark repeated in astonishment. "No, Mrs. Carswell, he did not." "Perhaps I'd better say nothing, then." She started to move away. Mark noted the quivering of her features and uttered a protest. "Just a minute, Mrs. Carswell. If there's anything I can do—" "Oh, it isn't anything definite." She steadied her lips. "I may make too much of it. Sir Quentin thinks I do. If I tell you, perhaps you'll not mention my doing so to Sir Quentin? He might be displeased with me, and no doubt he will tell you himself if the things go on." Mark promised that he would keep his own counsel. "But I'll not deny you are making me curious, Mrs. Carswell." The little housekeeper glanced anxiously down the corridor to assure herself that she would not be overheard. "You may make light of it, Mr. Brandon, as Sir Quentin tries to do, but there's odd happenings been going on here for a matter of 3 or 4 months now. Little things in themselves, perhaps, but it is only Providence that has prevented them turning into bad disasters. We are finding it hard to keep servants. Only those who have grown up at the Grange, as it were, will face it out. 2 housemaids and a footman have left within a month. I had such difficulty getting a new housemaid that I sent for my niece, Cicely, just out of school. How long she will stay, I am sure I couldn't say." Mark's curiosity was mounting. "But what is it all about, Mrs. Carswell?" The housekeeper, with another nervous glance down the corridor, lowered her already repressed voice. "Odd, inexplicable accidents, Mr. Brandon, that don't seem to have any cause for happening. Among other things, the fall of a heavy picture over Lady Eve's escritoire. It's a mercy she wasn't sitting there at the time. And now, 2 nights ago, a big bronze bust of Sir Gregory Rotherdene, the founder of the family, which stood in a niche above the gallery that runs around the great hall, came crashing down, barely missing Lady Eve and Lord Mostyn, who were talking together at the foot of the stairs." Mrs. Carswell shuddered. "I can't think that this was an accident, whatever the other happenings were. I feel it was human hands did this. I was just turning into the gallery myself when the lights were suddenly switched off, and there came a terrible crash and a scream from Lady Eve. But when I had found the other switch and turned on the lights, there was no one in the gallery. The bronze bust was lying on the flagstones, battered and crushed. Lady Eve had fainted, and Lord Mostyn was almost as white as she. Her ladyship has not been herself since, and no wonder. Twice, as you might say, she has just escaped death. If she had been sitting at her desk when that picture fell, it would have killed her. The chair she always sat in was splintered to bits." Mark looked very grave. "What does Sir Quentin think of all this?" "Until that bust fell, he always maintained that everything was accidental. But he is worried now, as all of us are, except Mr. Alwyn, and he doesn't appear to be even interested. But he isn't one to show his feelings, Mr. Alwyn isn't, so I may read him wrong. I know Sir Quentin would like to think that the fall of the bust was an accident, but he sees it couldn't very well have toppled over without hands to push it. Now with the picture it was different." "What about the picture?" Mark urged. Mrs. Carswell again glanced up and down the corridor. "I oughtn't to be standing here gossiping, but I will say that the strands of wire cable which held the picture to the wall did look as though they had been hacked through, not simply worn by age, as Sir Quentin would have it." "By Jove!" exclaimed Mark. "In the face of these accumulated disasters, isn't Sir Quentin having an investigation made? By the police, I mean?" Mrs. Carswell moistened her lips. "He can't bring himself to believe that anyone here would do such things deliberately, but it's worrying him, Mr. Brandon. I can see that. I didn't mean to say so much, but you know how it is when a thing is on your mind. If Sir Quentin finds I've been gossiping to you, he may think I have overstepped my duties. But I didn't like the thought that you might be wakeful and wander out into the halls, for it's at night, you know, these odd things happen. And there's lesser things I haven't named. rugs rolled up and put where a body is likely to trip over them, and sometimes a chair dangerously out of place, too. One night last week, Miss Fazenda Lee went out into the hall for some reason and fell over a footstool that had no cause to be there, and almost pitched headlong down the stairs that lead to the library. I can't blame the servants for leaving, and now there has been a murder in the Hollow, it will be worse than ever. Well, good night, Mr. Brandon. I am sorry to have kept you so long." Mark watched the frail little figure flutter down the corridor. Then he closed the door and prepared for bed. By George, here at the Grange he would find data sufficient for another novel. Mrs. Carswell seemed of the neurotic type. Undoubtedly she had exaggerated things, but the murder of Craddock Rayner in Rotherdene Hollow was stark reality. Hang it all, he wished he could forget that platinum bracelet set with diamonds which Inspector Haskett had taken from the dead man's pocket. Oh, he was an ass to give rein to his imagination like this. Of course, it was only coincidence that Eve should have lost a bracelet of that description. It was Fazenda Lee, not Eve, who had some connection with Rayner. She had admitted they were to meet in the Hollow, and he had seen her go there and flee from it in horror. He liked Fazenda Lee, but why hadn't she done the natural thing and reported the murder? Her excuse for not having done so seemed odd and flimsy. Then his thought persistently veered back to Eve, properly named, as Alwyn Rotherdene had said. Why was she playing about with a man of Mostyn's stamp, and with that hot-blooded gypsy violinist, too, when she had a husband like Sir Quentin? Most women would envy her. Mark wondered if Fazenda Lee did. Obviously she shared Mr. Elphick's adoration of Sir Quentin. Queer that Eve should twice have narrowly escaped death from inexplicably falling objects. What was this menace that hung over the Grange? Mere accident, or some malevolent human agency? If Sir Quentin did not open the subject in the morning, he himself would lead up to it, but of course without betraying Mrs. Carswell's confidence. What a nervous, fluttery little body she was. Mark wondered how long she had been at the Grange. The housekeeper, he remembered, had been a matronly, comfortable, wholesome sort of person. From Mrs. Carswell, Mark's thoughts returned to Eve's unliked maid, Cynthia Melsom. There, he fancied, was a woman who had known the dark places of life and been hardened by her experiences, not a woman one would like to have for an enemy. She would be relentless, her brilliant, resolute eyes, and her mouth, firm, even hard, when she did not choose to have it provocative, declared that. Oh, she was a man's woman, he had seen that at once, and she still thirsted for the admiration of men, but he guessed that she no longer trusted them. Sleep was impossible. Mark got up, put on his dressing-gown and slippers, and sat by the open window, smoking. The downs lay black and hunched in the starlight. The peace of their spacious presence stole over his troubled senses. He grew drowsy, and then he heard in the corridor a low, smothered cry. Disregarding Mrs. Carswell's warning, Mark went quickly to the door and out into the dark hall. A tall, shadowy figure showed halfway down the corridor. Mark advanced toward it and struck a match on the wall. The light flickered for a moment on the white, startled face of Cynthia Melsom, and then went out, leaving the hall in darkness again. Mark had had time to observe that the lady's maid was wearing a silk negligee, and that her hair hung over her shoulders in two long, heavy chestnut braids. "What is the matter?" Mark demanded. "Why did you cry out?" "Not so loud, Mr. Brandon," she whispered in response. "No need to wake other people. I had a toothache and was going down to the kitchen to heat some water. I fancied I saw someone creeping up those stairs to the top floor of the east wing." She indicated an open door and staircase showing dimly at the end of the corridor. "There's been queer doings here at night, and I lost my nerve and cried out. I'm sorry I woke you up." "You don't often lose your nerve, do you, Cynthia?" suddenly asked a quiet, sarcastic voice that made both Mark and the lady's maid start in surprise. A light flashed on through an open doorway, and they saw Alwyn Rotherdene in dressing-gown and slippers standing on the threshold. There was a hard, almost sinister expression about his fine eyes and the lines of his mouth. Cynthia was equal to the occasion. "No, Mr. Rotherdene," she agreed coolly. "I don't often lose it, but you know there's been such queer doings here at night." "There wouldn't be," he interrupted, "if every one would keep to their rooms. I shouldn't acquire the habit of night-walking, if I were you, Cynthia." Her eyes matched his in hardness. "Do you ever get the habit yourself, Mr. Rotherdene?" Her tone level and insolent. Alwyn smiled coldly. "Sometimes, perhaps. But I can assure you, Cynthia, it is not a healthful habit for you or others. You see, you have waked up Mr. Brandon and myself, and if anyone else had rooms in this wing, you would have waked them up too. Really, my dear girl, you did not exercise your usual discretion if your intention in leaving your room was to attempt to use the telephone without the knowledge of anyone here." He nodded toward a telephone stand in the embrasure of an oriel window. "I assure you I am a very light sleeper and should have overheard any message you had sent." Cynthia gave a low, scornful laugh. "Very clever you are, Mr. Rotherdene. I don't doubt you are a light sleeper, and sometimes given to night-walking, too, and that, I'll admit, is not a healthful habit at the Grange. But you've guessed wide of the mark this time. I came into this hall because those stairs," she indicated a circular stairway to the left of the telephone, "lead down into the dining room, and so into the kitchen where I was going, as I told Mr. Brandon, to heat some water. I've a tooth that's aching." Alwyn Rotherdene's lips curled in a cynical smile. "It's a pity you did not have that tooth out in Brighton this afternoon. I understand you went there." Cynthia's body stiffened. "You know a good deal, don't you, Mr. Rotherdene, about what doesn't concern you? But perhaps you'll take a word of advice, unless you know all about this matter, too. Better find out who it was I saw creeping like a shadow up the stairs to the top floor of the east wing a few minutes ago." The light from Alwyn's open door shone full on Cynthia's face, white, though defiant. Rotherdene gave her a sharp look. "Do you happen to be speaking the truth?" "Oh, it's the truth, Mr. Rotherdene. Why else do you suppose I cried out? I couldn't say whether it was a man or woman I saw. Just a shadow, it seemed. If the stairs hadn't creaked, I shouldn't have seen it at all. It startled me, I can tell you. I don't fancy anyone would creep up at night into a disused part of the house unless they were up to some mischief like what we've had going on here for months." For some reason, Alwyn seemed disinclined to believe her story. "Imagination can make us see many things that do not exist, and you are not helping whatever mischief there may be here by going night-walking. If it is your tooth that prevents you from staying quietly in bed, I can give you some medicine that will be far more effective than hot water." Cynthia tossed her heavy chestnut braids. "You need not trouble about my tooth, Mr. Rotherdene. The pain is going now, and I think I shall be able to sleep without even hot water." "In case the pain should return and send you roaming again," remarked Alwyn quietly, "permit me to remind you that I am a very light sleeper. Furthermore, I shall leave my door partly open. You will observe that it is almost in a direct line with the telephone." Cynthia's eyes were wells of resentment, but she made no retort. "Aren't you going up into the east wing to see what's there?" she asked in a steady voice. "Nothing is there but old furniture," he answered shortly. "Better get back to bed, Cynthia. You are wasting your time. You'll get no chance to telephone privately tonight." Cynthia smiled. "Perhaps you've your reasons, Mr. Rotherdene, for not caring to go up in the east wing now." Alwyn's dark skin flushed. "The east wing holds nothing but dust and oblivion and your own concocted fancies." As he spoke, there came a sound from overhead, from the upper floor of the disused east wing. A sound as of a chair or some other piece of furniture being overturned. End of Chapter 6. Chapter 7 of The House on the Downs by Gladys Edson Locke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. On the Downs. "Someone upstairs in the east wing, Mr. Rotherdene." Cynthia's tense voice held a note of triumph. "By George, Alwyn," said Mark, "we ought to look into this." He started toward the stairs. Rotherdene's expression was a curious commingling of emotions. "Probably it's simply some old picture fallen from its place on the wall. We've had something of that sort happen here recently. But we'll go up if you like, Mark. You are coming with us, Cynthia," he said sharply. "I have a prejudice against night telephones." The lady's maid controlled any anger she may have felt, and gave him one of her sidelong glances. "I wish you would be kinder to me, Mr. Rotherdene. You've no cause to be so distrustful." Alwyn propelled her unceremoniously toward the stairs to the east wing, which Mark was already ascending. "I have the reputation," he said significantly, "of being a misogynist, if you know what that is." Cynthia looked at him slyly out of her brilliant eyes. "Perhaps you don't always live up to your reputation, Mr. Rotherdene. A man who prides himself on being a woman-hater always falls the farthest when he does fall. I am not blind, if the others are." Alwyn's hand closed on her arm with a grip that made her wince. "Get on upstairs." Mark was already opening the upper door into the wing which was utterly silent now. The door was not only unlocked, but moved readily and noiselessly, as though on well-oiled hinges. This was rather surprising in a disused portion of the Grange, where one might expect a door to open with protesting creaks. As Mark knew, the 2 lower stories of the east wing had been walled off from the rest of the Grange by the command of an ancestress of Sir Quentin, who had taken a violent antipathy to that portion of the house on account of the successive deaths there of 2 of her children. So now the only entrance to that wing was up these stairs leading from the 2nd floor of the main part of the Grange. Alwyn Rotherdene had taken an electric torch from the pocket of his dressing gown, and its rays illumined a long, dingy, and uncarpeted corridor with torn, dust-covered tapestries upon the walls. A half-dozen gloomy rooms in which ancient, discarded furniture was huddled promiscuously led off the passage. Everything bespoke forlornness and decay, and the air smelled stuffy and mouldy. There was no sign of recent human presence in the first 5 rooms they examined with minute care, but in the 6th, a very large apartment with wainscoted walls and a huge fireplace, its mantel ornate with curiously carved scrolls and panels, they found an oak footstool overturned in the middle of the floor. This room contained not only a heterogeneous assemblage of antique furniture, but trunks and packing boxes as well. One of these, a small cabin trunk, was singularly free of the thick layer of dust that covered the other objects in the chamber. The most careful search, however, revealed no hidden person in the room. It was Mark's fancy that Alwyn Rotherdene appeared more relieved than otherwise. Cynthia Melsom stooped suddenly before the hearth, whose blue tile showed dimly through their coating of grime and dust. "There's been papers burned here recently," she declared. It was at Alwyn she looked. "Someone did come up to this wing, Mr. Rotherdene." He surveyed dispassionately the black paper ashes and stirred them with his foot. There was no warmth in them, and they crumbled into bits. "Nothing has been burned here for several hours at least," he maintained. "There is no proof at all that anyone came up here tonight. For my part, Cynthia, I hold that you either imagined or deliberately concocted the whole tale. Now let us get back to our beds. The ghost seems to be laid for the present." There was a flash of challenge in Cynthia's eyes, but she followed him along the hall and down the stairs without a word. Mark did not know what to think. From the first he had been inclined to believe Cynthia's story, but if someone had gone up into the east wing, where was that person now? They had searched thoroughly every nook and corner. There was no way of escape except by the stairs upon which either he or Alwyn had kept strict watch, for the corridor was a cul-de-sac, terminating in the outer wall of the Grange. Cynthia, with a hint of defiance in her manner, went in the direction of the servants' quarters. Alwyn returned to his room, but left his door half open, as he had warned the lady's maid he intended to do. Mark by now found sleep so entirely out of the question that although he too returned to his chamber, it was only to dress himself and wait by the window for the first signs of dawn, when he proposed to go for a long walk over the wholesome cleanliness of the Downs and rid his mind of some of the cobwebs of morbid fancies that infected it. He discovered in a roof below his window, sloping gently to the ivy-clad walls of the Grange, a means of egress which would disturb no one. He had often stolen out thus when a boy on his vacations here, and was still, after the passage of 20 years, boyishly eager to try it again. He settled himself rather impatiently by the window. Jove, how invigorating was the flower-scented air of the Downs, with the salt freshness from the sea to sharpen it. The lofty, rounded heights rolled away darkly. No sign yet of dawn lighting the east, no sound save the distant hoot of an owl. As Mark gazed out over the park of beeches, behind which the crescent moon showed a widening silver rim, his attention was caught by something moving against the shadow of the trees. It came to a standstill opposite his window, and finally, as his eyes became accustomed to the dark, he made out that it was the figure of a man. His face showed now a white patch in the gloom of the beeches. He appeared to be watching the Grange. Mark, in his turn, watching from behind the window curtains, wondered uneasily what this portended. Suddenly the man darted back among the trees. Mark, forgetting caution, pushed aside the curtains and leaned out over the window ledge to see what had startled the watcher. When he saw, he drew a suppressed whistle. A woman was crossing the moon-flecked garden to the swelling, silent Downs beyond. a fine, strong figure of a woman, bareheaded, in gypsy dress. Why should Fazenda Lee seek the downs at night? Then Mark saw what disquieted him still more. The man who had been watching the Grange began to steal along the fringe of the park in pursuit of Fazenda. The moonlight caught him for a moment, and Mark observed that he was a somewhat thick-set, muscularly built individual. His determined trailing of the Romany suggested possible danger for her. Mark instantly decided to follow in his turn. His own muscles, strengthened from the old bushwhacking days in Australia, might still stand him in good stead if this fellow should offer violence to Fazenda. She was walking with free, swinging steps straight toward the downs, clearly without suspicion that she was being trailed. Once she stopped, and looking up to the long black range of hills, flung out her arms toward them in a gesture of passion and abandon. Mark swung himself over the window ledge onto the sloping roof, and thence climbed down the ivy-clad eastern wall of the Grange, finding footholds in the strong, creeping vines. He hurried through the garden, keeping in the shadow of tall shrubs. Fazenda Lee passed the boundaries of the garden and struck into a lane leading steeply up to the downs, a lane deep set in the land with high banks on either side, topped by tall hedgerows, fragrant with hawthorn and honeysuckle. Here both the unknown pursuer and Mark found the tall hedges excellent coverts to aid them in following unseen. The road surface was ruddy and rough and ankle-deep with white chalk dust, so Mark, for one, was not sorry to save his boots by keeping to the turfy sides of the lane. The more he studied the man ahead of him, the less he liked the air of grim determination with which he followed the gypsy, and the deftness with which he succeeded in losing himself in the shadows, ever prepared for a backward glance on Fazenda's part. He seemed one accustomed to threading devious bypaths. Either Fazenda was engrossed in her own concerns to the exclusion of every other thought, or it did not occur to her that anyone might follow her, for she did not once look back, but pressed on with the lithe eagerness of some caged creature of the wild released from captivity. The road began to wind now. It curved around the shoulder of a hill, dipped into a hollow, and rose steeply again, finally narrowing into a mere grass track, which led straight up to a dome-shaped summit, where an old abandoned windmill stood silhouetted against the sky. Fazenda paused on the treeless height, gazing down upon an undulating plateau, half heath, half covert. Far below, in a deep wooded valley, a fire glowed red in the darkness. Over everything hung silence and utter loneliness. Mark and the man he had started to trail crouched behind separate clumps of furze and bramble, watching the splendid, supple form of the young gypsy woman outlined on the solitary down. She stood there with arms outstretched, breathing eagerly, passionately, as though she loved and would embrace the freedom and grandeur of the hills. Mark knew then that for all the culture he had noted in Fazenda Lee that evening, she remained at heart a primitive, untamed being, a child of wild, open spaces, as true a Romany as any who still encamped beneath the stars. Of a sudden she turned abruptly, as though against her will, and swiftly descended a narrow, precipitous path, winding in and out amongst the heath-clad undulations, down to where that fire burned redly in the coombe below. The unknown pursuer trailed her with the zeal of a bloodhound, and Mark followed him, no longer caring particularly whether he were seen or not, but being, in fact, rather desirous of coming to grips with the fellow whom he felt meant no good to Sir Quentin's former ward. When Mark finally reached the foot of the path, he found that, in its circuitous windings, he had lost sight of both Fazenda and the unknown. Before him, a few yards across the heather-covered waste on which he stood, grew a thicket of thorns and yews, the bushes and low-hanging branches reddened by the flames of the fire he had seen from above. Then, as he observed the fir trees growing over the top of the thicket, and saw how the great coombe was shaped like a horseshoe and cut out of the flanks of the hills, he suddenly knew where he was. Fazenda Lee had led him by a devious route back to Rotherdene Hollow, whence he had seen her flee in horror that afternoon, and where he himself, a few minutes afterwards, had viewed the body of Craddock Rayner. End of Chapter 7. Chapter 8 of The House on the Downs by Gladys Edson Locke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Gypsy Tinker. Mark approached the hollow and, parting the tangle of branches and twigs, peered into the dingle. A bright fire was crackling near the spot where the body of Craddock Rayner had lain. Suspended from a tripod over the fire hung a black kettle, which steamed and bubbled merrily, sending forth a savory and appetizing odor. A man was standing by the kettle, a queer, undersized, gypsy-looking fellow, clad in shabby velveteens, with leather breeches and gaiters. He wore a felt slouch hat, brass rings in his ears, a scarlet waistcoat, and a gaudy neckerchief. The leaping flames revealed a swarthy, gnarled, and weather-beaten face, with shrewd black eyes and a wide mouth. The flames also showed a tilt cart in the background, a shaggy pony browsing nearby, and the implements of the tinker's trade strewn around on the ling and creeping vines. Fazenda Lee was talking earnestly with the tinker. They did not observe Mark looking through the thicket, nor could he see anything of the man who had followed Fazenda, but he had a distinct impression that the fellow was somewhere at hand, peering into the hollow and listening for what he could hear. Mark was about to draw back, for he perceived that Fazenda's business with the gypsy tinker was private and urgent, when certain significant words from the latter held his attention. "Bide a bit, Fazenda, and we'll do some searching. You must ha' kicked it far under the brambles, for it ain't visible hereabouts. I've sharp eyes to see aught o' that sort. I'll light a lantern, and we'll scour under every bush and vine. No need to start worritin'. We'll root it out and bury it deep afore ever them police come back to search." "If they haven't found it already," Fazenda shivered. "Not much likelihood of that," scoffed the tinker. "I'll lay a tidy bit o' money my eyes be sharper'n theirs." He picked up some wood and replenished the fire. Then he walked away to his cart, dived under its tilt, drew out a lantern, and lighted it. "Hold this, Fazenda," he directed, "and I'll do the ferretin' under they bushes." Zealously and patiently the gypsy tinker searched under the bushes and vines of the hollow. The rays from the lantern held by Fazenda showed the tenseness of her features. At length the tinker rose stiffly to his feet, shaking his head gloomily. "It ain't here now, Fazenda, that's flat." She set down the lantern with hand that trembled. "Then the police have it." There was tragedy in her voice. Through the tangle of twigs and brambles, the man who had been trailing Fazenda forced his way into the hollow. The firelight played upon his face, a keen, hard face, with prominent, aggressive jaw. Fazenda Lee uttered a startled cry. Her great dark eyes were those of a trapped and desperate thing. "Who are you, and what do you want here?" she demanded. "I might ask the same of you," the intruder retorted, with a curious, drawling enunciation. "A place where a man was found murdered only a few hours ago is a devilish queer rendezvous in the night-time. What were you and this fellow hunting for under the bushes? Was it by any chance a blood-stained dagger with a jeweled handle? Out with it now, young woman." The tinker edged over to his cooking pot and tilted the lid. "Don't want my supper to boil over," he mumbled. Fazenda Lee stood rigid, staring dumbly at her questioner. "Better find a tongue, young woman," he advised her roughly. "I have authority back of me. I am Detective Inspector Burton from New Scotland Yard, sent down here to investigate the murder of Craddock Rayner." Fazenda, one hand on her quick-moving bosom, stood her ground. In the glow of the fire, her tawny cheeks flamed. "I have nothing to do with any murdered man. I'm a gypsy, and gypsies roam where it pleases them, whether 'tis night or day, and give no account to anyone." "That won't do," said the detective harshly. "I know your story. You're no common gypsy. You have been the ward of Sir Quentin Rotherdene down at the Grange, and I've trailed you from there to this thicket where Craddock Rayner was murdered a few hours ago. You came here to search for the dagger that killed him. It is useless to deny it." The bullying tones of the detective's voice whipped Fazenda's Romany blood into heat. "But I choose to deny it," she declared passionately. "And you've no proof, only wild imaginings. Better get back to New Scotland Yard. You'll gain nothing but weary legs by trailing me over the downs." Detective Inspector Burton's jaw set hard. "I intend to have proof of many things, young woman, by the time the coroner's court sits." He turned sternly to the tinker, who, furtive-eyed, was casting an armful of twigs on the fire. "You will be subpoenaed for the inquest too, my man. Your name? No lies now, it won't help you." The gypsy straightened up and touched the brim of his slouch hat. "I ain't likely to lie, governor. I be too well known hereabouts. My name's Sylvester Shaw. Tinner Shaw, folks call me. for because I'm a travelling tinker. I camps often here in Rotherdene Hollow, and so tonight when I drives back from Glindway I comes here again, not knowing aught of no murder, and what I was searching for, governor, were a knife for skinning rabbits, what I'd lost last time I camped here." Burton viewed him with disfavour. "You can tell that tale at the inquest." He drew out a small memorandum, and stepping nearer the fire, made some rapid notes. "I'd like a word with you in private, Tinner Shaw. The young woman, Fazenta Lee, I take it, had better be getting back to the Grange. There's nothing to be found here, and the place is under police surveillance. Your village inspector, name of Haskett, I believe, has a man posted somewhere about the thicket. So you've been under observation, Tinner, from the moment you pitched your camp here." Shaw stooped to gather up more twigs. "That's as may be, governor," he said laconically. "I ain't done aught of harm here, only searched for my own rabbit-knife." He looked up slyly at Fazenta. "Please give my respects to Sir Quentin, and thank him kindly for his offer a taking me on as under gamekeeper. But I be only a gypsy vagrant, and settled work and settled lodgin' ain't in my line. Them o' my turn o' mind wants only to lodge in the open under the stars. I'm too old now to get civilized, in a manner of speaking, like you and young Rodney. I'm fair content as I am." Fazenta's gaze swept the fragrant dingle with its dark, mystical recesses, lingered upon the glowing fire, the peacefully browsing pony. Overhead in the great wide vault of the sky, the moon and the stars were paling before the coming dawn. The noises of the little creatures of the night, the stoat and the weasel, the timid hare, the flapping bat, even the hoot of the owl, were hushed in expectancy of another day. Fazenta's throat contracted, her breath came quick and eager with emotion. "You have much to be content with, Sylvester Shaw. And yet," her voice deepened, "for all I love the freedom and the grandeur of the downs, I can never come back to them and be wholly a Romany again." Tinner Shaw's shrewd, sun and wind-stained face showed a ready sympathy. "In a manner of speaking," he said philosophically, "'tis the curse of civilization holds you back." "You may call it that, Sylvester. I have gained much and lost much." Fazenta turned sharply away. Without even a glance at Detective Inspector Burton, she went out through a gap in the thicket. Mark watched her mounting with rapid step the winding path to the heath-clad plateau above. In the shadow of a clump of beeches, he lost sight of her, and he decided to return at once to the Grange, having no wish to be discovered and interrogated by Detective Inspector Burton. As he walked along over the slopes of the downs in the wan, uncertain light between dying night and quickening day, there came at length a glory into the east. A lark rose from its nest in the turf, singing joyously as it soared straight up into the air. Mark went on happily, the gloom of last night's tragedy banished for the moment. As he rounded a curve of the grassy lane, he came suddenly upon Fazenta Lee, standing on a tiny, furze-grown common. She was looking eastward, where now, over the bare line of the hills, a broad band of crimson was slowly widening. From elder and thorn bushes came the piping of blackbird and missel thrush. The glory of the dawn was reflected on Fazenta's features, heightening her dark Romany beauty. Then she saw Mark, and the radiance died from her face. "Mr. Brandon!" she exclaimed in dismay. He read and answered the mute question in her eyes, the question of whether he, too, had followed her from the Grange. As considerately as possible, he told her why he had done so, and just how much he had seen and heard in Rotherdene Hollow. When he finished, Fazenta looked distressed and worried, but not angry. "I suppose you think badly of me, Mr. Brandon." "I can't let myself think badly of one whom my old friend Sir Quentin thinks so highly of," he answered gently. "You are kind to say that," she declared, "but of course you cannot help having suspicions of me, like that detective from London. The worst of it is, I cannot explain. You will have to trust or distrust me, as you see fit." "I am going to trust you," he said simply, "but I want to give a bit of friendly advice. I know tragedy is touching you. Take your trouble to Sir Quentin and confide in him fully. For many years he stood in the place of a father to you. He will not fail you now." "Ah, no!" she cried sharply. "Sir Quentin must know nothing of all this. Mr. Brandon, as a favor, a very special favor, won't you give me your word that you will say nothing of what you have seen or heard tonight, either to Sir Quentin or to anyone else?" "You have my word that I will not, Miss Lee, but I earnestly advise you to confide in Sir Quentin. By his kindness and affection for you, he has merited your confidence in everything that touches you closely." Something of the dawn's glory came back to Fazenta's face. "It is just because of his heavenly goodness to me that I would not have him worried and made wretched." "But he is bound to hear of this at the inquest through that detective chap. Both you and Tinner Shaw will be questioned." "We will deny anything of an incriminating nature that the detective accuses us of having said or done," she protested. "Sylvester Shaw is a good friend to me, and he is devoted to Sir Quentin, too. Many a time Sir Quentin has saved him from being jailed for poaching. Tinner Shaw once belonged to the same gypsy camp that Rodney Sherrod and I lived in as children. Perhaps you don't know that a malignant fever carried off every person in that camp, except Sylvester, Rodney, and myself. The camp was here on the Downs, and Sir Quentin used to visit it and was friendly with us all. When he adopted Rodney and me, he bought a tinker's outfit, pony and cart, too, for Sylvester Shaw, and there is nothing Sylvester would not do for him." "And nothing you would not do for him either, Fazenta Lee?" A rich tide of color warmed the Romany's cheeks. "Nothing on earth, Mr. Brandon." "Except to give him your confidence in tonight's bad business," Mark pointed out. "You don't understand, Mr. Brandon. It is to save him suffering." "But if trouble isn't faced squarely, the consequences are almost certain to descend upon someone." "I am the only one they can descend upon," she answered unmoved. "I'm not going back to the Grange just now, Mr. Brandon. The gypsy wanderlust is on me, and I've got to roam the Downs till I work it out of my blood. You see," with a sad little smile, "I am not entirely civilized yet. Sir Quentin understands, and he never scolds or even questions. He knows that when I put on gypsy dress that the Romany spirit is calling, and only the freedom of the Downs can calm me. Oh, he has always been wonderfully sympathetic with the wild little Zingari girl he took into his home." Mark went on to the Grange. Once he looked back. The sun was spreading a shimmering mantle of gold over the Sussex hills, bringing forth the bright colors of the tiny flowers that gemmed the turfy leas. Fazenta, her face toward the sunrise, was climbing with eager steps a straight green track running steeply up to a bald, projecting ridge. Above her head wheeled a cloud of mingled rooks and starlings. Mark wondered if her restless Romany spirit would find peace on that lonely height she was seeking. End of Chapter 8. Chapter 9 of The House on the Downs by Gladys Edson Locke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Actress-Manageress. Only the men of the household were present at breakfast that morning. Lady Eve, it appeared, was suffering from a severe headache. Sir Quentin remarked indulgently that Fazenta Lee was satisfying the Romany in her by a ramble over the Downs. Alwyn Rotherdene's features held a cynical expression. "Fazenta is having increasingly frequent lapses into gypsydom. Up to the time of your marriage, Quentin, I thought she was on the high road to civilization." The baronet looked troubled. He glanced toward the butler, busy at a side table. "You mean that she and Eve are not always, well, congenial?" he asked in a lowered tone. "Something of that sort." Alwyn turned with a mocking smile to Rodney Sherrod. "You might give Fazenta points on how to hit it off with Eve. You seem to succeed better than she does." The gypsy violinist flushed darkly. "I don't know what you're getting at, Mr. Rotherdene. Lady Eve is kind enough to take an interest in my music." "Bless me!" exclaimed Mr. Elphick in sudden distress, sipping his coffee suspiciously. "I believe there is sugar in this. It is certain to give me dyspepsia. Soames, bring me another cup." Sir Quentin, ignoring his brother and Rodney, turned blandly to Mark. "Cousin Theophilus is a devotee of black, unadulterated coffee. I can't say I share his enthusiasm." Conversation, because of the evident friction between Alwyn Rotherdene and Rodney, became strained and desultory. By tacit agreement, but little was said of the murder. Mr. Elphick, fussily solicitous to get on with the notes he was arranging for Sir Quentin's latest article on gypsology, was the first to rise from the table. Rodney, muttering something about violin practice, hastily followed him. With the young Romany fellow gone, Alwyn showed himself disposed to be more agreeable, and talked at some length on the experiments he was carrying on in his chemical laboratory. Sir Quentin, plainly not thinking it worth while to cherish remembrance of his brother's recent ill-natured remarks, encouraged Alwyn to expand his hobby. When the latter finally went up to his laboratory, the baronet strolled out on the terrace with Mark for an after-breakfast cigar and to read the morning papers. Both the London and the Brighton journals, as well as the local Chronicle, had made a great feature of the murder of Craddock Rayner, and gave an account of his career as an actor. It seems that he had risen from the status of a mere supernumerary to that of leading man in the provincial repertory company of Irene Grayle, now playing at the Theatre Royal in Brighton. The papers told of Rayner's engagement to the talented actress-manageress, emphasized the fact that the engagement had been announced only the night before the leading man had been found murdered in Rotherdene Hollow, and displayed several pictures of Rayner, both in conventional dress and in stage costume. There were pictures, too, of Irene Grayle, who had suffered a nervous collapse on the day of the murder, but hoped to play, as usual, that night. There were also ugly little insinuations, hinting of devious reasons for Miss Grayle's breakdown, which had occurred in the afternoon, before the murder was reported. Sir Quentin, looking across at Mark to see why he had not replied to a twice-put observation, found him staring fixedly at a cut of Irene Grayle in evening gown. "What's the matter, Mark, old boy? You seem fairly hit by that picture. Ever happen to meet Irene Grayle?" "I fancy I've seen her act somewhere," said Mark vaguely. He got up abruptly from his chair, inevitable briarwood pipe in his mouth, in place of the excellent Corona cigar Sir Quentin has pressed him to try, and paced up and down the terrace several times. "I say, old chap," he rapped out jerkily, "mind if I go for a walk on the downs? I know you're going to be busy with your gypsology article." "Do anything you like, my dear boy," the baronet answered heartily. "You are free as air here. I'll put through my work this morning, and after luncheon I will try to be something of a host to you. By George," he added with a laugh, "Fazenta's wanderlust appears to be infectious. Sure it hasn't something to do with your own, eh?" He looked meditatively at Mark, puffing away at his pipe. "Fazenta Lee is a fine, noble woman," Sir Quentin went on seriously. "Splendid intellect, generous heart. She is worthy of the best. I think this wandering fever would die a natural death if she found someone who would be sympathetic and companionable. It would grieve me no end to lose her from my home, but, well, of course, I'm Ballyprevious and all that. But there must be times, Mark, when you are lonely without a woman who cares. No offense, I hope, dear old boy." "Not at all, not at all," Mark assured him hastily, "but I shall never marry again. Too busy to think of women." Mark put on a Panama hat instead of a cap, not being certain where his rambles would finally bring him, and struck out over the downs. His mind was too chaotic to allow him to appreciate the restful charm of downland, enhanced on this hot summer morning by the drowsy insect hum and the rooks hovering lazily beneath the sky. Lost in troubled thought, Mark trod ruthlessly on tiny, vivid flowers, and was deaf to the eager song of the larks. Wandering without conscious purpose, he found himself at noon in the ancient town of Lewes. It was impossible to get back to Rotherdene Grange in time for luncheon, so he lunched instead in the quaint old coffee-room of the White Hart, but discovered little zest for the well-cooked meal, though it consisted of the justly famed South Downs mutton, fresh green peas, and carefully mashed potato. The perusal of a noon extra of one of the local newspapers, more definitely linking Irene Grayle with Rayner's death, made him resolve to take an afternoon bus to Brighton. He arrived in this busy London by the Sea about tea-time, ate lightly and hurriedly at a confectioner's shop, and then walked along the Madeira Road to try and make up his mind as to his next course of action. The result was that he presented himself at the stage door of the Theatre Royal at 7:45, when the actors and actresses were beginning to pass in for their evening's work, and stepped into the glass-fronted cage in which the stage doorkeeper sat. "I'd like to speak with Miss Irene Grayle on a matter of great importance," he said. "If you will take in my card, I think she will see me immediately." The doorkeeper fingered the bit of cardboard dubiously. "Miss Grayle is making up now. I don't think she'd see you. Better call round after the show." "I shan't keep her but a minute," Mark insisted, slipping a half-crown into the man's hand. "It would be inconvenient for me to come back later. I'm not stopping in Brighton, and I've a long way to go over the downs." "I'll see what Miss Grayle says. You wait here, sir." The doorkeeper departed reluctantly up a dark passage. Mark, left to himself, fell to scanning a playbill which hung framed on the wall behind him. In big capitals at the top was the name Irene Grayle, Manageress and Leading Lady, Grayle Repertory Company. This caption was followed by pictures of Miss Grayle and Craddock Rayner, together with a list of the plays included in their repertoire. In 2 or 3 minutes a boy appeared and intimated that Miss Grayle would see Mr. Brandon at once, as she did not go on until the last scene of the first act. Mark followed along a passage with dressing rooms leading off it, through whose doors, some partly ajar, came the sounds of voices and bustle. Thence the boy guided him across the back of the wide and lofty stage, through a maze of scenery and groups of shirt-sleeved, perspiring scene-shifters putting up the first setting, to a door in the opposite wing. An elderly maid answered Mark's knock, and bidding him come in, went out quickly, closing the door behind her. Mark had a blurred vision of a small, stuffy room littered with trunks and dress baskets, costumes, cosmetics, and autographed pictures of actors and actresses. Then, as a woman in a silk negligee rose agitatedly from the brilliantly lighted dressing table, strewn with the implements of makeup, lotion and powder jars, rouge pots and lipsticks, eyebrow pencils and bits of chamois, he saw only her lovely, weary face, as yet unmarred by the makeup, always so garish at near view. "Mark!" she exclaimed. "You are the very last person I expected to see here. I supposed you were still in Australia." Her eyes, dark gray or hazel, held a pathetic, eager glance, half of hope, half of apprehension. "How did you find me out under my stage surname?" Mark gripped her cold hands in his. "I saw your picture in the papers this morning. I am staying with my old friend Sir Quentin Rotherdene over at Rotherdene Grange, a few miles beyond Lewes." Irene Grayle, her face grown white, freed her hands. "You are staying at Rotherdene Grange?" "Yes," he responded gravely, "and I suppose I ought to tell you, Irene, that I was one of the first to view the body of Craddock Rayner in the hollow near there. I wonder you didn't read my name in the papers. They've given us all a deuce of a lot of notoriety." She shuddered. "I haven't read much beyond the headlines. Those pressmen are cruel. You know what they are insinuating against me?" He nodded compassionately. "That is why I came here, Irene, to see if I could help you in any way. I thought you might need a friend. I'll always be that, if you'll let me." Sudden tears welled in her eyes. "Oh, Mark, you are generous, generous to say that, after the way I cleared out and left you. I fancied, of course, you must hate me." "Why should you think that, Irene?" "Well, most men, I suppose, would think you had cause, and you did divorce me." "But you wrote and asked me to give you your freedom. Wasn't that what you meant? Divorce?" "I suppose it was." Her voice held a tired note. "Well, we've both had our freedom for many years now. What have you done with yours, Mark? Married some sweet, home-loving girl who has made you happier than I ever could?" "No," he said almost curtly. "I've got out of the way of thinking of a home. Frightfully busy trying to make a success at novel writing. I know now what it is to be driven on by the urge of a career. It's something bigger than oneself, eh?" "It's just that, Mark. And sometimes it is a cruel thing, too. But we've got to obey the lash, even if we suffer, and make others suffer, too. There's the orchestra now. That means the first curtain. You'll forgive me if I begin to don my war paint?" "Perhaps I'd better get out," Mark suggested awkwardly. "There's no need to just yet, unless you're in a hurry. When my maid comes back to dress me," her lips curved in the old humorous smile that Mark remembered so well. "Perhaps you had better go then. We aren't married now." "No," said Mark. He watched her as she seated herself at the dressing table and commenced deftly to rub theatrical cold cream into her skin. Under the pitiless glare of the incandescents framing the mirror, she looked what she was, a woman verging on 40, still lovely, still desirable, but with her first youth vanished, and somewhat worn and wearied by life's struggles and disillusions. Though she might still be called slender, her girlish figure had developed and taken on the curves of maturity. As a matter of fact, only her highly burnished, bronze-colored hair had remained untouched by the passage of time. Mark, conscious of his own graying hair, wondered if his altered appearance was a bit of a shock to her. "I say, Irene," he began abruptly, "we've got only a minute before your maid comes back. Is there anything I can do to make things easier for you? About Craddock Rayner, I mean?" She dropped the rouge-stained piece of chamois with which she was reddening her cheeks, and her eyes met his in the mirror. He was pained by the bitterness and misery he read in them. "What could you do, Mark? You can't very well muzzle the press." "I might do something of that sort. To begin with," he volunteered optimistically, "I can threaten them with a suit for libel unless they retract certain damaging statements they have made about you." Irene took the chamois again and continued the making-up process. "What statements are you referring to, Mark?" He showed his surprise. "Why, that you took a taxicab to Rotherdene village and came back to your lodgings in a state of collapse, and all this before the murder was even reported." "But it happens to be true that I took a taxicab." Mark was dismayed, although still optimistic. But of course you have an alibi that you went nowhere near Rotherdene Hollow. She smiled ruefully. I'm afraid I haven't, Mark. You see, I went alone, and what is worse, I left the taxicab near Briarley and walked along the downs. But not in the direction of Rotherdene Hollow, he insisted sharply. She gave a passionate sweep to the litter of cosmetics on the dressing table. I can't talk about that afternoon, Mark. It is all too horrible. But I hope you will believe that I did not kill Craddock Rayner. He went over and laid a steady hand on her shoulder. I shall believe nothing but good of you, Irene. You are a dear boy, she declared gratefully. Yes, come in, Vickers, as a discreet tap sounded on the door. I am afraid I shall have to bundle you out, Mark. It is time for me to dress, and there'll be a scramble at that if I am not to miss my cue. I do appreciate your coming to see me. You will let me come again? He begged. She smiled wanly. If you care to, after the inquest. It is to open next Monday, only 3 days off. I have been subpoenaed to appear. I expect it will be decidedly awful. I'll be there and buck you up all I can, he promised. No doubt I'll be called too. Now in the meantime, if there's anything I can do for you, no matter what it is, don't hesitate to let me know. I am stopping at Rotherdene Grange, you remember? Oh, I remember. She gave a little shiver. You were wonderfully good to me, Mark. He started toward the door, then suddenly turned back. I say, you must think me an ass. Of course, I intended to offer you my sympathy and condolences in the death of your, fiancé. Irene Grayle's features hardened. You don't need to offer sympathy or condolences on that score, Mark. End of Chapter 9. Chapter 10 of The House on the Downs by Gladys Edson Locke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A bit of an adventuress. Mark was fortunate in catching a bus from Brighton to Lewes, but from the latter town he was obliged to walk over the downs in the dark of a starless and moonless night. A storm was gathering, and the chaos of his mind was strangely in accord with it. Irene was in a bad mess, there could be no question of that, and somehow her fate was linked up with the household at Rotherdene Grange. He was convinced of that, too. What had she meant by her bitter rejection of his sympathy in the matter of Craddock Rayner's death? Had she discovered something discreditable in the life of her handsome leading man and affianced husband? What, moreover, could have taken her on the afternoon of the murder to the Downs in the vicinity of the village of Briarley, near which Rotherdene Hollow was situated? Of course, he knew that Irene was guiltless of Rayner's death, but could others be made to know it? Those pestilent newspaper chaps were prejudicing the public against her. Mark finally arrived at the Grange in an unenviable frame of mind. Fazenda Lee, her Romany wanderlust evidently satisfied for the present, met him in the hall. She was quietly and conventionally dressed now in a simple white frock with a chain of crystal beads about her throat. She told Mark that Sir Quentin had been called down to the village to confer with Inspector Haskett and the superintendent of the Brighton police force. Of course it has to do with the murder, she said, fixing troubled eyes on Mark's face. This afternoon we were all subpoenaed to appear at the inquest on Monday. A summons came for you, too, Mr. Brandon. It is beginning to worry Sir Quentin. I can't see why he should have to be dragged into all this unpleasantness just because a man was killed on the Downs almost a mile from here. Why didn't they send for and question me? I told Inspector Haskett that Craddock Rayner came to the Hollow to meet me. Probably the police think they have questioned you sufficiently until the inquest. I'm afraid you'll get a grilling then about your trip to the Hollow before dawn. I'm prepared for it, she declared recklessly. As I told you, Tinner Shaw will stand by me. Mr. Brandon, won't you try to keep Sir Quentin from thinking too much about this murder? He has been so happy and so interested in his studies. I can't bear to have everything spoiled for him. But this will blow over, Miss Fazenda. Of course, I'll do my best to keep Sir Quentin from worrying. And there is Lady Eve to cheer him up, too. You aren't forgetting her, are you? No, said Fazenda in an odd tone. I am not forgetting Lady Eve. Mark went out on the terrace, and finding there a comfortable chaise longue in an ivy-hung corner by the music-room, settled himself in it, and soon, because he was physically as well as mentally weary, fell asleep. He was awakened by the thin, high notes of a violin. Through the open windows of the music-room, he saw Eve reclining in graceful ease on her favorite ottoman. She looked very youthful and very lovely in a pale pink, filmy frock. The light from the crystal luster above touched her hair into a halo of living gold. In its bright masses, Mark noted, with a feeling akin to horror, nestled a single white moonflower. Again there came before him the memory of Craddock Rayner, lying dead in Rotherdene Hollow, a large white-petalled flower, such as Eve wore, clutched in one rigid hand. By Eve's side stood Rodney Sherard with his violin. His slim, musician's fingers drew the bow lovingly across the strings. "What will you have, Lady Eve?" gazing down upon her with dark, eager eyes. She looked up at him, her smile daring, provocative. "Whatever is in your heart." His swarthy, gypsy face flamed. At first he played very low and sweetly, then quickening the bow, he made the fiddle weep and laugh and grieve in turn, ending with a fantastic medley, bitter with pain. Abruptly he lowered the violin. "That is what you have put in my heart, Eve." Neither he nor Eve were aware of Mark stretched in the chaise longue in a shadowy corner of the terrace outside. Eve laughed, that soft, fascinating laugh of hers. "Absurd boy! Am I responsible for all that?" "All that, and much more." His voice choked. He took up the violin again, making it wail like a soft wind that mourned and quivered in the moonlight. Then he wafted words into the accompaniment, words of tenderness, warming into passion. Eve, with brilliant, half-mocking eyes, still smiled up at him. The Romany laid down the fiddle, dropped on his knees, and caught her little white hands to his lips. "Eve, Eve," he cried, "I hadn't meant to tell you, but God knows I'm mad about you." She freed her hands and laughed again, a cruel little laugh. "You are mad indeed, Rodney. It is late, and I am going upstairs now. If it doesn't rain in the morning, I shall get up early for me. I promised Lord Mostyn I would ride with him on the downs." The gypsy, smarting under her disdain, sprang to his feet. At that moment the veneer of civilization slipped from him, and he was all Romany. Eve, however, did not shrink before the savagery of his reproaches. She stood regarding him with insolent, contemptuous eyes that finally choked off his fury and left him shamefaced and bitterly conscious of the social gulf between them. Eve stifled a little yawn. "You have quite finished? I am really frightfully sleepy." "Oh, you can go," he said brutally, "but you won't find it safe to play with Mostyn as you have with me. He has a reputation for making women pay." Her lip curled. "At least Lord Mostyn is a gentleman, and does not mistake mere kindliness for what it is not." The gypsy, goaded into recrimination, again caught her roughly by the wrist as she would have swept from the room. "There's one man you can't have your way with, my lady. Oh, I have seen you trying to make a fool of him, too, and I've wanted to beat you for it. But you'll never succeed in snaring Alwyn Rotherdene. He can read you." Eve snatched away her wrist. The delicate pink of her complexion deepened. "Alwyn Rotherdene!" she exclaimed with a scornful laugh. "Really, Rodney, you are almost amusing." The door closed behind her. The gypsy caught up his violin and brought it down savagely across the music stand, shattering the fragile instrument and snapping the strings. For a moment, restored to sanity by working off in part the violent emotions that beset him, Rodney contemplated with horror the wreck he had made of his beloved fiddle. Then, muttering an oath in Romany, he flung open the French windows, crossed the terrace into the gardens, without seeing Mark in his dark corner, and rushed away into the night and the gathering storm. A forked streak of lightning flashing along the tops of the downs showed Rodney heading directly for the bare heights. Like Fazenta Lee, when under the stress of emotion, his Romany blood drew him back to the lonely hills that had nurtured his early childhood. In view of later happenings, Mark would have given much had he intercepted the young gypsy fellow when he came out on the terrace and attempted to dissuade him from dashing away over the downs. It was many days and under tragic circumstances before the household at Rotherdene Grange saw Rodney Sherard again. As it was, however, Mark went up at once to his room. In the corridor of the wing where he slept, his curiosity was intrigued when he beheld Cynthia Melsom in her smart black maid's dress standing at the telephone. She rang off abruptly at the sound of his steps, but he caught her hurriedly spoken words in closing. "Very well, I'll come at noon then. I'll get off somehow." Cynthia turned and greeted Mark with an audacious smile. "I was telephoning over to Lewis to see how an old sick aunt of mine was getting on. It's hardly worth while to inform Mr. Rotherdene, is it?" "I don't fancy Mr. Rotherdene would be unduly interested in your elderly sick relative," Mark answered dryly. Cynthia stole at him one of her sidelong glances. "You've been away all day, Mr. Brandon. Do you know you are subpoenaed for the inquest?" "So I was told. Are you called too?" Cynthia's brilliant eyes narrowed. We're all of us called. See here, Mr. Brandon, you're a writer of novels. Is it just possible you may get points, quite startling ones, from some of the testimony at the inquest? Mark regarded her steadily. From yours, by any chance? Cynthia tossed her becapped head. Why, that depends, Mr. Brandon. On whom? He demanded sharply. She smiled. One answer deserves another, Mr. Brandon. I will tell you what you ask if you will tell me how long you have known the actress, Irene Grayle, and just how much you do know about her. Mark was unable to conceal his amazement. Why should you suppose that I am even acquainted with Miss Grayle? You were in her dressing room tonight before the play, Mr. Brandon. I don't think I shall tell you how I know, unless you are willing to be very confidential with me. She gave him another sly, demure smile. Well, I'm not willing, said Mark curtly. I don't know what kind of a game you are trying to play, but I shouldn't say it was a prudent one when murder is at stake. Permit me to remind you, if you have anything of the sort in the air, that either blackmail or perjury is a serious offense. She looked at him reproachfully. You think so badly of me as that, Mr. Brandon? Mark remained unmoved. If you want frankness, I think you're trying to be a bit of an adventuress. You are certainly frank, Mr. Brandon, and maybe not entirely wise. She turned away abruptly. Mark stepped into his room, waited a few minutes in case Cynthia was still about the corridor, and then went out to the telephone. He saw nothing of the lady's maid. Furthermore, Alwyn Rotherdene's open door showed that Sir Quentin's brother was not yet in his room. Mark was relieved at this. He took up the receiver and asked the operator what number had been called from the Grange some 10 minutes before. The young woman at the switchboard made some difficulty over disclosing the number, so Mark finally gave her to understand that he was connected with the police. This brought sudden obsequiousness and the desired information. It also brought something of a shock to Mark, although he was not altogether unprepared for it. The number called, sir, was the Theatre Royal in Brighton. The Green Room, sir. End of Chapter 10. Chapter 11 of The House on the Downs by Gladys Edson Locke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. In the East Wing. If Mark had found sleep difficult the night before, he found it doubly so now. Surmises and suspicions revolved in his tired brain. What was the cause for Cynthia Melsom's interest in Irene, and to whom had she telephoned in the Green Room at the Theatre Royal? Somehow Cynthia knew a good deal more than she should of Irene's affairs. The lady's maid, too, had been on the stage years ago, and it was not unlikely she had known both Craddock Rayner and Irene. She might have been telephoning to some acquaintance in the company, the same person perhaps who had told her of Mark's visit to Irene's dressing room. Perhaps they were planning, for reasons best known to themselves, a sort of frame-up against Irene. He thoroughly distrusted Cynthia. The threatened storm was racking the Grange now, wind sweeping from the downs, driving rain, sudden searching flashes of lightning, crashes of thunder. Sir Quentin must have returned from the village by now. It was close on to midnight. But had Rodney Sherrod, foolish, half-crazed gypsy, petulant as an undisciplined child, found shelter yet? He had gone bareheaded without any protection against the storm. Mark decided to get up and see if a quiet smoke would induce sleep. He hunted around for his pipe, but could not find it. He remembered taking it out of his pocket just before he fell asleep in the chaise longue. He must have left it on the terrace. He put on dressing gown and stockings, and carrying his boots in his hand, went along the hall to the circular stairs that led down to the dining room. Between the peals of thunder he fancied he heard stirrings through the house, but could not be sure that they were not occasioned by the lashing wind and rain. He had no candle or lamp, and were it not for the frequent flares of lightning, he could not have found his way to the dining room and thence through the lower halls to the music room, for he had no idea where the electric switches were located. Mark thought once of the housekeeper's tale of inexplicable happenings at night in the Grange. He must contrive somehow to bring up the subject with Sir Quentin, and also of that shadowy figure which Cynthia Melsom claimed she had seen stealing up into the disused East Wing. He almost wished he might encounter some tangible person to whom he could give a lively few minutes. It would at least serve to divert his mind for a short while from worrying over Irene and the mess she had gotten into. But he met no one and discovered nothing out of the usual, unless it were Rodney Sherrod's broken violin, which a flash of lightning revealed on the music stand. As Mark, after putting on his boots, unlocked the French windows and stepped out on the wet terrace, a blue flare, rimming the black, far-reaching slopes of the downs, and followed immediately by a crash of thunder that shook the Grange, made him fear for a moment that the old Jacobean dwelling had been struck. He looked up at the long dark outlines and the shuttered windows of the east wing, which ran at right angles to the terrace and was exposed to the full fury of the storm. The lightning had passed beyond, but Mark saw something up there in the closed wing, which was startling under the circumstances. Through the cracks of a loosened shutter, intermittent gleams of light showed forth, as though someone were moving about with a lamp or electric torch. Mark did not stop to hunt for his pipe. The evil genius of the Grange might be up in the east wing now. Hastily locking the French doors after him, he hurried across the music room and so along the hall into the dining room. As he mounted the circular stairs, he had the odd impression that there was someone on the spiral above him, going stealthily up, someone whom he could not see, but only hear faintly. Yet when he reached the top of the flight and there were no more stairs above, he fancied he could still detect the sound of cautious footsteps mounting upward. His nerves, of course, were playing him a trick. There was nothing above him but the ceiling of the corridor in which his own room was situated. Moreover, the stairs to the east wing were at the farther end of the corridor, and the door leading up to them was closed. The mounting, ghostly footsteps were directly over his head. No wonder Mrs. Carswell complained of queer doings at the Grange. Mark went quickly toward the door to the east wing. As he turned the handle, which yielded readily enough as on the night before, a woman's voice, high-pitched, vibrating with terror, shrieked loudly once, somewhere in the darkness above. Mark, not knowing what to expect, ran up the stairs, 2 at a time. In the musty blackness of the corridor, he collided violently with someone who rushed out from the first room leading off it. "What the devil?" cried a man's voice, choked with fury. An opportune flare of lightning played upon the grimly set countenance of Alwyn Rotherdene. Mark's thoughts raced madly. "Alwyn," he panted, "that scream! For God's sakes, what is going on here?" "The scream came, I think," said Rotherdene brusquely, "from the room at the end of the hall." Snapping on an electric torch, he strode down the long, gloomy corridor to the last room. The door was shut, and Rotherdene struck it open with his foot. The rays from the torch showed the same large, wainscoted apartment into which they had come the night before, crowded with antique furniture, trunks, and packing boxes, and topped by the huge, ornate fireplace. Across the dingy tiles of the wide hearth lay a woman in a huddled, inert heap. The light from the torch glinted on golden hair and the sheen of a costly negligee. "Eve!" Alwyn cried sharply. At that moment Mark fancied that he heard again vague footsteps on unseen stairs. Rotherdene knelt down by his young sister-in-law and, raising the lax golden head, supported it against his knee. "She has only fainted," he pronounced, his voice gruff with a depth of feeling that rather surprised Mark. "Call Mrs. Carswell, will you? Or if she is afraid to come up here, get Facenta Lee. She is the only dependable woman in the house." But other members of the household, aroused by Eve's scream, were gathering excitedly in the hall below, in various stages of undress. Sir Quentin was the first to come up to the east wing. As he bent over Eve, white and limp in Alwyn's supporting arms, his features contracted. He could not speak for emotion. "No need to get in a funk about it, Quentin," the younger Rotherdene admonished. "Something terrified her, and she fainted. She'll be right as rain in a few minutes. She's coming to already." Eve's heavily fringed eyelids quivered open. She stared about her dazedly and wildly. Sir Quentin took her in his arms and held her close to his heart. "What has happened, Eve, my darling?" She clung to him like a terrified child. "Somebody or something jumped out at me from the shadows by the fireplace. Quentin, I can't stay in this hateful house. I'm beginning to believe there's some malignant power trying to harm me. There's the picture and the bronze bust that almost fell on me. And now this." The baronet pressed his lips to her shining hair. "Eve, my dear," he said tenderly, "we'll go for a long, delightful trip on the continent next week, just as soon as this bothersome inquest we're subpoenaed for is over. But I am sure we shall find that the picture and the bust fell by accident, and that it was your own imagination that frightened you tonight. And no wonder, with such a storm. But, Eve, how did you happen to come up here? You appeared to be sleeping very peacefully. When I looked in on you a half an hour ago, I was so fearful of waking you that I did not turn on my light. I thought it might shine through the sitting room and disturb you. And then, after all my pains," in a tone of mock sternness, "I find you've given me the slip. and come up to this desolate wing. Why did you do it, little girl?" Eve stirred restlessly in his embrace. "I couldn't sleep on account of the storm, so I got up to write a letter to Florrie Granger, but I couldn't remember her address. I thought it was in a book in my cabin trunk over there, and I simply came up to get it." "Couldn't the address have waited until morning?" Sir Quentin asked gravely. Eve freed herself petulantly. "I suppose I had a right to come up here, if I chose." "Of course you did, my dear," the baronet answered gently, "but I want you to promise me that you will not do so again at night. Not that I believe there is anybody or anything in the whole Grange that would harm you, but I don't like the notion of your wandering around here at night." "Nothing would induce me to come up here again," she shuddered. The other members of the household were hurrying up the stairs now. "God bless and save us! What's all this?" quavered the excited voice of Mr. Elphick. "Quentin, you here? You're not hurt in any way?" Alwyn Rotherdene suddenly turned on the switch which lighted the room, and the little naturalist's faded eyes blinked affrightedly upon Sir Quentin. "You're quite all right, Quentin?" he persisted, ignoring Eve, who, standing now, leaned white and trembling against her husband. Mr. Elphick, in flowered dressing-gown and Turkish slippers, presented a somewhat grotesque appearance that at any other time would have appealed to Mark's sense of humor. His plentiful gray hair, always hitherto parted in the middle with meticulous care, was tousled and fairly standing on end. His gold-rimmed spectacles bestrode his nose at an undignified slant, and his round, usually rosy face showed flabby and ashen of hue. The little man was plainly terrified out of his wits. The younger Rotherdene viewed him with uncompromising contempt, but Sir Quentin smiled kindly and reassuringly at his elderly kinsman. "Nothing to get fussed over, Cousin Theophilus. Eve found she couldn't sleep and came up here for an address book that was in one of the trunks. The storm excited her nerves, and she imagined someone jumped out at her from the shadows. She screamed and fainted, and that's all there is to it." "Dear, dear!" exclaimed Mr. Elphick testily. "And quite enough, I should think. Her scream gave me a dreadful start. I don't expect to sleep a wink the rest of the night. She shouldn't go roaming about. Not nice to give us such a fright." "And not safe, Sir Quentin. Far from it, sir," declared the quavering voice of Mrs. Carswell. The housekeeper, her frail little form enveloped in a voluminous and somber wrapper, stood hesitating in the doorway. "We all know there's queer doings here at night. Something very wrong, Sir Quentin." The baronet shook his head in reproof. "Certain happenings may appear queer, Mrs. Carswell, but we must not let our imaginations run away with us. I prefer to believe that whatever has occurred is the result of accident, or is the figment of hysteria. But I do feel that matters have reached a point where we should all enjoy more peace of mind if formal investigation was made. And it will be made, very shortly, too." There came an unwonted sternness into his voice. "Shall you call the police, sir?" queried Mrs. Carswell timidly. "I believe the murder in the Hollow is all of a piece with what's happening here." Eve's frayed nerves snapped at this. "Do allow us to forget Craddock Rayner for a minute." Sir Quentin gathered his young wife in his arms as though she were a child. "I'm going to carry you off to bed, little girl. You're all done in. Mrs. Carswell, I'd like you to telephone Dr. Petherton. Cynthia," to the lady's maid whose tall, well-shaped figure in silk negligee was conspicuous among the group of servants who had come up into the wing, "go down and make everything comfortable for her ladyship." Eve voiced a sharp protest. "I shall not require Melsom." Cynthia shrugged. "As your ladyship pleases," a hint of insolence in her tone. "You can go to bed then, Cynthia," said Sir Quentin gravely. "I dare say her ladyship will be able to sleep now." He led the way downstairs, carrying Eve very tenderly. Fazenta Lee, with troubled eyes, followed her erstwhile guardian. "I should be very glad to sit up with Lady Eve," she suggested. "Dr. Petherton may have some instructions." "I don't need anyone, Fazenta," said Eve, not too graciously. Sir Quentin turned to the Romany with his kindly smile. "It's good of you to offer, Fazenta, but, you see," with a touch of whimsicality, "Eve won't have anyone but her husband look after her tonight. I'm dashed proud of being thought so well of." Fazenta stood at the foot of the stairs and watched Sir Quentin carrying his cherished burden as though she were a feather's weight. Fazenta was all gypsy now in a gay red kimono, with her great mass of blue-black hair flowing in glossy tresses to her knees, her dark eyes lustrous and mystical, her skin showing a golden, sunburnt tint in the electric light. There was passion and tragedy in her mobile face, and Mark turned away that he might not read there any secret she would wish to keep guarded. The servants, whispering excitedly, went off to their own quarters. "Bless me, Fazenta!" exclaimed Mr. Elphick, fussily rubbing his hands together. "Are you never going back to bed? The storm is dying down now. Perhaps we can sleep a bit, after all." The Romany shook herself free of whatever thoughts held her. "Perhaps we can, Mr. Elphick," she agreed tonelessly, and went away down the hall. Mr. Elphick's room was at the extreme end of the corridor, his door leading off the main hall to which this side corridor debouched. And so he padded after Fazenta, his slippers a size too big, plopping as he walked. Mark held the door of the east wing for Alwyn Rotherdene and Cynthia Melsom, who were the last to descend. In the stress of events, Mark had not noticed before that Alwyn was fully dressed, even to collar and tie. As a matter of fact, he was still wearing his dinner clothes. His black trousers, however, were no longer immaculate, but dusty and wrinkled. His hands, too, were begrimed. Mark recollected then that Rotherdene had been up in the east wing when Eve had screamed. He had come out from the first room off the corridor. It was probably the rays of his torch gleaming through the cracks of that loosened shutter which he had seen from the terrace. What in the world had Alwyn been doing up there? Cynthia Melsom's eyes, mocking and insolent, were taking in every detail of Alwyn's appearance. "The east wing is hard on clothes, Mr. Rotherdene," she remarked with sly significance. Alwyn's features were rigid under the black curve of his brow. "A word of warning," he said curtly. "Don't let your interest in the east wing take you up there at night. You might share Craddock Rayner's fate." End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of The House on the Downs by Gladys Edson Locke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. In Brighton. Rodney Sherrod's absence from the Grange was reported by one of the servants next morning to Sir Quentin, and caused the latter distress and anxiety. Mark felt it incumbent upon him to tell how he had seen the young gypsy fellow rush away in the storm to the Downs. Eve, questioned with the others, finally admitted that Rodney had had a little tiff with her because she had failed to appreciate duly one of his violin pieces. She supposed he had probably gone off in a pet. The broken fiddle bore out her story. Sir Quentin remarked forbearingly that he was sure Rodney was trying to control his rather wild temper, and that when he realized he had been rude to Eve, his remorse would bring him back in a contrite mood. "No doubt the boy'll be back for dinner," the baronet ended, with a show of optimism. Mark carried out a decision he had come to after worrying over the fact that Cynthia Melsom had telephoned to the green room at the Theatre Royal in Brighton, and had, moreover, evinced a surprising and, as it seemed to him, a suspicious interest in Irene. He walked over the Downs to Lewes, and there took a bus to Brighton. Again he presented himself at the stage door of the Theatre Royal, where, by the judicious investment of another half-crown, he wrung from the reluctant doorkeeper the address at which Irene Grayle was stopping. Within a few minutes Mark was ringing the doorbell at Mrs. Peller's theatrical boarding-house in a steep by-street leading off King's Road. The landlady, a stout, sharp-eyed little woman, informed him that Miss Grayle already had a caller, but that he could wait if he liked. She ushered him into a comfortably furnished, old-fashioned sitting-room liberally ornamented with autographed pictures of actors and actresses. "I suppose," she said, viewing him rather hostilely, "you're from one of the newspapers wanting more information about Craddock Rayner?" "No," Mark answered. "I'm an old friend of Miss Grayle's." Mrs. Peller's hostile expression relaxed. "I am glad to hear that. If those newspaper fellows keep up their libelous insinuations, she'll need friends." The landlady seated herself and showed signs of a disposition to confidence. "I don't mind telling you I'll never believe a word against Irene Grayle. She's prompt at paying, gives herself no airs, and makes no trouble. I couldn't say the same of Mr. Rayner. But perhaps you didn't know he lodged here too? I don't like to speak ill of the dead, and murdered at that, but he gave me a good bit of trouble, what with one thing and another. I couldn't bring myself to congratulate Miss Grayle when I heard she was going to marry him." Mark stirred uneasily. "Would you mind telling me just what you mean, Mrs. Peller?" "Well, now, I don't see why I shouldn't, as you're a friend of Miss Grayle's. To begin with, he owes me for 2 weeks' lodging, though what he did with the handsome salary I'm told Miss Grayle paid him as her leading man, I'm sure I couldn't say, unless he squandered it on women. Women were wild over him, and he wasn't averse to them, not he. I'm in a position to know. Letters and telephones at all hours. I judge he was in a bit of trouble with one woman. He was very sharp with her on the telephone one day. I couldn't help overhearing." Oh, you'll find this will come out a nasty case, and there'll be those in high life involved, too. There were letters in a woman's handwriting coming to Mr. Rayner that had a crest on the envelope. It was no mere chance took him to that lonely spot he was murdered in. He went to Rotherdene Hollow to meet someone, and that person killed him." "Why are you so certain, Mrs. Peller, that he went there by appointment?" The landlady assumed an important mien. "Those letters with the crest on the envelopes all bore the postmark of Rotherdene village, only a mile over the downs from the Hollow, as perhaps you know." "I have been told so," said Mark vaguely, unpleasant suspicions besieging him. They heard someone coming down the stairs. "Miss Grayle's caller going out, most likely," remarked Mrs. Peller. "Now here's an odd thing," she added in a whisper. "That same woman called on Craddock Rayner a week ago and had a quarrel with him in this very room. The door was closed and locked, and I couldn't hear a word of what it was about, but it was plain from the sound of their voices that they were quarreling. The woman in a pretty rage, too. Then, on the afternoon Mr. Rayner was murdered, she comes here and calls on Miss Grayle, and now again today." The landlady broke off abruptly as a woman in a dark tailored suit passed through the hall to the outer door. She did not glance into the sitting room, but went out quickly. Mark, however, caught a glimpse of her face. He was not especially surprised to recognize Cynthia Melsom. "I'll tell Miss Grayle you wish to see her," said Mrs. Peller, rising. As the landlady stepped into the hall, Irene herself came down the stairs. She looked weary and worried, but forced a smile at sight of Mark. "You're going out?" he asked disappointedly, observing that she wore a hat. "Only down on the esplanade to get a breath of sea air. I thought it might freshen me up for the evening." "I say, mayn't I come too?" he begged with almost boyish eagerness. "I'm awfully keen on sea air." A warmth came into Irene's tired eyes. "Do come," she said simply. They walked on the marine parade. The ocean breezes whipped a dash of color into Irene's cheeks, and the sun brought out the burnished gold glints in her hair. The low tide revealed a strip of sand along the pebbly beach. Irene looked wistfully toward the merry throng of bathers. "I'm almost tempted to join them." "Come ahead," applauded Mark. "We can hire suits." "I'm game." Two women approaching them on the esplanade stared deliberately and impertinently at Irene, and then began to whisper and laugh. The shadow settled again on the face of the actress-manageress. She quickened her step and passed the two women. "It wouldn't do, Mark," she said dispiritedly. "I'm notorious enough as it is." Mark glared after the two women. He was suddenly conscious of a desire to commit violence. "Don't let that beastly newspaper rot bother you." His tone was almost savage. "You'll be vindicated at the inquest, and then we'll start a suit for libel against those blithering reporters." Irene's tightened lips relaxed. She slipped her arm through Mark's. "You're rather a dear." "I jolly well hope you'll contrive to hang on to that notion." "Let's be utterly foolish," she suggested abruptly, with an unsteady little laugh, "and come down on the beach and pick up shells. It's such ages since I've done anything like it. I used to love gathering shells and even crabs when I was a child." "Immense idea, Irene," agreed Mark heartily. "No better way to get a wholesome perspective on life than to collect shells and crabs, particularly crabs. Nothing artificial or ultra-civilized about them." The years rolled back for Mark and Irene that afternoon. From shell gathering they tried every amusement that Brighton offered, including a ride on the electric railway along the beach from the aquarium to Kemp Town, and ending with the flying exhibitions from Volk's seaplane station. The big red-gold ball of the sun was sinking in the far margin of the blue sea, and the cry of the gulls sounded weirder and wilder in the gathering shadows as Irene turned reluctantly from the beach. "You've given me a perfect holiday, Mark. It's been a sort of fairy tale. I've just got to drive myself back to reality." "We're going to have a jolly lot more fairy tales," insisted Mark. His sunburnt face lighted up like a boy's. The actress-manageress smiled a little sadly. "I wonder. There's the inquest day after tomorrow." "Oh, dash the inquest. Of course it's no end tragic about Rayner, but you can't do him or yourself any good by brooding over the whole rotten mess. After the inquest, I'm going to make it my business to see that you relegate tragedy into the limbo of forgotten things. And, look here, Irene, I know I'm meddling, but I can't help it. You had a woman come to see you today whose acquaintance won't do you any good. To the best of my belief, she's an adventuress." Irene turned eyes, no longer joyous, upon him. "You mean Cynthia Melsom? You saw her go out from Mrs. Peller's? She came to see me on business, Mark." "For her own gain, not yours," he said with decision. I happen to know she was mixed up in some way with Craddock Rayner, and quarreled violently with him a week ago." "She may have had cause," observed Irene in a low tone. Mark looked at her gravely. "Was Rayner such a rotter, then?" The actress-manageress gave a weary little shrug. "Rather so. Tell me, Mark, how does Cynthia Melsom get on at Rotherdene Grange? I believe she is lady's maid to Lady Eve Rotherdene?" Mark noted a curious constraint in her voice as she named Lady Eve. "Cynthia gets on famously with Sir Quentin," he answered. "He won't hear a word against her, mainly, I think, because her father was his father's faithful old gamekeeper. But I don't fancy Miss Cynthia is a prime favorite with the rest of the household. I know she is not with Elwyn Rotherdene, Sir Quentin's brother." "Nor with Lady Eve?" This sounded more a statement than a query. "Well, no, rather not." "What is Lady Eve like, Mark? Is she very charming and very beautiful?" "Oh, she's a beauty right enough. Golden hair, blue eyes, perfect complexion, knows how to be exceedingly charming, when she chooses. That style, you know." "A bit of a coquette, is she, Mark?" "Well, she likes admirers dangling about her. But I say, Irene, why this amazing interest in Lady Eve Rotherdene?" "Oh, I've heard a great deal about her," she fenced. "She is a celebrated personage in this little section of the world." They had reached Mrs. Peller's boarding house. "If there is anything I can do to make things easier for you," Mark offered, "just let me know. I'm your friend for all time, Irene. That dashed divorce can't prevent us from being friends." "Perhaps it will make us all the better friends," she suggested. "Perhaps," he conceded. "But in any case, I've grown wiser and less bumptious with the years. One does, you know. We'll go shell hunting again next week, eh?" "We'll decide that after the inquest," she evaded. "Now what do you mean by that, Irene?" His voice holding a sharper intonation. "Dear old boy, don't look so tragic. As there is only one day, Sunday, before the inquest, and I want to rest up, we shall have to wait until it is over. Then, too, I ought to show a little decent respect for Craddock Rayner. After all, we were engaged." "Yes," said Mark resentfully, "and I wish to the Lord you never had been." "You can't wish that any more than I do," she answered. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of The House on the Downs by Gladys Edson Locke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The New Parlour-Maid. Sunday passed uneventfully, save for the coming of a new parlour-maid to aid in filling in the depleted ranks of the servants, frightened away by the queer happenings at the Grange after nightfall. Roseanne Jenkins, from a village in the neighboring county of Surrey, professed herself as not at all afraid of weird doings, but, on the contrary, rather thrilled by the thought of them. "I don't know what to make of such boldness," complained the housekeeper. "It's not natural or womanly." "But it's refreshing," declared Sir Quentin. "Let the girl alone, Mrs. Carswell, and don't worry." "I can't help worrying, sir, if she insists on prowling about the Grange at night, as I think she's very likely to do." Sir Quentin looked a little annoyed. "You can't expect to lock us all in our rooms as soon as it becomes dark. You have warned the girl, very thoroughly too, and you need feel no further responsibility in the matter. As you know, I do not share your extreme view of happenings here. I believe hysteria plays a part in them." "It is more than hysteria, Sir Quentin," the housekeeper persisted. "Well, whatever it is," he said forbearingly, "an investigation is to be made and the affair cleared up. In the meantime, try not to make matters seem more sensational than they actually are." Mark, coming up the circular stairway that evening after a late smoke in the library with Sir Quentin, encountered the new parlour-maid in the upper hall, where it formed a right angle with the corridor in which his room was located. She was standing in an attitude of tension. "Do you hear it, sir?" she whispered eagerly. "Like somebody going upstairs, only there aren't any stairs here to go up?" Mark, listening, fancied he heard again, as he had on the night before, the sound of stealthy footsteps mounting upward. Absurd, of course, only blank wall and ceiling above. "There are likely to be odd sounds at night in an old house," he countered. "Old wood and plaster cracking with age, you know. Better go to bed and not let your imagination run riot." The parlour-maid's brown eyes shone with excitement. Her pretty but rather pale face was flushed. "That's no old wood and plaster cracking, sir. If it wasn't footsteps on stairs, what is it then?" "Dashed if I know. I like to think it imagination." "You've heard it before, sir," she guessed shrewdly. Mark smiled lamely. "You've got me there. I fancied I did last night." "And the east wing just above us," she said in a significant tone. "Mrs. Carswell has been filling your ears with tosh, I suppose. There, the sounds, whatever they are, have stopped. Get to bed, Jenkins, and in the morning you'll laugh at your fancies." The parlour-maid shook her becapped head in disavowal. "It's all very queer indeed. Well, good night, sir." Down in the library, Sir Quentin tried vainly to set himself to work on an article on Romany ethnology. His thoughts persisted in wandering from Rodney Sherard, still absent from the Grange, to Eve and her disquieting adventure in the East Wing the night before. Although to Mrs. Carswell and others he made light of these inexplicable happenings at the Grange, in reality they worried him. As he reviewed the train of events, it seemed to him that Eve was mainly the object of attack. Certainly on 2 distinct occasions she had barely escaped serious injury, heavy picture and bronze bust both falling mysteriously and, it seemed, with intent. In regard to last night's occurrence, he feared there was more to it than hysteria. He was beginning to believe there was something definitely wrong with the East Wing. As soon as the inquest was over, that wing must be thoroughly explored. It might hold secrets that it behooved him to know of. In a house dating back to Jacobean days, there might well be secret passages and secret rooms. Did someone in the household know of their existence and make use of them for nefarious purposes? But what person at the Grange could he conceive to be guilty of villainy? He could not bring himself to admit that there was anyone whom he did not trust, anyone whom he could believe capable of wishing harm to his beautiful young wife. His heart warmed at the thought of Eve. She should have a long holiday on the continent, away from all unpleasantness. While they were abroad, an architect could see to the East Wing, tear it down if necessary. Eve's blessed youth should have its fling, unshadowed by gloom. Sir Quentin regretted that she had been subpoenaed for the inquest, a mere formality, of course, as she had hardly known Craddock Rayner, even by name, but it was bound to be unpleasant and would force her to glimpse the seamy side of life. The baronet would like to spare her all that, surround her with nothing but joy. Naturally, she inspired admiration in men. He wasn't selfish enough to begrudge Eve her little triumphs. He had implicit confidence in her, notwithstanding Alwyn's and cousin Theophilus Elphick's warnings that he was spoiling her by his indulgence and encouraging her to get herself talked about with Mostyn. Of course, Mostyn did have a bit of a reputation, but Eve was a coquette only on the surface. She would keep him in his place. But here was Alwyn insisting, too, that she was flirting outrageously with Rodney Sherard. Good gad, what a misogynist that brother of his was! Why, Eve and the boy teased and chaffed one another like brother and sister. He would go up and see that Eve was safely in bed. There must be no more expeditions at night to the East Wing. The door opened and Fazenda Lee came in. Sir Quentin looked up and smiled. "I thought you were asleep long ago. You're a dissipated young woman." The Romany smiled in response, a slow, full-lipped smile. "I thought you might be writing. I wish you would let me arrange and copy the notes. They're in rather a mess, aren't they?" "Well, they are," Sir Quentin admitted, "but I don't want to keep you up till midnight and after. You should be asleep. There's the inquest tomorrow." The gypsy's mouth tightened. "Can't we forget it until tomorrow?" "We will," said Quentin with determination. "You're sure you really want to bring order out of this chaos of illegibility?" Fazenda crossed swiftly to a chair beside him at the table. "I am happiest when you let me help you, dear guardian that was." "I'll have to confess I couldn't do without your help. Cousin Theophilus tries his best, but he fusses and potters and doesn't make much headway. He's fearfully jealous of you, Fazenda." The Romany, sorting out the litter of notes, laughed happily. "I know. He's jealous of everyone about you. You are the sun of his world, Sir Quentin." The baronet laughed too. "Silly of the dear old chap to feel that way about me." "I don't think it silly of him," her voice low and deep-throated. Sir Quentin appeared both amused and touched. "I know, dear girl, you're uncommonly, feudally loyal." "Till the end of all things," she declared softly, wistfully. The baronet bestowed an affectionate look upon her. "Dear girl," he said again. The Romany's long dark lashes flickered and fell. She bent over the notes. "This excerpt from Brighton is very scholarly," she remarked. Sir Quentin removed his cigar and surveyed her thoughtfully. "I'm not going to be selfish and keep you up too late. You've been working hard on these notes, and now with this inquest and all, you're tired and a bit upset." "Oh, I can see that you are. Do you happen to know if Eve is safely in bed? Lady Eve is in the music room with Mr. Rotherdene. Sir Quentin seemed pleased. I hope those two are beginning to hit it off better. Alwyn is such a hopeless woman-hater that he has never quite appreciated Eve. Fazenda, writing rapidly, broke the point of her pencil. I don't think Mr. Rotherdene underestimates Lady Eve. Well, by George, he ought not to, laughed Sir Quentin, puffing blandly at his cigar. But that priceless brother of mine is singularly blind in some respects. Fazenda selected another pencil from the tray on the table. You'd like these statistics compiled by R.D. Hollis, wouldn't you? While Sir Quentin and Fazenda Lee were working painstakingly on the ethnology of gypsies, Eve in the music room was listening with languid insolence to Alwyn Rotherdene. He was reading her a heated lecture on the depravity of her flirtation with Lord Mostyn. In the glow of the crystal luster above, her hair shone like spun gold, and her eyes were deeply blue and cold as the sea. Why so much fervor, Alwyn? She stifled a little yawn. His aquiline features were stern and hard. I love my brother too well to stand by without a word and see him made a fool of by his wife and the man he receives here as a guest. But that's all tosh, Alwyn. Mostyn is just an amusement. One must have amusement in this dull hole, and he's really quite harmless. He's a damned microbe, cried Rotherdene hotly. Eve laughed, a soft, teasing, provocative laugh. Not jealous by any chance, Alwyn? His black brows peaked. What do you mean? Her laugh, repeated, held an unmistakable hint of challenge. Don't you suppose I can read the signs? You are more than half in love with me yourself. You are mad, he said curtly. Her eyes filled with a mingled light, a light of allurement and cruelty. Am I mad? Look at me, Alwyn, she mocked. Ah, you can't deny it. You love me, love me. The blood rushed darkly to his face. He seized her roughly in his arms. There are times I could kill you. She continued to smile, unafraid, adorably. He gripped her shoulders and strained her to him, raining passionate kisses upon her lips. Then he flung her from him. God forgive me, you witch! Eve, I ought to kill you for my own honor's sake. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of The House on the Downs by Gladys Edson Locke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Platinum Bracelet. With the morning came the coroner's inquest held at the village schoolhouse. Mark found Rotherdene the same quaint, old-world place of his boyhood's memories. There was the tiny stone church with its squat, red-tiled tower, the cluster of thatched cottages, their flint walls overgrown with roses and ivy, farmsteads set amidst venerable trees, and the roomy ancient inn. Alwyn Rotherdene did not ride in the motor brougham with the others from the Grange. He had an early and solitary breakfast, after which he set out for the village alone and on foot. The inquest upon the death of Craddock Rayner was opened at 10 o'clock. The schoolhouse was thronged with police, officials of all sorts, witnesses, the entire household from the Grange, including the slender staff of servants, the Rotherdene family solicitor, reporters from local newspapers, 2 or 3 representatives from the London press, actors and actresses from the Theatre Royal in Brighton, county gentry, village folk, shepherds, and ploughmen. The 12 good men and true, required under the provisions of the old statute to form a jury, were all of them either Rotherdene tradesmen or Rotherdene householders or downland farmers. Mark waited outside the schoolhouse until Irene Grayle arrived with the members of her company. The actress-manageress was quietly and unobtrusively dressed in black, and showed herself desirous of attracting as little attention as possible. She thanked Mark gratefully when he asked if he might sit with her, but said that she felt it would be best under the circumstances for her to sit with the people from the theatre. Although Irene was somewhat pale and her eyes faintly shadowed, Mark thought she looked very lovely. He liked the way the sun glinted on the bronze gold of her hair, showing beneath the smart little hat she wore. Reluctantly he resigned her to her theatrical friends, and went over to the seats reserved for the Rotherdene family. Sir Quentin, grave and troubled, kept glancing anxiously at Eve, whose eyes were fever-bright, her cheeks slightly over-rouged. "Are you feeling well enough to remain?" he asked, for perhaps the 10th time since they had left the Grange. Eve gave an impatient little twitch to her shoulders. "I wish you wouldn't fuss so, Quentin. I'm quite all right. Besides, we've no choice but to remain, have we?" Rodney Sherrod, though subpoenaed, too, was still missing, and not even the police had succeeded in discovering his whereabouts. This fact, of course, worried the baronet, and then, too, Alwyn Rotherdene was in one of his black, silent moods, and now declined to sit with the family as he had previously declined to ride with them. So he sat by himself across the hall, dark-browed and grim of feature. A singular expression played upon his fine eyes, and the lines of his mouth as Lord Mostyn, dapper, debonair, with his air of easy gallantry, stepped over to Eve and engaged her for a few moments in light raillery, exceedingly ill-timed, if no more. Eve responded in like vein, glancing up at Mostyn provocatively from under her gold-tipped lashes. The trouble in Sir Quentin's face grew. Fazenta sought to divert his attention. "We might commence the new article on ethnology this evening," she suggested. "I made some very interesting notes and excerpts yesterday afternoon." Mr. Elphick, seated on the baronet's left, bridled, and his pink, cherubic face flushed. "Really, my dear Fazenta, really, I fancy the notes and excerpts I myself compiled yesterday are perhaps as interesting and valuable as yours, and I think I may say with confidence that my method of arranging and presenting them is at least as orderly and systematic as yours can be. Moreover, Quentin, I am your actual secretary, am I not?" The little man settled his spectacles in some agitation. Sir Quentin's countenance relaxed in a smile of affectionate forbearance. "I should rather think you were, Cousin Theophilus. Couldn't do without you, not even with Fazenta's help. I dare say I'll need you both this evening." Fazenta shrugged resignedly and turned her dark Romany eyes upon the coroner, who was just seating himself, with a comment to the court to settle down to its business. The first stage of the proceedings yielded little that was new or exciting. The body of the deceased was formally identified by the lessee and manager of the Theatre Royal in Brighton. The shepherd and the ploughman who had found the body testified next. Inspector Haskett of the village police, following them in the extemporized witness box, told of his investigation of Rotherdene Hollow, ending in his discovery of a small, blood-stained knife or poniard with jeweled hilt. Mark, involuntarily glancing at Fazenta saw her features stiffen. Haskett went on to tell of his examination of Rayner's clothing and what it contained: money in gold, silver, and notes, gold watch and chain, gold cigarette case and matchbox, other small items, and lastly a platinum bracelet set with diamonds. Sir Quentin gave a little start at mention of that bracelet and glanced at Eve. She was gazing steadily at the witness, and her heavily fringed lashes did not flicker. From Eve, the baronet looked across the aisle at Cynthia Melsom, seated among the other servants from the Grange. The lady's maid was stirred by the description of this bracelet, if her mistress was not. The concern in Sir Quentin's face deepened. "Did you observe any identifying initials on the bracelet?" the coroner was asking. "Not one, sir." Inspector Haskett then added that there had been a fine diamond ring on the third finger of Rayner's right hand, and this furthered the impression that the murder had not been committed for robbery. He also emphasized the fact that a moonflower had been clenched in the dead man's hand. Haskett's concluding statement brought out the fact, hitherto untouched upon, that Rayner's private motor car had been found hidden away in a wooded spot in a hollow of the Downs. The evidence of the police surgeon who had performed the post-mortem was to the effect that the deceased had come to his death by the downward thrust of a slender knife or dirk through the back of the neck. The blade, cutting through the coat close to the edge of the collar, had severed both the jugular vein and the carotid artery. Death had probably ensued within a few minutes, before the victim had had time or strength to make his way through the dingle in search of help. The fact that there was blood all about the vicinity where he had been found would indicate that he had striven to reach aid. The testimony of the local practitioner, Dr. Petherton, who had examined the body before its removal to the mortuary, brought forth no additional data, save that Rayner had been dead a little over an hour when this preliminary examination had been made. Thus the hour at which the murder had occurred was established as approximately 4:30 p.m. Mr. Elphick was summoned next. The little naturalist advanced to the witness box with an air both of perturbation and of almost childish pleasure and importance at suddenly finding himself the center of attention. He seemed rather of an anomaly in a court of criminal investigation, this somewhat prim, precise, old-fashioned-looking gentleman, with his gold-rimmed spectacles and benevolent expression. The coroner perhaps felt this, for he commenced his questioning with gentleness and courtesy, and permitted the witness to explain in redundant detail how he chanced to be in the vicinity of Rotherdene Hollow on the afternoon of the murder. But when Mr. Elphick, flattered by the coroner's apparent interest in himself and his butterfly hunt, went on to enumerate with painstaking exactness of Latin phraseology the various genera of butterfly he had captured upon that occasion, the coroner was obliged to remind him that he must confine himself strictly to what he knew about the murder. "Bless me! What I know about the murder?" the witness echoed in shocked tones. "My dear sir, I know it was not, so to speak, a nice murder, not a nice murder at all." The coroner, maintaining exemplary patience, finally induced Mr. Elphick to set forth explicitly what he had observed of the condition and surroundings of the deceased. "You saw that there was a moonflower clenched in one hand?" The witness blinked solemnly through his spectacles. "There was a moonflower, to be sure." "What significance did you attach to that flower?" "Significance?" stammered Mr. Elphick. Why, no significance. Why should I?" "I am asking you." The coroner was losing his patience. "I understand from what Inspector Haskett told me that evening that you evinced a rather extraordinary interest in this flower. Do you know of anyone who is especially fond of moonflowers, or is in the habit of wearing them?" "My dear sir, there is no harm in being fond of moonflowers, or in wearing them either, for that matter." "Who do you know that likes moonflowers well enough to wear them?" snapped the coroner. The little naturalist looked like a frightened rabbit. He cast an appealing and apologetic glance at Sir Quentin, grave and perturbed. Eve was clasping and unclasping her little gloved hands. Truculently pressed by the coroner, Mr. Elphick admitted that Lady Eve Rotherdene was fond of moonflowers, and usually wore one or more. "Do you happen to know if she was wearing moonflowers on the afternoon of the murder?" Mr. Elphick blinked at the eagerly listening spectators. His round, clean-shaven face was the picture of dismay and indecision. "I'm sure I couldn't say. I didn't notice when she passed me. I had just caught a Thecla quercus in my net, a very beautiful genus of butterflies, sir." "You saw Lady Rotherdene on the downs, then?" The witness straightened his spectacles. "She was just walking, sir. Oh, just walking." "What time was this?" The coroner's voice sounded harsh. Mr. Elphick hesitated, glancing distressfully at Sir Quentin. Under pressure by the coroner, he finally admitted that it was after 3 o'clock, since he himself had not left the Grange until 3. This admission produced the first element of distinct sensation which had thus far pervaded the courtroom. "What direction was Lady Eve Rotherdene walking in?" Mr. Elphick's fingers began to tap agitatedly on the ledge of the witness box. His faded eyes were very bright now and held a peculiar light. "She was walking, westward, so to speak." The coroner leaned a little forward from his desk. "Westward?" he repeated sharply. "You mean she was walking toward Rotherdene Hollow, don't you?" The little naturalist quailed under his interrogator's scrutiny. "I didn't see her go into the hollow," he evaded. "But you saw her go toward it?" The witness hesitated again. He seemed unable to meet anyone's eye. "Really now, really." "Did you see her go toward Rotherdene Hollow, yes or no?" thundered the coroner. Tension in the court ran high. An unwonted pallor had spread over Sir Quentin's face. There was a little flutter of fear in Eve's eyes. Mr. Elphick coughed apologetically. "Yes," he stammered, "so to speak, yes." "How long before you saw her coming back?" "I did not see her coming back. I went up a higher slope in pursuit of a Vanessa Cardui, a most exquisite specimen, Mr. Coroner, and not to be found everywhere on these downs, a bit rare, so to speak." "Well, when did you see Lady Eve Rotherdene again?" The coroner's tone was brusque. Mr. Elphick took off his spectacles and commenced to polish them on the corner of an immaculate handkerchief. "Let me think. It was, yes, at dinner. Yes, at dinner." "She was wearing moonflowers then?" The witness put on his spectacles with an air of mild astonishment. "To be sure she was. And bless me, why not? She almost always wears moonflowers." The coroner opened a box on the desk before him and drew out the platinum bracelet, set with diamonds, which Inspector Haskett had found among Craddock Rayner's effects. "Ever seen this bracelet before?" Mr. Elphick peered with some perturbation at the costly object. "Really, Mr. Coroner, really, I shouldn't like to, be too precise about it." "Have you or have you not seen this bracelet before?" snapped the coroner. A ripple of interest ran about the court. The witness touched his forehead with his flawless handkerchief. "I might say," he ventured with a deprecatory smile, "that I have seen one like it." "Belonging to whom?" The coroner leaned nearer across his desk. Mr. Elphick looked about him helplessly from coroner to jury and back again to the coroner. The latter relentlessly urged his question again. The little naturalist, with a resigned air, folded his chubby hands on the ledge of the witness box. "I have seen Lady Eve Rotherdene wear a bracelet resembling, so to speak, that one," he admitted in a quavering voice. The coroner drew back in his chair, satisfied. A louder murmur of excitement rippled around the room. The coroner consulted some notes. Then he drew another object from the box on his desk and held it up suddenly before Mr. Elphick. The little naturalist's weak eyes goggled at sight of that slender, jewel-hilted poniard with the dark stains on its keen blade. "You have seen this before, Mr. Elphick?" "I saw Inspector Haskett pick it up from the ground in Rotherdene Hollow. Not a nice exhibit. Not nice at all." "Mr. Elphick," the coroner's voice hardened, "I understand from Inspector Haskett that you refer to this knife as a paper cutter. What reason had you for so terming it?" "Reason?" stammered the witness. "Dear, dear, doesn't it look like a paper cutter?" "Mr. Elphick," the coroner leaned nearer again, "who is the owner of this paper cutter?" The little naturalist fussily adjusted his spectacles again. His faded eyes were owl-like in their solemnity. "I do not think it incumbent upon me to state," he announced primly. "It is incumbent upon you not to hinder the course of justice," said the coroner severely. "If you know the owner of this instrument, as I am convinced you do, it is your duty to inform the court." The witness remained silent, evidently the prey of a variety of conflicting emotions. His round and rosy face had gone pale and taken on a flabby appearance, but his eyes were oddly alight. "Come now, Mr. Elphick," hammered the coroner. "Someone at Rotherdene Grange is the owner of this implement?" Mr. Elphick came to a decision. "I may say I have seen it, or one resembling it, at the Grange," he conceded. The coroner was quick to urge the point. "In whose possession?" The witness continued evasive. "Bless me, my dear sir, I can't say that I have actually seen it in anyone's possession. I have simply seen it lying on a desk, a certain writing desk." "Whose writing desk?" thundered the coroner. Mr. Elphick looked at him in mild rebuke. "I am not deaf, my dear sir. I have seen that paper cutter. I prefer to term it a paper cutter, lying on a certain desk in a certain sitting room, where several persons, beside the actual owner, could have had an opportunity to use it, as a paper cutter, of course." The coroner was becoming apoplectic with impatience. "Will you be good enough to name the actual owner without further preamble?" Once more Mr. Elphick found it necessary to adjust his spectacles. "The writing desk on which I have seen that paper cutter is the property, so to speak, of Lady Eve Rotherdene." "Mr. Coroner, I object." Sir Quentin Rotherdene sprang up in protest, a grayish hue marking his features. Eve, straight and rigid in her chair, wore a dazed look of horror. Fazenta-Lee whispered something to her, but she seemed not to hear. Excitement in the room rose to such a pitch that an usher was obliged to rap for order. The coroner reflected. "I am sorry, but your objection cannot be sustained, Sir Quentin," he said finally in bland, apologetic tones. "But you may stand down, Mr. Elphick. I have no further questions to ask you." A moment later the next witness was called. Cynthia Melsom. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of The House on the Downs by Gladys Edson Locke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Coil within coil. The lady's maid, in smart hat and tailored suit, created a stir among the members of the jury, all of whom had known her since her childhood. She was entirely self-possessed, and at once tried the effect of her smiles upon the coroner. That official responded to the extent of treating her with a certain amount of deference which her position in life would scarcely have exacted. Cynthia was shown the platinum bracelet and the stained poniard. Without hesitation, she identified them both as Lady Eve's property. "When did you last see them in her ladyship's possession?" The witness paused as though to give emphasis to her words. "I have not seen the bracelet for over 10 days, but I saw the dagger, it was used as a paper cutter, on Lady Eve's desk in her sitting room Thursday noon." "It was not there in the afternoon?" "I couldn't say as to that. It was my afternoon off." "Did you walk on the downs?" "I did not," said Cynthia, more sharply than the occasion seemed to warrant. "I took the bus and went to Lewes to visit an old aunt of mine there." Mark looked at the witness in some surprise. He remembered that Mrs. Peller, Irene Grayle's landlady, had told him that Cynthia had called on the actress-manageress on that Thursday afternoon in question. Why was Cynthia lying? The coroner stroked his chin reflectively. "Can you offer any suggestions as to how Lady Eve Rotherdene's platinum bracelet came to be found on the person of the deceased?" Cynthia's eyes and the lines of her mouth hardened. "I dare say she gave it to him." "She was acquainted with Mr. Rayner, then?" "A bit more than acquainted, I should say." The coroner straightened in his chair. "What do you mean by more than acquainted?" Cynthia's lips curled in a slight sneer. "A lady's maid gets to know things. She had letters and telephones from him." Another wave of interest swept through the court, and necks craned eagerly in Eve's direction. She was staring resentfully at the witness, her color very vivid. Sir Quentin's face was set like a mask. "Of what nature were these communications from the deceased?" the coroner was asking. "I presume you, inspected them? Were they what might be termed amatory?" The lady's maid gave a slight, scornful shrug. "They'd gone beyond that stage. Oh, this was an affair of long standing. Craddock Rayner had some hold on Lady Eve. He was pressing her for money, hush money." "On what date did she receive the latest communication from him?" "On Thursday morning Mr. Soames, the butler at the Grange, gave me a letter postmarked Brighton and in Craddock Rayner's handwriting to carry up to Lady Eve." More excitement in the courtroom. Thursday was the day of the murder. The coroner made some careful notes. "What was Lady Eve's demeanor upon receiving this letter?" "She flushed up and ordered me from the room." "Were you able later to inspect this letter?" Cynthia gave a little toss to her head. "I was not. Lady Eve must have destroyed it." The coroner, after a few more questions of no special importance, motioned Cynthia to stand down. Mark was summoned next. His examination was mainly formal and consisted of questions relative to the discovery of Rayner's body. He did no more than corroborate the testimony of Inspector Haskett and Mr. Elphick, and tried, but without success, to evade mention of the moonflower in the dead man's hand. Mrs. Peller, Irene Grayle's landlady at Brighton, followed him in the witness box. The stout, keen-eyed little woman showed herself ready and voluble in regard to the affairs of her deceased lodger, but obstinately reticent when the name of the actress-manageress was introduced. Mrs. Peller informed the court, as she had Mark, that Mr. Rayner was 2 weeks in arrears to her, and that he had been the constant recipient of letters and telephones from women. "He even received a telephone Thursday noon directly after he came back from a morning rehearsal," she volunteered. "It was a woman's voice asked for him, a lady's voice. Soft and low, cultured, you might call it, sir. She had telephoned him several times before. He was always sharp with her, too, seemed to be trying to hold her to some agreement. Not that I ever tried to listen, but one couldn't help catching a word now and then." "Just so," the coroner acquiesced. "Now, about this telephone on Thursday noon. Did you, happen to overhear any of the conversation?" The witness flushed slightly. "Well, I did, sir," she admitted. "Just before Mr. Rayner rang off, I heard him say 3:30 then, and without fail. I can make it in my car." "Did you happen to ring up the Central Exchange to find out where the call came from?" Mrs. Peller looked disappointed with herself. "I never thought of it." A subdued ripple of amusement ran through the court. The witness settled herself stiffly in her chair. The coroner very gently went on to question her about the letters the dead actor was in the habit of receiving. Mrs. Peller, her brief resentment overcome by her desire to prove herself an invaluable witness, dwelt in detail upon the letters that had come to Rayner in a woman's handwriting, bearing a crest on the envelope and the postmark of Rotherdene village. "You never discovered the name of this correspondent?" "No, I never did." Mrs. Peller spoke with evident regret. The coroner next questioned her regarding any visitors Craddock Rayner had recently had. The landlady was communicative on this subject also, and told how Cynthia Melsom had called upon him a week before the murder, and quarreled bitterly with him in the sitting-room. She had not been able to hear what it was all about. "She didn't give me her rightful name," said Mrs. Peller in an aggrieved tone, "and I didn't know who she was till I saw her in the witness box." Mark was glad that the landlady did not tell of Cynthia's later visits to Irene Grayle on the afternoon of the murder and again on the day he had called at the theatrical lodging-house. He wished Irene's name kept out of the affair as far as possible. The coroner, however, soon introduced it. He asked if the relations between the actress-manageress and Rayner had continued friendly up to the day of the latter's death. Mrs. Peller became wary. "Rather more than friendly, sir. Their engagement was announced only Wednesday night, the night before he was murdered." "There didn't seem to be any cloud between them up to Thursday noon, when I understand you last saw the deceased?" Mrs. Peller sniffed cynically. "Not time enough for that. He was clever. She'd no inkling of affairs with other women. I never discuss one lodger with another, so she didn't know what I knew." "I understand," said the coroner blandly, "that Miss Grayle was out on Thursday afternoon?" "What of it?" demanded the witness tartly. "Most of my lodgers were out then. Theatrical folk must get the air when they can." The coroner nodded. "Did Miss Grayle happen to tell you where she was going?" "She did not. I don't play chaperone to my lodgers. They go and come as they like." The coroner was persistent. "Did Miss Grayle seem excited and overwrought when she went out?" "Not that I noticed. There was no reason why she should be." The coroner let this pass. "What time did Miss Grayle return?" "Oh, sometime between 5 and 6. I didn't look at the clock." "She was very much overwrought then?" the coroner insinuated gently. Mrs. Peller's lips tightened. "She was sick," she answered shortly, "so sick she couldn't act that evening." The coroner stroked his chin. "Ah, yes. And what was the nature of her sickness?" "Collapse," snapped Mrs. Peller. "Nerves, if you will have it. But that doesn't prove," she added belligerently, "that she knew a thing about Rayner's murder. She'd been working hard at the theater, and had a deal of responsibility on her shoulders. She just broke down under it, that's all." The coroner made a gesture of dismissal. "You may stand down, Mrs. Peller." Not altogether to Mark's surprise, Cynthia Melsom was recalled. The lady's maid had not lost a whit of her composure, but the coroner's manner toward her had hardened, and his tone was peremptory as he bade her explain why she had not stated that she was acquainted with Craddock Rayner and had called upon him at his lodgings. Cynthia smiled with cool insolence. "I understood that I was supposed simply to answer questions, not to volunteer information." The coroner's mouth set severely. "How long have you known the deceased?" Cynthia shrugged indifferently. "Oh, I met him a few years ago. I was on the stage myself then, playing extras in a barnstorming company. Rayner was a juvenile lead. He borrowed a bit of money I had contrived to save up, and then skipped to parts unknown. I couldn't find out what had become of him until a few days ago. I saw his picture in a Brighton paper. He'd grown older, of course, but I recognized him. I went over to Brighton, found out where he lodged, and asked him for the money he had owed me for so long. He denied at first that he had ever borrowed it, and we did have a few words, but he finally agreed to pay me 2 weeks from then. That would be this coming Wednesday, and we parted civilly." The coroner looked fixedly at the witness. "You say you recognized the deceased by his picture? Did you not recognize him by his name as well?" A shade of surprise crossed Cynthia's face. She hesitated and glanced around the court before meeting the coroner's eyes. "He had changed his name," she finally admitted. The coroner straightened with satisfaction. "And what was his name when you knew him?" Cynthia appeared slightly annoyed. "He called himself Barnard Darrell then. I don't know if it was his real name." The coroner continued to survey her sharply. "You must have been very friendly with the deceased at that time to loan him your savings." The lady's maid gave a smile, signifying contempt for his insinuation. "Not at all," she answered coldly. "It was purely a matter of business. He promised me a high rate of interest. I was young and gullible, and he did me in." "When did you last see the deceased?" the coroner inquired suavely. The witness arched her eyebrows in a glance of surprise. "Why, that day I called on him at Brighton, 2 weeks ago, this next Wednesday." This concluded her testimony. The next witness was a middle-aged taxi-man, a big, hulking fellow in a tightly buttoned uniform that seemed several sizes too small for him. His red, blotchy face and bleared eyes suggested an intimate acquaintance with fourpenny ale. He was sworn in under the name of Tom Spurge. Mark found his evidence of an unpleasant and disquieting trend. It concerned Irene and the fact that on the afternoon of Rayner's death, at 2:45, the actress-manageress had hailed the cabman at the corner of King's Road and West Street and directed him to drive her as quickly as possible to Rotherdene village. The coroner held up his hand. "Just a minute, Spurge. You are absolutely certain your fare was Miss Irene Grayle of the Theatre Royal?" The taximan glared in beery truculence. "I'd ought to be, governor. Ain't I drove her every night from the theatre to Mrs. Peller's?" The coroner asked no further question on this score. "Did Miss Grayle appear excited and overwrought on Thursday afternoon?" Spurge mopped his perspiring forehead with a vivid and not too clean handkerchief. "I ain't meaning no harm to the lady, governor. She was always a generous fare, but she did seem a bit upset, and in a vast hurry, too." "What time did you reach Rotherdene village?" "Didn't reach it at all, governor. When we got about a mile distant from it, Miss Grayle told me to let her out. She were going to walk the rest of the way over the downs. Queer taste I thought it to go tramping over hills in the hot sun, but I hadn't no cause for complaint. She gave me a quid and told me not to wait. She'd come back by bus." "Now just where did you leave Miss Grayle, Spurge?" "I've told you, governor. A mile or so out o' the village." The coroner was insistent. "Near Rotherdene Hollow?" The watery eyes of the cabman protruded painfully. His breathing was noisily audible. "I ain't going to get the lady into trouble, governor. She gave me a quid." "You'll get yourself into trouble, my man, if you don't speak up," warned the coroner harshly. "Remember, you are under oath to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth. Now, did you leave Miss Grayle near Rotherdene Hollow?" Spurge respired like a horse. "It warn't far from there," he acknowledged sullenly. "What time was this?" "Matter of 20 minutes to 3:45. The coroner sat back in his chair, content. He had made his point. Irene Grayle had been in the vicinity of Rotherdene Hollow about 3:45, and according to medical testimony, the murder of Craddock Rayner had occurred at approximately 4:30. "Stand down, Spurge," he bade in quiet, even tones. The cabman obeyed and lurched back to his seat, leaving in his wake a savory odor of fourpenny ale. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of The House on the Downs by Gladys Edson Locke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Checkmate. Irene Grayle was summoned next. Tension in the courtroom ran high as the actress-manageress seated herself in the witness box. Out of that sea of faces, turned toward her for the most part in undisguised curiosity and appraisal, her gaze sought out and seemed to see just one, Mark's. He tried to convey to her his sympathy and confidence and staunch friendship. The coroner began his preliminary questions amidst a dead silence. Irene, in quiet, steady tones, gave a brief account of her professional association with Craddock Rayner. 3 years ago she had engaged him as a juvenile lead. He was already known to her by reputation as a provincial repertory actor of some promise. Within a year she had advanced him to the position of first lead. The coroner looked down at certain memoranda on the table before him. After a minute he turned from these papers to the witness. "During the 3 years in which the deceased was a member of your company, did you know or come to suspect that he had some entanglement with any woman or women?" "I did not," said Irene, somewhat sharply. "If I had, I should not have become engaged to marry him." "When was this proposed marriage to take place?" "We had not decided upon the date. You will remember the engagement was not announced until Wednesday evening." Only a few hours, then, before Mr. Rayner was murdered, the coroner insinuated. Irene closed her eyes for a moment. Yes, she assented, in a barely audible voice. Now, Miss Grayle, the coroner went on relentlessly, between the announcement of your engagement on Wednesday evening and the hour of the murder on Thursday afternoon, did you discover or have reason to suspect any feminine entanglement in the life of the deceased? No, she answered, in the same low-breathed tone. You received no letter, telephone, visit, or other communication from any woman in reference to Mr. Rayner? Irene looked above the heads of the spectators. No, she responded again, a little more loudly. The coroner straightened to the attack. Then why did you drive in a taxicab to the vicinity of Rotherdene Hollow, where Craddock Rayner was murdered, within approximately 3/4 of an hour or less after your arrival there? Complete silence fell on the room. Mark struggled with a desire to smite the coroner as he sat there in judgment on Irene. The actress-manageress turned a very pale but self-possessed face upon her interrogator. I was tired out from my work at the theatre. I hoped a drive through the peaceful downland village would freshen me up for the evening. I had heard of the picturesqueness of Rotherdene. Hadn't you heard also, bullied the coroner, that Craddock Rayner, your affianced husband, was the recipient of letters and telephones from a woman in the vicinity of Rotherdene? That he was, in fact, going that afternoon to keep an appointment with her in Rotherdene Hollow? An almost defiant expression came into Irene's eyes. I suppose it would be useless to make a denial. Just so, the coroner agreed. How and when did you learn these facts relative to the deceased? I declined to answer. Miss Grayle, admonished the coroner, his voice bland and suave, now that he had scored an important point. You will not help yourself by a refusal to reply. The actress-manageress gave a weary little smile. I am not on trial, I presume? The coroner allowed this to pass, contenting himself with another leading question. Who was the woman with whom the deceased had an appointment in Rotherdene Hollow? I decline to answer that question also. The coroner showed signs of irritation. Perhaps you will be kind enough to inform the court why you refuse to name this woman? I think, said Irene in a low, firm voice, that she has suffered enough through Craddock Rayner. The coroner stroked his heavy chin, surveying her speculatively. What was your purpose in going to Rotherdene Hollow? Irene hesitated and glanced at the eagerly listening spectators. Then she turned again to the coroner. I did not go for any sensational purpose. I simply wanted to question Mr. Rayner in the presence of the woman he had gone to meet. I had to find out if my informant had given me the true facts about Mr. Rayner. You still decline to state the name of your informant and the alleged facts divulged by this person? I do, her tone and manner unyielding. The coroner leaned back in his chair and settled his spectacles. Did you question the deceased and his woman companion? The actress-manageress shivered slightly. No. The monosyllable so faint that it scarcely carried to the ears of the jury. Why not? Snapped the coroner. Irene's fingers gripped the arms of the chair. The woman was not there. But Rayner, wasn't he there? Horror convulsed Irene's features. Mr. Rayner was dead. A wave of excitement swept over the court. The coroner eyed the witness with severity. Describe the condition of the deceased and his surroundings. For a moment, Irene seemed on the verge of a collapse. Then, with a visible effort, she pulled herself together. Mr. Rayner was just as other witnesses have described him. He was lying partly on his side with one arm outstretched. There was blood oozing over his collar and the shoulder of his coat, blood on the heather and the bushes, a horrible sight. She shuddered and closed her eyes, as though to shut out the memory of it. The coroner's expression was uncompromising. Did you hear or see any person in or near the hollow? No. What did you do when you discovered the body? I am afraid I fled from the hollow. Did you notice anyone about when you emerged from it? I was too dazed and too horrified to notice anything. I went up on the downs and walked until I saw the Brighton bus coming. I reached Mrs. Peller's about 6:15. As you know, my nerves gave way completely, and I was unable to act that evening. The coroner bent toward her across the table. Why did you not report Rayner's murder? I hardly knew what I was about. I could think only of one thing, to get away from it all. But when you reached Brighton, you must have recollected that Rayner's absence from the theatre that evening would have to be accounted for." Irene's distraught eyes avoided the coroner's. "I tell you, my nerves went to pieces. I could think of nothing." "Very well, that will do," said the coroner gravely. Mark wanted to go forward and assist Irene to her seat, but he felt that she would not wish him to do so. Eve was the next witness. Sir Quentin, his face gone curiously gray, watched his young wife as she was sworn in. Eve exhibited a studied and graceful composure. Her blonde loveliness had never shown to better advantage than now when she confronted the avid throng in the drab courtroom. In her smart costume, modeled in strict accord with the dictates of Paris, she seemed the embodiment of youth, beauty, and allurement. Alwyn Rotherdene's somber gaze never left Eve's face. Once she glanced at him, and a suggestion of a smile played for a moment at the corners of her lips. The coroner lost no time in getting to the point. "How long had your ladyship known the deceased?" Eve arched her eyebrows in surprise. "I did not know Craddock Rayner." "Did not know him?" almost shouted the coroner. "Not personally, no." Eve spoke with inimitable composure. "I saw him once on the stage at the Theatre Royal in Brighton, about 2 weeks ago, when I gave a box party there." "Would that be the night your ladyship was taken suddenly faint, while the first act was on?" "I suppose it was that night. I have not been to the theatre since I gave that box party. The ventilation was very bad. It is a wonder no one else fainted." Her tone held a certain slight defiance. The coroner consulted his notes. "Your ladyship," he said impressively, "I shall have to draw your attention to the result of an investigation which Inspector Haskett made at the Theatre Royal in Brighton, relative to the affairs of the deceased. To save time, I shall not recall Inspector Haskett, but for the benefit of the gentlemen of the jury, as well as yourself, I propose to read aloud certain items of information which the inspector succeeded in eliciting. They are as follows. The deceased made particular inquiries as to the name of the lady who had fainted during his opening speech. When told who you were, he said you resembled a girl he had met several years ago. Furthermore, your ladyship, on Thursday noon the deceased inquired of the stage doorkeeper, who is a native of this village, the shortest motor route to Rotherdene Grange, where he said he was going to call. Now, in view of this testimony," the coroner laid down his notes and looked fixedly at the witness. "Do you still deny that you were personally acquainted with the deceased?" "I protest, Mr. Coroner," cried Sir Quentin explosively, rising to his feet. "If you desire to give evidence later, Sir Quentin," the coroner began courteously, "I will allow an opportunity for you to do so, but I cannot sustain your objection now." The baronet sat down. He seemed to have aged 10 years since the inquest opened. Every neck was craned toward Eve. Her forced composure still held her, only her fluttering hands and quick-drawn breath evinced her suspense. The coroner repeated his question. "I was not personally acquainted with Craddock Rayner," Eve answered, a half-insolent, half-defiant note in her voice. "But you had corresponded with him?" persisted the coroner. "No," she denied. From the box on the desk before him, the coroner drew forth again the platinum bracelet set with diamonds. "Is this your bracelet?" he asked curtly. Eve was entirely self-possessed now. "It is my bracelet," she admitted steadily. "I have not seen it for over 10 days. I have reason to believe it was stolen from me." "By whom, your ladyship?" Eve's blue eyes were cold as steel. "By my maid, Cynthia Melsom. I have missed several articles since she has been in my service." The coroner, to Eve's apparent disappointment, did not press the point. Instead, he abruptly shifted the trend of his inquiry. "Did you have an appointment to meet the deceased in Rotherdene Hollow on the afternoon of Thursday last?" "I have already said that I was not personally acquainted with Craddock Rayner, nor had ever corresponded with him." She spoke sharply. "That is not answering my question," the coroner reminded her. "I had no appointment to meet Mr. Rayner," she said with frigid calmness. "Then why," flashed the coroner, "were you walking on the downs in the direction of Rotherdene Hollow between 3 and 4 o'clock on the afternoon of Thursday last?" The color ebbed slowly from Eve's cheeks, then swept back in a deep flood. "I was looking for my husband's protégé, Fazenta Lee." You expected to find her in Rotherdene Hollow? It was always a favorite haunt of hers. She is a gypsy, you know. Eve's manner was guarded, her well-bred, somewhat languorous voice held a slightly contemptuous note. Did you know or suspect that Miss Lee intended to meet Mr. Rayner, or anyone, in fact, in Rotherdene Hollow? Oh, no, said Eve, the veiled insolence in her voice becoming more obvious. I know nothing whatever of Fazenda Lee's affairs. I only fancied I might find her there. Why was it necessary for you to find her, then? I was giving a dinner party that evening, and my husband was expecting a guest, Mr. Mark Brandon, in the afternoon. I thought Fazenda might be of assistance. Did you find Miss Lee in Rotherdene Hollow? No, Eve answered quickly. No one was there. About what time would this be? I did not have my watch with me. About 3:30, I should say. The coroner stroked his chin again, studying the witness intently. Are you willing to swear you did not see Craddock Rayner in Rotherdene Hollow, alive or dead? Eve's color waned again. I did not see him at all. I saw no one. The coroner did not relax his hard scrutiny. You were wearing moonflowers? No! Eve's voice rose in pitch. I did not put on a bouquet of moonflowers until I returned to the Grange, until just before I went down to receive my guests. Where did you go when you left the Hollow? I went directly back to the Grange. The coroner, with gaze steadily fastened on the witness, made a quick movement with his hand. He drew from the box in front of him and flashed before Eve's startled eyes the slim, bodkin-like poniard with jeweled hilt and keen blade, stained and tarnished. Eve's taut nerves gave way, and she broke into a low, choking cry. Is this your knife? The coroner demanded, relentlessly. I had it for a paper cutter, she answered faintly. I kept it on the desk in my sitting room, and the door into the hall was always unlocked. Anyone at the Grange could have had access to it. I do not remember seeing that paper cutter since last Thursday morning when I opened some letters with it. Quite so, said the coroner dryly. He turned with a portentous mien to the jury, glancing along either row of solemn, stolid countenances on both sides of the long table. Would any of you gentlemen like to ask the witness a question? Apparently none of the Rotherdene henchmen composing the jury would venture to question the titled mistress of the Grange. So the coroner, receiving no reply, directed Eve to stand down and adjourned the inquest until after luncheon. Sir Quentin, his face set in rigid lines, came forward and assisted Eve from the box. His manner was kind but remote, and he said nothing to his young wife. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of The House on the Downs by Gladys Edson Locke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chiefly Parry. The party from the Grange had luncheon at the Rotherdene Arms, a quaint, rambling old hostelry in the High Street. Through the open windows of the coffee-room stole the faint, sweet scent of the new-mown hay, lying in the meadows beyond the ancient houses of the village. There was little traffic in the High Street, little passage of people to and fro on the grass-grown paths that served as sidewalks. Here a countryman lazily drove a cow, equally lazy. There a farmer in his open cart sat idly chatting with an apple-cheeked lass who had come out of her thatched cottage to talk to him. Over everything lay the sunny quiet of midsummer noon, and thoughts of the inquest seemed almost a desecration. From the century-old table at which Mark sat with Sir Quentin, Eve, Mr. Elphick, and Fazenda Lee, he looked across the roomy, low-ceilinged apartment to where Irene Grayle was sitting with members of her company. They were a subdued little group, and none more so than the actress-manageress, who was making a pretense at eating. At a small table in a distant corner, Alwyn Rotherdene had chosen to lunch alone. As at the inquest, his somber, brooding gaze rarely left Eve's face. Lord Mostyn, lunching in company with an ultra-elegant and somewhat vacuous-looking gentleman of uncertain age, also found Eve a magnet that steadily drew his boldly admiring eyes. Sir Quentin's expression was not such as to encourage him to approach her as he had done in the courtroom, but Eve was not deterred from flashing him an enchanting smile now and then. She had by this time, to all outward appearance, regained her usual composure and sang-froid. At a table just beyond Lord Mostyn's was a man whom Mark had observed at the inquest, sitting in the section reserved for witnesses. Probably he would be among those called to testify in the afternoon. He was a thin, elderly person with a colorless, smooth-shaven face, dreamy and weak blue eyes, a weaker mouth, and a receding chin. He was dressed in a neat but worn tweed suit, and had about him something of the air of an unsuccessful, down-at-heels actor. He, too, was staring at Eve, reflectively and furtively. She was either unconscious of his scrutiny or did not consider that a man of his type merited more than a casual glance. Conversation at Sir Quentin's table was desultory and strained. By tacit agreement, the inquest and its progress was not referred to. "I can't think why Rodney hasn't at least let us hear from him," remarked Sir Quentin, breaking a long pause. "His going off like this without a word is deuced awkward. Inspector Haskett is beginning to get a bit nasty about it." "He would," said Eve with an indifferent shrug. "Haskett is an insufferable boor." Mr. Elphick touched his napkin to his lips. "It was not nice of Rodney to run off, not nice at all," he observed with prim severity. "Oh, it was the gypsy in him," pronounced Eve, a hint of insolence in her voice. "I don't suppose a gypsy can ever become thoroughly civilized." She looked directly at Lee as she spoke. The Romany's tawny skin flushed, her eyes held a sudden fire, gone, however, in a moment. It was obvious she was putting restraint upon herself. "Sometimes civilization bears very hard upon a gypsy," she remarked in her full, rich voice. "Fazenta," interposed Sir Quentin quickly, a little pained frown between his eyes. "You must excuse Eve. She is not quite herself today. I am sure she was not intentionally rude." "It does not matter," Fazenta answered quietly. "Lady Eve is right. A gypsy cannot become entirely civilized." Eve drew a cigarette from her case and turned with a charming smile to Mark. "Will you give me a light, Mr. Brandon?" Sir Quentin consulted his watch. "I don't like to hurry you, Eve, but I think we should be getting back to the schoolhouse." Eve made a little moue and blew out a tiny ring of cigarette smoke. "What a priceless old mentor you are, Quentin. Well, I suppose we shall have to go. You see what a tyrant he is, Mr. Brandon?" Mark, as he watched Eve with her air of indolent grace strolling along the high street to the coroner's court with Sir Quentin and Mr. Elphick, marveled that she could show herself so cool and indifferent after the ordeal she had been put through that morning. Moreover, how could she fail to dread what might very likely lie before her in the afternoon's proceedings? Was it possible she did not, after all, realize how damaging had been the testimony already brought forward against her? Or was she a consummate actress, successfully hiding her emotions? Lee, on the contrary, with whom Mark was walking, was obviously the prey of disturbing emotions. She made no attempt at conversation and did not encourage Mark's efforts. Tragedy brooded in her eyes, and she was too nearly a child of the primitive to be able to conceal the fact. Civilization had touched, but not transformed her. The first witness of the afternoon's proceedings was the itinerant Gypsy Tinker, Sylvester Shaw, whom Mark had seen in Rotherdene Hollow with Lee on the night he had trailed her over the downs. Tinner Shaw proved an evasive and unsatisfactory witness from the coroner's point of view. According to the gypsy's story, he was in the habit of camping in the hollow whenever he happened to travel to that section of the downs. On the night immediately following the murder, which he declared he had not then known of, he had driven his pony into the hollow and prepared to camp there for a week or two. "And quite natural, like, governor, and all in the line of business," Shaw volunteered. "As you know, being a man of these parts, I goes in the daytime round to the nearby villages and farms, selling and mending pots and pans and such like." The coroner put on his spectacles and scrutinized a note which Detective Inspector Burton had just placed on his desk. "You had a late visitor in Rotherdene Hollow on the night of Thursday last, Tinner Shaw," the coroner asserted as he laid down the paper. "Who was this visitor?" The tinker reflectively fingered his battered slouch hat, which he held in one hand. "Right, governor," he agreed. "There were a detective come, a bullyin' sort of chap, who took ter threatening me for because I were hunting for my own rabbit knife I'd lost." "What other visitor did you have?" snapped the coroner. The Romany's shrewd black eyes twinkled. Had plenty of weasels and stoats and beetles, governor, and such like visitors." The coroner rapped sharply for order as a ripple of laughter ran about the court. "A woman came to see you, did she not?" The tinker removed a scrap of furs from the inside of his gaudy neckerchief. "In a manner o' speaking," he admitted cautiously, "I'd call her a lady, governor." Again the coroner was obliged to rap for order. "Who was this woman?" he demanded, ignoring Tinner Shaw's admonition. The tinker evaded a direct answer. "She came for naught of harm," he asserted. "She is of gypsy blood, governor, and it sends her roaming at times, seeking the free, open air, whether it be night or day. When the mood's on us, governor, us gypsies has got to roam. In a manner o' speaking, 'tis in the blood, and 'tis stronger than us. We ain't to be blamed for it." "All this is beside the point," rebuked the coroner. "Who was your woman visitor?" Tinner Shaw played with the brass rings in his ears and pondered a moment. "Well, governor," he observed artfully, "seeing's you know the lady's name as well as I do, and she didn't come for naught of harm, as I've said, but only ter satisfy the Romany spirit in her, there ain't no use o' my holding back her name. 'Twere Miss Pheasanta Lee." The interest of the spectators grew. There was a little pucker on Sir Quentin's forehead. Otherwise his features were inscrutable. The coroner consulted again Detective Inspector Burton's note. "What did Miss Lee ask you to help her find in the Hollow?" The gypsy's swarthy, seamed and wrinkled face expressed amazement. "You've got it all wrong, governor. Miss Pheasanta was helping me ter find my rabbit knife, what I'd dropped under some o' them bushes." "Indeed," observed the coroner dryly. "Did Miss Lee tell you how she happened to come to the Hollow that night? She knew, even if you did not, that a murder had been committed there only a few hours before." "She never said nothing of any murder to me, governor. She had a roaming spell on her, and she saw the light of my campfire from the downs above, and so she came to chat with me. Her and me are old friends. I belonged to the encampment she were born into, and I've known her ever since she were a baby." No amount of questioning could shake the tinker's story, and finally the coroner gave up the attempt and summoned Pheasanta Lee. The Romany, her dark eyes full of slumberous fires and undefined passions, took her seat in the witness's chair and sat leaning a little forward. The coroner got through the preliminary questions as quickly as possible and on to the point of issue. Pheasanta admitted, as a matter of fact she might almost be said to have volunteered the information, that Craddock Rayner had come to Rotherdene Hollow to meet and advise her regarding a stage career. She stated, as she had at the preliminary inquest, that she had written to him in regard to the matter. She now stated in addition that she had written on Lady Eve's stationery, as she fancied the crest might impress him. The crux of Pheasanta's testimony was then that she had arranged to meet Rayner in the Hollow at 4:30, that she had been a few minutes late to the appointment and had found him dead, precisely as other witnesses had described. That instead of reporting the murder, she had hurried home to the Grange and dressed for dinner, her failure to report being due to a desire not to worry Sir Quentin or spoil Lady Eve's dinner party. Questioned in regard to her visit to the Hollow that night, Pheasanta corroborated Sylvester Shaw's story in every particular. The coroner then shifted the trend of the inquiry back to the afternoon. "Do you know at what time Lady Eve Rotherdene left the Grange?" "I do not. I did not see Lady Eve from luncheon until just before dinner. I supposed she was taking an afternoon nap." "Did Lady Eve ever tell you, in confidence perhaps, that she was acquainted with the deceased?" "Lady Eve was not in the habit of making me her confidant, but if she had, I should not betray her confidence." The coroner exhibited signs of impatience. "Direct answers, if you please, Miss Lee. Did you know or come to suspect that Lady Eve Rotherdene was personally acquainted with the deceased?" Pheasanta glanced around her with thoughtful calm. She did not appear to see Eve's strained face. Her eyes sought out and rested upon Sir Quentin. "I have no reason to suppose," she answered in clear, distinct tones, "that Lady Eve Rotherdene was personally acquainted with Mr. Rayner." The coroner raised his hand in a gesture of dismissal. Pheasanta stood down. With firm step she returned to her seat beside Mr. Elphick. As she passed Eve, the latter attempted a little friendly smile. Again, Pheasanta did not seem to see her. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of The House on the Downs by Gladys Edson Locke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mr. Wallington Melrose. The witness following Fazenda Lee was the elderly, smooth-shaven man with the air of the unsuccessful actor whom Mark had noticed staring at Eve in the coffee-room of the Rotherdene Arms. As a matter of fact, the new witness was a disciple of Thespis, playing minor roles in a third-rate London company. He answered to the name of Wallington Melrose, and intimated to the coroner and court that he had once been on the way to stardom, but that professional jealousy had kept him down. When the name of the actor was called, Eve started in her chair and her color waned. For a moment she seemed about to collapse, but pulled herself together again and sat alert, her eyes riveted on the witness. Wallington Melrose had much to tell of the early life of Craddock Rayner. At that time the latter had been known as Bernard Darrell, although his real name was Paul Wardle. His father had been property man at a theatre in the Midlands and had rendered some service to Mr. Melrose, in return for which the actor had promised the elder Wardle, as he lay dying of consumption, that he would be a friend to Paul, then a lad of 18, with histrionic ambitions. Melrose took the boy under his charge and secured for him the opportunity to, quote, walk on as a super, unquote, in the various melodramas produced at the Queen's Theatre in Nottingham. Melrose constituted himself a sort of foster father to Paul and became greatly attached to him, as he had no family ties of his own. The fact appeared to be, stripped of the excuses Melrose made for the man he had loved as a son, that young Wardle, or Bernard Darrell as he chose to be called, possessed distinct dramatic ability and charm of manner, but that these assets were counterbalanced by a spendthrift, egotistical, and sensual nature. Finally, after a series of more or less discreditable escapades, in which debts and women played an equal part, Darrell joined a theatrical company which was to tour Canada and the States. That was 7 years ago, and the ship on which he had sailed was wrecked at sea, and many of the passengers lost, among them, according to newspaper reports, Darrell himself. As Melrose never heard again from his adopted son, he naturally believed that Darrell had gone down in the wreck of the Adriana. A few days ago, however, when the murder of Craddock Rayner was blazoned in all the newspapers, Melrose recognized the picture of the murdered actor as that of Bernard Darrell. He had then conceived it to be his duty to come forward and tell what he knew of the dead man, with a view to solving the mystery of his death. "Just so," approved the coroner. "Now, Mr. Melrose, do you know of any person who was an enemy to the deceased, or had cause to desire his death?" The witness hesitated. "I don't want to get anyone into trouble." "What enemy of the deceased do you know of, Mr. Melrose?" the coroner insisted. Wallington Melrose smiled in an apologetic way. "I am afraid Bernard, I always think of him as Bernard, was not quite honest with the lady to whom his engagement was so recently announced." "What do you mean by that, Mr. Melrose?" The actor glanced at the intent spectators and shook his head regretfully. "Bernard Darrell had a wife living. As far as I know, they were never divorced." "Where is his wife now?" Melrose moistened his lips, and his long white fingers beat a nervous tattoo on the ledge of the witness box. "Bernard Darrell and his wife lived together only a few days," he evaded. "She was very young at the time of the marriage, a mere schoolgirl. It was kept secret. There was only one other witness beside myself. Bernard's wife went back to boarding school, and he went on tour. They never lived together after that, and I know she tried to induce him to give her a quiet, uncontested divorce. She wanted to avoid notoriety, for she was considered to be unmarried, but Bernard would not agree to a divorce." "What were his reasons for refusing?" Melrose smiled deprecatively. "I don't know precisely. I am afraid he wished to have a sort of hold upon her." "This marriage took place where, Mr. Melrose, and at what exact date?" "At Clevedon, the 7th of February, 1914. Bernard, the young lady, and I motored over from Bristol, where he and I were playing then." "The marriage was strictly in order?" "Oh, entirely so. The ceremony was performed by the rector of Clevedon. The young lady insisted upon going to the rectory. She was high church." "Where is the deceased's wife now?" the coroner asked again. Once more the witness evaded a direct answer. I lost track of her soon after the marriage. You have not seen her since, then? The actor's weak mouth drooped. He appeared genuinely distressed. Of course I want the mystery of Banner Darrell's death cleared up, but I don't want to bring trouble on a lady who may know nothing whatever about the matter. When did you last see the deceased wife? The coroner's voice was relentless. Melrose cleared his throat. Well, I saw her today, he admitted. In this courtroom? Yes. Name her, Mr. Melrose. The witness looked acutely unhappy. I may be transcending my duty. Name her, the coroner ordered again. The witness took out his handkerchief and touched his damp forehead. The silence in the room was so complete as to be oppressive. For the third time, the coroner directed Melrose to name Rayner's wife. I am very sorry, the actor began apologetically, but the lady in question is Lady Eve Rotherdene. Through the wave of excitement that swept the court, Mark saw only two persons, Eve, white, pitiful, broken, and Sir Quentin, grown suddenly years older, with a dazed look of horror on his features. That will do, Mr. Melrose, said the coroner, his incisive tones cutting the tension. Lady Eve Rotherdene is recalled. His slight pause before the surname was significant. Eve tottered to her feet. For a moment it seemed as though she would faint, but she was game, this daughter of an ancient line, and reached the witness box unaided. The coroner went straight to the point. Is it true that you are secretly married to the deceased on February 7, 1914, at Clevedon Rectory? Yes. The monosyllable was scarcely audible. Why was the marriage a secret one? I was at boarding school at the time, and I was not of age. My father would not have consented to my marriage with a provincial actor. How long did you live with the deceased? 5 days. What was the occasion for your parting? I had to return to boarding school. The vacation that had given me an excuse to be absent was over. You parted on amicable terms with the deceased? Yes, she answered again, after a barely perceptible pause. Did you plan to return to your husband in the near future and live openly as his wife? I don't know that I made any definite plans. I was very young, barely 17, and he was just an underpaid actor in a provincial company. The coroner sat for a moment or two drawing figures on his blotting paper. Then he turned again to the witness. How did you become acquainted with the deceased? Oh, does it matter? Eve's low voice held a wearied note. It was just a schoolgirl infatuation. Letters, autographed pictures, clandestine meetings. The usual thing. How long was it before you urged the deceased to grant you an uncontested divorce? A few months. When I graduated from school, I realized I had made a terrible mistake. Banner Darrell was only a struggling provincial actor, double my age. He refused you an uncontested divorce? Eve's features hardened. Absolutely. In fact, he stripped me of my spending money under threat of disclosing the marriage and forcing me to live with him. So you came to hate your husband? The coroner's voice was slyly insinuating. Eve, if she saw the trap, scorned to avoid it. I despised him, she said frankly. Of course, there were women on whom he spent my money. I suppose, said the coroner with cold emphasis, you bought his silence dearly when you committed bigamy by marrying Sir Quentin Rotherdene? Eve returned the coroner's scrutiny with a look of calm hauteur. When I married Sir Quentin Rotherdene, I believed that Banner Darrell was dead, that he had been dead for nearly 3 years. I had seen his name in the papers among the list of passengers drowned in the ship Adriana. As I did not hear from him, I had no reason to suppose that any mistake had been made in the report of his death. When did you learn that he was still alive? Eve's hands fluttered in her lap. When I attended the Theatre Royal in Brighton 2 weeks ago. It was the shock of recognizing him that caused you to faint? I suppose so, she acknowledged. His name on the program, Craddock Rayner, meant nothing to me, of course. You communicated with him afterwards by letter and telephone? A flash of resentment kindled in her eyes. I received a letter from him the following day. The price of his silence was, as usual, money. You acceded to his demand? Eve drew a little quivering breath. I had to. I was at his mercy. I could not raise enough money to satisfy him without appealing to Sir Quentin. So I gave him my platinum bracelet, too." The coroner leaned truculently across the table. "It was you, then, the deceased came to meet in Rotherdene Hollow on the afternoon of Thursday last?" Eve gripped the arms of the witness chair in nervous tension. "That is not true," she declared. "I sent the money and bracelet by mail. I did not see him. I would not see him." "Very well," said the coroner gravely. "That will do." Sir Quentin, stern of feature, came forward again and assisted Eve to her seat. Eve, as she sank into her chair, stole a questioning glance at the baronet. He kept his eyes averted. The coroner decided to call no more witnesses and gave the case over to the jury. With the Rotherdene henchmen composing the panel, the verdict was a foregone conclusion. After a scant quarter of an hour's deliberation, the foreman of the jury returned a verdict of murder by a person or persons unknown. Sir Quentin, giving Eve his arm, forged away through the whispering, staring crowd. He looked neither at Eve nor at any one in the thronged court. In fact, he seemed to see nothing save the door to the peaceful outside world. Eve bore herself with a little suggestion of conscious defiance. Meeting Lord Mostyn's bold eyes, she flashed him a challenging smile. Alwyn Rotherdene, observing, looked after Eve, cold fury in his gaze. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of The House on the Downs by Gladys Edson Locke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Lengthening Shadows. Mark, having given suitable excuses to Sir Quentin, lingered outside the schoolhouse to speak with Irene. "Didn't I tell you you'd be vindicated?" he cried by way of greeting. "By George, I'll make those newspaper asses retract their insinuations." The actress-manageress shook her head. "It will be best to let the whole wretched business die a natural death. I am very, very sorry for Lady Eve Rotherdene." "So am I. And for Sir Quentin, too. Dear old chap. He's hit hard by it all." Miss Grayle sighed. "It's bad for everyone concerned. Well, Mark, I must be getting back to Brighton, or I shall be late at the theatre." "You don't mean you're going to act tonight?" "I must, dear old boy. My understudy is impossible in the part. Besides, it will take my mind off this miserable affair." "I'm going to Brighton with you, then," Mark announced. "We'll just slip away from the members of your company and go in a taxi by ourselves. There's things I want to say to you." Irene smiled, flushing a little under the warmth of his gaze. "I suppose you are determined to have your way in this?" "Absolutely," he declared. "You'll have to put up with me for a few hours." In the meantime, Sir Quentin and his party were motoring back to the Grange. Alwyn Rotherdene chose to return, as he had come, alone and on foot. Arrived at the Grange, Sir Quentin followed Eve upstairs into her boudoir and closed the door. "I want you," he commenced without preamble, "to be ready to go to Lewes with me tomorrow morning. We shall be married again and have everything in order this time." "Married again?" Eve gave a forced little laugh. "Why are you proposing to do this, Quentin? Out of a sense of duty or morality?" "At present, it seems that legally we are not married at all," he pointed out. "We can hardly go on this way." "No," she agreed, "we hardly can. Do you realize, Quentin, that you neither spoke nor as much as glanced at me the entire way from the village, and your tone now is distinctly that of a schoolmaster? You are treating me as though I were a naughty child, and I resent it. Perhaps you will permit me the relief of a cigarette?" She drew a cigarette from a gold case on the dressing-table, lighted it, and removing her hat, sank gracefully into the luxurious depths of a gilt armchair. Leaning back with indolent ease, she blew out tiny blue smoke rings. Sir Quentin regarded her gravely. "Why were you not honest with me, Eve?" "Honest with you?" She flecked a bit of ash from the skirt of her gown. "I believed myself a widow when I married you." "I know that," he acknowledged. "But I mean later, when you learned that your husband was alive." "I suppose I was afraid to," she admitted frankly. "Have I ever given you cause to be afraid to come to me in difficulties, Eve? Couldn't you trust my love? Couldn't you believe that I would try to do the right thing?" "Oh, the right thing, no doubt." She gave an impatient little twitch to her shoulder. "That is precisely what I was afraid of." "What do you mean, Eve?" Her eyes, as deeply blue as the sea, stared up at him half mockingly. "Well, you know, Quentin, you are quite hopelessly Victorian in your views on life. Craddock Rayner was my husband, and you were not. I thought it possible you might consider it righteous for me to return to him, and I detested him." "A divorce could have been arranged, Eve, and then we could have remarried." Eve tapped the ash from her cigarette. "What an amazingly modern proposition for you to set forth, Quentin. I confess I should never have believed you capable of it." His grave face grew graver still. "It would have been the lesser of the two evils." "Oh, well," she said lightly, "it would have made a county scandal. I hope to avert that, for your sake especially, and should have, if things hadn't got bungled up." "They were quite likely to get bungled up, Eve, with blackmail and adultery involved." She blew another little ring of smoke upward. "I dislike moralizing, Quentin. I did what seemed to me the best thing. Of course, I'm frightfully sorry it turned out so badly. It's very hard on you, I know." "Never mind that part of it," he said more kindly. "It is of you we must think. Now there is one thing I must ask of you, Eve. I want you to discourage Mostyn's attentions." "And if I shouldn't choose to, what then?" Thinly veiled insolence in her eyes. "You must choose to," his tone final. "Tomorrow morning, as I said, we will go over to Lewes." She viewed Sir Quentin with mocking serenity. "I don't suppose it occurs to you that I may not be palpitatingly eager to accept the honor you magnanimously offer me?" "Don't be childish, Eve," he said impatiently. "Of course I regard you as my wife, as I always have. But the world does not, and we shall have to go through the ceremony again. I prefer it to be as soon as possible. Tomorrow morning." Eve shrugged. "Possibly I shall not feel in the mood for Lewes tomorrow morning." "I shall expect you to feel in the mood." She withdrew her cigarette and smiled. "No one has ever been successful in attempting to discipline me, Quentin. We will see what the morning brings forth before we quarrel over going to Lewes." "Can't you realize," he said, striving to be patient, "that all this means far more to you than it does to me?" Eve gave again a forced little laugh. "You are positively medieval, after all, my dear Quentin. Don't you know that in this glorious, untrammeled 20th century, a woman as well as a man may wander among the primroses and not be too badly thought of?" "You are talking for the sake of talking," he answered, determined to be forbearing. "Of course you are tired and overwrought. You want sleep, Eve, my dear. I'm no end sorry if I seem harsh and dictatorial. I don't mean to be. To tell the truth, I'm a bit bowled over by all this." She looked at him curiously. "Suppose in the morning I should decline to go through a marriage ceremony with you?" "You couldn't," he declared with conviction. "Don't you see we've got to?" "No," she averred recklessly. "I don't see that we've got to do anything we don't want to do." "That is childish, Eve. Well, my dear, I'm not going to argue the matter. A night's rest will make you see everything in its proper light." "And if it doesn't," she mocked, "there will be Fazenda to console you." "I don't think, Eve," he rebuked, "that flippancy is in order now, and there is a question I want to ask you about Fazenda. Did she tell the truth in the witness box today, or was she lying to shield you?" Eve leisurely laid aside her cigarette. "You don't fancy that I know anything about Fazenta's affairs, do you? If she did any romancing in the witness box, I dare say she had her own good reasons for doing so. And now, Quentin, there is a question I should like to ask you. Do you believe that I killed Craddock Rayner?" Sir Quentin studied her lovely face a moment. "I hope not," he said earnestly. Eve gave a hard little smile. "You have an amazing trust in me, haven't you? I think I shall lie down now. I had rather you didn't stay. I shall try to sleep as you advise. Cicely Carswell will be my maid tonight. If Melson presumes to come here, she will find the door locked." "Cynthia shall not come," Sir Quentin assured her. "I shall tell her tonight that she must leave here tomorrow, and I shall settle an annuity upon her for her good old father's sake. Now don't worry, Eve, my dear. Everything is coming out right." "Perhaps," said Eve indifferently. As the door of the boudoir closed behind Sir Quentin, Eve reached for the telephone on the ebony inlaid stand by her chair. Sir Quentin sought out Fazenda Lee, whom he finally found on the western terrace which fronted the downs. The Romany was gazing toward the bold heights, and something of the radiance of the setting sun was gathered on her features as she turned to Sir Quentin. How I love them, my downs, she exclaimed in a low, impassioned voice. The baronet smiled understandingly. I share your love for our Sussex hills, Gypsy maid. Ah, that's what I am, just a wild gypsy yet, for all your goodness and training. I wouldn't have you different, Lee. There's gypsy blood in us Rotherdenes, only 4 generations back, and I know a bit how you feel. If the Romany Wanderlust calls you irresistibly tonight, put on your gypsy dress and roam the downs. I know you will come back to your guardian that was, and I'm still hoping that Rodney will come back too. He must, he will. Whatever else we gypsies are, we are grateful, and we love our friends. But Rodney wants talking to. He is impulsive, and he takes things too seriously. What things, Fazenda? Oh, everything. Sir Quentin's troubled eyes studied her face. You mean Eve? Fazenda gave him a look from under her long, dark lashes. I don't know why you should say that. Oh, yes, you do, Fazenda. In your loyalty, you try to keep many things hidden that you think might distress me. But I see more than you think. In the witness box today, you lied valiantly to protect Eve. Why did you do it? She has not always been kind to you. Fazenda was silent. Why did you do it? He repeated. You love her, she said simply. It was the least I could do to repay you for all your goodness to me. I have idolized Eve, he admitted brokenly. But now, God help us both, I don't know how I feel toward her. Fazenda's eyes, as she raised them to his, were liquid and full of light. It's just the shock of today's disclosures. Your love will come back. Love cannot die. Sir Quentin looked at her intently. You speak as though you knew what love is, Fazenda. A crimson tide swept up over the Romany's cheek and brow. I think I know what love might be. Sir Quentin's scrutiny was very kindly, very affectionate. You deserve the best, Fazenda, but I'm dashed if I know how I could do without you. The little gypsy girl has grown into my heart amazingly. As long as you want me, I shall always be here, dear guardian that was. I shall always want you, Fazenda, but I hope I'm not selfish enough to try to keep you from greater happiness. There is no greater happiness for me, she said softly. She looked again on the darkening hills. See how the shadows are lengthening. Soon it will be night out there on the downs, with the stars and the moon and the sweet scent of flowers and the salt air from the sea. Sir Quentin regarded her sympathetically. Fazenda, dear girl, if the Romany spirit calls you out on the downs, your downs, go to them. No, she said determinedly, I'm going to conquer this roving fever. I won't worry you as Rodney is doing. Bless you, Fazenda. You're the greatest comfort I have. The Romany was silent, watching the lengthening shadows. Suddenly she gave a little shiver. How close the shadows are creeping. Soon they will settle upon the Grange. It may be only gypsy superstition, but I feel as though tragedy was creeping on those shadows. Nonsense, rallied Sir Quentin. We've had the tragedy, and now, please God, we're coming out into the sunshine. I'd like to think so, Fazenda responded soberly. But you know, as we all do, that for many weeks past there has been something wrong at the Grange, some evil power abroad at night. I can't help feeling it will culminate in another tragedy. You mustn't allow yourself to become morbid, he admonished, although his face reflected the gravity of hers. I'll admit I can't delude myself any longer into thinking these queer happenings are pure accident. But we'll not get too gloomy about it. I'm going to have a thorough investigation made. In fact, there is a detective working on the matter already, and I mean to have an architect, in addition, to sound the entire house for secret passages. You have heard, then, those footsteps in the wall going up and up? Well, I fancied I have. But you mustn't get brooding about it, Fazenda. We shall soon know whether it is anything more than imagination run riot. And then I am going to take you and Eve for a little holiday on the Normandy coast. Ah, Mrs. Carswell, what is the matter, eh? The frail little figure of the housekeeper was coming precipitately toward them. It's the east wing again, Sir Quentin. There's a light moving on the upper floor. My niece Cicely saw it from the kitchen garden. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of The House on the Downs by Gladys Edson Locke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Night in the Gardens. Mark returned from Brighton by the late evening bus, walking the last mile or so over the downs. He was in a frame of mind both happy and regretful. Irene, after all these years, was a revelation to him. Why hadn't he tried to make a pal of her in their brief married life, tried to get her viewpoint a bit instead of seeking to overshadow her personality with his claims? Oh, he had been a blatant ass. It was jolly good of her not to harbor resentment. Many women would have. But she was the right sort, generous-hearted and all that. Dashed pity he hadn't known how to appreciate her. As he rounded the bare shoulder of a hill, he saw on the moonlit lane leading down to the low-lying, dark mass of Rotherdene Grange the tall, well-made, upright figure of a man. He was dressed incongruously in a slouch hat and what appeared to be an evening suit. Although Mark could not distinguish the man's features, he was convinced that this was Rodney Sherrod. He lost sight of the gypsy, as he supposed him to be, in a small coppice a few yards beyond. Mark himself went straight down to the grassy lane into the gardens that ringed the Grange. The moon's rays checkered the garden spaces with light and shadow, and shone with ghostly radiance on the white marble arch of a rose-embowered summer-house. Mark paused a moment by the silvered waters of a miniature lake and looked up to the old, rambling, Jacobean building, topped by the great bulk of the downs, which rose against the tranquil sky. His eyes came to rest on the east wing, with its background of dark beech woods, that disused and mysterious wing where lights moved inexplicably at night and phantom footsteps seemed to echo. No glimmer of light showed now in the shuttered windows wreathed with ivy, nor in fact in the whole facade of the Grange. The household was apparently sunk in sleep, and the silence in the moon-flecked gardens was so complete, save for the distant call of some night bird on the downs, that Mark started at the sudden snapping of a twig in the vicinity of the summer-house. He looked about sharply, but saw no one. He even peered into that portion of the shrubbery where he fancied the twig had snapped, but still saw no one. Finally, concluding that his nerves had played him a trick, he went toward the Grange, meaning to let himself in quietly by means of the garden door into the music-room, the key of which Sir Quentin had given him upon leaving the inquest. As Mark reached the steps of the last terrace, he looked back at the white outlines of the summer-house standing forth from the tangle of rhododendrons and laurels surrounding it. There, to his surprise, amongst the shrubbery at the entrance of the pavilion, he saw a tiny red glow, like the tip of a lighted cigar. Mark was about to return to the summer-house and investigate when he heard a curious grating sound which seemed, strangely enough, to come from the ivy-grown wall of the Grange. He drew back behind one of the big potted plants on the terrace and waited. After a minute, the curtain of ivy, which climbed the wall at the end of the wing, was thrust aside, and a man stepped out on the terrace. The moonlight shone on the stern, aquiline features of Alwyn Rotherdene. Mark was so taken by amazement that he kept silent behind the potted plant. Rotherdene stood a moment on the terrace and appeared to be looking toward the summer-house, where that tiny red glow pricked the gloom of the shrubbery. Then he went down into the gardens, and Mark saw that he was making for the summer-house. Soon he lost sight of Rotherdene on the shadowy paths, and suddenly that pinpoint of light showed no longer among the shrubs. Mark decided that whatever was going on in the gardens was more Alwyn Rotherdene's affair than his, but he yielded to an irresistible desire to find the ivy-concealed door through which the former must have come out on the terrace. He had not supposed that there was any outside door in the east wing, and in any case, it was deuced odd that Alwyn should be forever prowling about that unholy wing. If he couldn't sleep at night, why didn't he stick to his experimental laboratory in the turret of the west wing, among the poisons and microbes that were his hobby? Mark parted the ivy at the point where Rotherdene had appeared and searched carefully for the hidden door. He found nothing, however, but solid wall. No sign of knob or opening of any sort. In perplexity, he turned away. The old Grange held many secrets. He looked down into the gardens again. Nothing to be seen of Rotherdene or that prick of light by the summer-house. Well, spying on the brother of one's host wasn't done. He'd better get to bed. As Mark let himself in through the music-room door and went quietly across the great hall to the curving stairway, he wondered if Rodney Sherrod had come into the house, or if he were still in the beech coppice or somewhere about the gardens. Odd behavior on Rodney's part as well as Alwyn's. Poor old Quentin! He had a troublesome household, right enough, And that little soulless butterfly of a wife of his, but was she actually his wife, was the worst of them all. He recalled Alwyn's words, "Fazenta Lee is the only dependable person here," but even she was a bit wild and gypsy-ish, while fussy, ineffectual Theophilus Elphick was an entirely useless, though harmless, appendage. Well, poor old Quentin indeed. Mark paused suddenly at the head of the stairway. In the wall above him he heard distinctly, in the quiet of the house, the furtive pad of footsteps on unseen stairs. This time the footsteps were going down and down, stealthily hurrying. Little beads of moisture stood out on Mark's forehead. Those were uncanny sounds in the middle of the night. By George, Quentin couldn't tear open the walls too soon. The old house must be honeycombed with secret passages, leading where and for what purpose God only knew. Mrs. Carswell was right. There was something seriously wrong with the Grange, some deviltry afoot. Mark listened until he could hear the footsteps no longer, then he went down the corridor to his room. The moon, shining through the oriel window where the telephone stood, showed the closed door to the east wing, and showed also a woman standing by it, a woman in black dress and coquettish cap and apron. "You are up late tonight, Cynthia," said Mark gravely. She made no reply, and Mark, stepping nearer, saw to his amazement that this was not Cynthia Melsom, but the new parlour-maid, Rose Ann Jenkins. "You are up late yourself, sir," she insinuated demurely. Mark decided to exhibit severity. "What are you doing in this hall at this hour, Jenkins?" The parlour-maid dropped a respectful curtsy, but Mark fancied there was a hint of mischief in her eyes. "Just listening for footsteps in the wall, sir. It's all so exciting now, isn't it, sir? Just like the picture plays. We don't get nothing like this in Ellesmere, where I come from." Mark felt a distrust of the girl. "You cut along to bed, Jenkins, and if I catch you hanging about here another night, I'm not sure I shan't report you to Sir Quentin. I believe you're too much of a handful for Mrs. Carswell." Undeniably, Jenkins' brown eyes danced. "You won't get me discharged, sir, I hope?" Mark smiled in spite of himself. "I almost suspect you deserve to be." "Oh, no, sir," she protested, and her eyes were entirely demure now. "It's curiosity, that's all. I'm not up to any mischief. Truly, sir, I'm not." "Well, cut along to bed," said Mark again. Either the girl was a little fool or up to something she shouldn't be. He inclined to the latter belief. He watched till she had disappeared down the hall in the direction of the servants' quarters, and then he went into his room. He felt in no mood for sleep, so sat with his pipe by the window that looked out into the gardens. He could see the silver sheen on the waters of the miniature lake, and the marble arch of the summer house gleaming pure white beneath the moon. But there was no person moving on the paths, no one at all in the gardens, so far as he could make out. Had Alwyn Rotherdene gone on to the downs? Had Rodney crept quietly into the Grange, as he himself had done? And had that tiny glow of light among the bushes by the summer house denoted the presence of some man concealed there? If so, was he still there, with cigar extinguished for greater safety, or had he slunk away at Alwyn's approach? Far off in the village, Mark could faintly hear the mellow, drowsy striking of a clock. He counted the strokes, 12 in all, not so late as he had thought. Suddenly he leaned forward over the window-sill. Was there some dark shape moving among the shadows of the laurels and rhododendrons by the summer house? His alert senses made him fancy that he heard the cautious closing of a door somewhere below. Then almost immediately, it seemed, the figure of a man came out from the tall trees of the park and advanced swiftly toward the Grange. The full moonlight caught him for a moment. It was Rodney Sherrod in slouch hat and evening suit. Mark's pipe dropped to the floor, and he stopped to pick it up and stamp out the fire in the scattered ashes. As he rose to his feet, there rang out over the shadowy vista of the gardens a wild wailing cry, a long cry of terror and despair, shrill and agonizing. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of The House on the Downs by Gladys Edson Locke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Another victim. Mark, with the presage of something evil upon him, leaned out across the window ledge. Through the Grange, doors were opening and excited voices calling out. At first, Mark saw nothing amiss in the gardens, now ominously silent. But as his gaze stretched to the white outlines of the summer house, he saw the muscularly built figure of a man detach itself from the covert of the shrubbery and start running toward the house. Mark, as he had done a few nights before, swung himself over the window ledge onto the sloping roof below, and thence climbed hastily down the ivy-clad eastern wall of the Grange, using the sturdy vines as a sort of rope ladder. As he dropped upon his toes on the terrace, he saw the man who had run up from the summer-house leap upon another man who was hurrying away from the terrace in the direction of the beech-woods. The two grappled in a hand-to-hand struggle, and the slimmer man, though fighting savagely, went down under the blows of his antagonist. Mark started toward them, then stopped appalled at what lay on the stone platform a few feet beyond. The struggle on the garden path ceased abruptly, and the thick-set fellow, leaving his adversary lying apparently unconscious, hastened toward the terrace. As he sprang up the steps, Mark, with surprise and relief, recognized him as Detective Inspector Burton. "Another bad business, Mr. Brandon," he panted, "but I've got the scoundrel red-handed this time. Had to choke him into submission." The front door was opening with a grinding and groaning of bolts, and the bright light streaming out from the hall where the electricity had been switched on shone full upon a cloaked, recumbent figure on the terrace, and a face of deathly pallor. Sir Quentin, fully dressed even to collar and tie, showing that he had probably not been to bed at all, stepped agitatedly onto the terrace, staring aghast at the supine form at his feet. "Eve!" he shuddered. "Eve!" The electric light, contesting curiously with the silver rays of the moon, revealed with pitiless clarity the evidences of tragedy. The cloak had slipped from Eve's shoulders, displaying a slowly widening patch of crimson, staining her silken frock around and below the left breast. She lay with her face upward to the light, her eyes half open, her lips slightly parted. The golden hair, very little disordered, made a beautiful frame for the marble white face, lovely still, in spite of the look of mingled horror and amazement stamped on the small, perfect features. A smart little Paris hat and a Gladstone bag lay near her. Sir Quentin dropped on his knees, gently raising the pathetic form. "Quick, get some brandy, Mark," he bade. "She is breathing, and have a doctor summoned at once." "There is brandy in this little flask. Put it between her lips," a woman's cool, efficient voice directed. The new parlour-maid held out a tiny silver flask. As Sir Quentin took it from her hand, Eve gave a convulsive little tremor, a faint sigh escaped her lips, and the golden head pressed heavier against the baronet's supporting knee. The parlour-maid laid a sympathetic hand on Sir Quentin's shoulder. "It is over," she said gently, and then added to Mark's astonishment, "I can never forgive myself. I knew there was danger tonight, but I thought it was concentrated within the east wing and could not escape. I had the only exit I know of guarded and the hall door locked, but there must be a way out we have not discovered yet." Sir Quentin lifted his face, haggard and old in the moonlight. "Why did Lady Eve come out here at this unusual hour?" The parlour-maid did not answer. Instead, she stooped and picked up by its stained blade an ugly-looking knife with ivory handle that lay half concealed by the folds of Eve's cloak. Sir Quentin stared in horror at that knife. The servants and other members of the household in hastily donned apparel were trooping out excitedly onto the terrace. Mr. Elphick, in fussy disarray, his usually meticulously parted gray hair literally on end, backed away from the parlour-maid, his near-sighted eyes blinking affrightedly behind his spectacles set awry on his nose. "God bless and save us! What a nasty object! Put it down, Jenkins, at once!" The parlour-maid obeyed, replacing the knife almost precisely in its former position. Fazenda Lee, in a red silk negligee, with the great mass of her black hair swinging over her shoulders, crossed the terrace and stood by Sir Quentin, her eyes dark wells of pity. "Let us carry Lady Eve into the house," she suggested gently. Detective Inspector Burton voiced curt objection. "The body mustn't be moved, miss, till the coroner has viewed it." "The coroner? Dear, dear!" ejaculated Mr. Elphick. "But this is not nice. Not at all nice. And it is very hard for you, Quentin," he added worriedly. "Isn't there something I can do to make things easier for you? I'd willingly do anything. Anything." Sir Quentin looked kindly at the anxious little man. "There is nothing. Thank you, Cousin Theophilus. Fazenda," he seemed to turn instinctively to her, "perhaps you will stay here with me until Dr. Petherton comes." The butler, at Burton's command, was already telephoning for the physician and the coroner. Mr. Elphick bridled. "I can stay with you, Quentin, quite as well as Fazenda. In fact, it is more proper, so to speak, eminently more proper, that I should. I am a relative. Fazenda is not." "Just as you wish, Cousin Theophilus," the baronet acquiesced dully. "I will stay too, if I may," suggested Fazenda. "Please do," said Sir Quentin gratefully. The little naturalist's mild eyes held a jealous gleam, but he said nothing further. "Where is Mr. Alwyn Rotherdene?" Detective Inspector Burton asked abruptly. "My brother," Sir Quentin said vaguely. "I don't know. Possibly in his laboratory. He often works there late." Burton addressed a footman, still conventionally imperturbable even in the face of tragedy. "See if Mr. Rotherdene is in his laboratory." The footman looked inquiringly at Sir Quentin, and the baronet nodded assent. Detective Inspector Burton turned sourly to the parlour-maid. "I heard you were in on this case, but you overstepped your province, you know, in picking up that knife. Should have left it to the coroner." She regarded the detective unconcernedly. "I had my reasons for doing so, and I shall endeavor to make my peace with the coroner." Burton continued to scowl. "Well, we haven't either one of us much to boast of with a murder pulled off under our noses, but at least I've got the man red-handed. Caught him as he was stealing off to the woods." "If you have caught the fiend who terrorizes the Grange, you are indeed to be congratulated," said the pseudo-parlour-maid. "Oh, I've captured him right enough, and he'll lie quiet for an hour or so. He got a bad thump on the head when he fell. Come and have a look at the bird. I never believed he'd gone far away." While Jenkins followed Burton into the gardens, Fazenda sent the servants back to their rooms. Mrs. Carswell was in a state of collapse. Cynthia Melsom, too, seemed considerably shaken by Eve's tragic death, and more particularly, Mark fancied, by Sir Quentin's announcement that the pseudo-new parlour-maid was in reality the well-known private detective, Mercedes Quero, whom he had engaged a few days before to solve the murder that hung over the Grange, and who had preferred to work incognito. Burton, with the aid of a manservant, carried his unconscious captive up on the terrace. Sir Quentin started back in horrified astonishment when the detective flashed his bull's-eye lantern on the face of Rodney Sherrod. "There is some terrible mistake," he declared. "That boy is incapable of murder, and in addition, he was devoted to Lady Eve." "Not a bit of it," insisted Burton. "I was down in the gardens watching for trouble which I expected tonight, when I heard her ladyship scream. I was too far away from the terrace to see what was happening, but I ran here as fast as I could. When I got to the steps, I saw that damned gypsy sneaking off to the woods, going to make tracks over the downs, no doubt. But I got him, and he was an ugly customer, too." Sir Quentin passed a shaking hand across his eyes. I won't believe that the boy I brought up in my home and educated and loved is guilty of this awful crime." "Gypsies are a bad lot," said Burton uncompromisingly, and entirely regardless of Fazenda Lee's presence. "They're never to be trusted. I've had dealings with 'em before. Now what do you want done with this blighter, sir, till the coroner and doctor get here? He's in need of a bit of attention. I had to handle him roughly." "Take him up to his room," directed Sir Quentin wearily. "Will you show them where it is, Fazenda? And then come back. Bring some warm wrap, dear girl. It's chilly out here." "No need at all for Fazenda to come back," protested Mr. Elphick. "But I suppose you must have her. Now I'm going to get you a coat, Quentin. You'll catch cold, I know." A few minutes later, Dr. Petherton arrived in his battered little runabout. While he was making an examination of Eve's body, Sir Quentin, having finally persuaded Mr. Elphick to stop fussing over him and return to bed, followed Fazenda Lee onto the south terrace. The Romany was looking across the gardens and the sloping parkland to the moon-flecked waters of the English Channel. She turned sharply at the sound of Sir Quentin's step. In one hand she held a square white envelope. "Fazenda," he began, "have you any idea why Eve came out on the terrace in her hat and cloak, and carrying a traveling bag? Was she going away?" The gypsy's eyes were lustrous with compassion. "I am afraid she was." "Alone, or with someone?" His voice tortured. Fazenda hesitated. "Perhaps this letter will explain. I found it on the telephone stand in the upper hall when they were carrying Rodney to his room. It is addressed to you in Lady Eve's handwriting." The baronet tore open the envelope, and striking a match, read the few lines enclosed. "Quentin, remarriage between us is impossible. I want to get away forever from this evil old house and every memory connected with it. Do not think it your duty to seek me out. I am going with Lord Mostyn, and this goodbye is final. Eve. The match, flaring up before its flame went out, burned Sir Quentin's fingers, but he did not appear conscious of it. "Mostyn must be sent for and questioned," he said sternly. "Who is that coming up from the park, Fazenta? Is it he, Mostyn?" Fazenta looked where he indicated. The man was coming rapidly along a garden path toward the Grange, and the moonlight caught him for a second. "I think it is Mr. Rotherdene," she said. "Alwyn in the gardens at this hour?" Sir Quentin muttered uneasily. He waited in silence for his brother. The younger Rotherdene's face, as the light from the French windows fell upon it, showed no less white and grim than Sir Quentin's. Yet presumably he knew nothing of Eve's death. "Where have you been, Alwyn?" Sir Quentin's voice was harsh and peremptory. Rotherdene gave a hard laugh. "I've been driving a damn poacher off the grounds. What's up, old man?" He stared curiously at Fazenta, a tweed ulster thrown over her negligee, and her hair falling in a black cascade about her shoulders. "Has our ghost broken loose again? I heard a scream from this direction, but I was close on the heels of the poacher, so I did not stop to investigate." "Well, what's wrong? Out with it, old chap." Sir Quentin, ignoring the question, studied his brother's face. "Are you sure the man you followed was an ordinary poacher, and nothing more?" "He was a damned scoundrel," Rotherdene suddenly blazed forth. "See here, Quentin, I believe the truth is best in this case. It's high time you took a firm hand. The man was Mostyn. He was hanging about the summer house, waiting for someone. Eve, if you want my opinion. When he heard that scream and saw me coming, he made off through the park into the woods. I trailed the blighter, but lost track of him somewhere in the woods. Mostyn wants a rawhiding. He means more trouble for you, Quentin." The baronet continued to scrutinize his brother's features. "Where were you when that scream occurred?" "Almost at the summer house. Now what the devil are you so mysterious about? Hang it all, what did that scream mean? Did our ghost frighten you, Fazenta?" Sir Quentin passed his hand across his brow. "It was Eve who screamed. She was stabbed through the heart on the terrace under the east wing. She died in my arms a few minutes later." Rotherdene uttered an inarticulate cry. His dark face became ghastly. It was evident that he was fighting for self-control. "Have you any clue to the murderer?" he asked at length. "I don't know," said Sir Quentin wearily, deep riven lines showing about his eyes and mouth. "Rodney is back. Burton, the Scotland Yard man, saw him near the terrace directly after Eve screamed, and he persists in regarding the boy as a suspect. But I won't believe him guilty." Rotherdene's black brows drew together. "What does Rodney have to say for himself?" "Nothing as yet. He is unconscious from the blow on the head given him by the detective." "Alwyn," his voice growing sterner, "there is a question I must ask you. A few days ago you bought yourself a new dissecting knife, with an ivory handle which had a curious Egyptian emblem upon it?" "I did. What of it?" Sir Quentin replied by another question. "When did you last see that knife?" "This evening at 8 o'clock, when I went out of my laboratory." "Did you lock the door?" "Yes, I always do, and carry the key on my person. Now what the devil do you mean by these questions?" Sir Quentin drew out a handkerchief and touched his forehead. "Eve," he said in a blank voice, "was stabbed with a dissecting knife having an ivory handle ornamented with an Egyptian emblem." End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of The House on the Downs by Gladys Edson Locke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Cold Fear. The arrival of the coroner terminated any further questioning of Alwyn Rotherdene by Sir Quentin. The extempore inquest held in the music room, where electric lamps vied with the wan light of dawn, revealed nothing new. The public inquest was set for Thursday, 3 days later, and the coroner took his departure, leaving tragedy, suspicion, and dread behind him. It was evident from the coroner's manner that he considered some tangible member of the household the guilty person, and Mark fancied that Sir Quentin held the same opinion. Fazenta Lee was the only one whose companionship the baronet welcomed. In fact, he seemed to depend upon his former ward in a way that was almost pitiful. Eve's death by violence, following so closely upon the disclosures at the inquest, had stricken him to the soul, and made him for the time being a changed and broken man, morose and distrustful toward everyone but Fazenta. His brother he would not talk with at all, and Alwyn Rotherdene, resenting the baronet's attitude, spent the greater part of the ensuing day experimenting in his chemical laboratory. Mr. Elphick's well-intentioned but fussy solicitude served only to irritate Sir Quentin, and the little naturalist, hurt much as a child would have been, finally in the afternoon wandered out on the downs, dejectedly trailing his butterfly net. Mrs. Carswell, too, was grieved by Sir Quentin's refusal to taste the delicious broth she had prepared for him with her own hands. Indeed, as dusk drew on, Sir Quentin's impatience with and distrust of those about him, with the single exception of Fazenda, increased. It was as though he expected another blow to fall when night set in, and knew not whom to suspect. Rodney Sherrod, with an ugly-looking swelling on his head from Burton's rough handling, came down to tea, which was served on the south terrace. The Romany's explanation for his absence from the Grange seemed honest enough. He had quarrelled with Eve, gone up on the downs to cool off, and then, when the storm which had overtaken him had cleared away, he yielded to the gypsy in his blood and lived a nomad's life for a few days. Sir Quentin kept his thoughts to himself, but his manner towards the Romany was constrained and remote, and Rodney plainly chafed under it. He had already viewed Eve's poor body and had given way to a wild outburst of grief that had undoubtedly betrayed to Sir Quentin his passion for the dead woman. Tea was brought by Cynthia Melsom, who was staying on at the Grange because the coroner had forbidden her to leave. Sir Quentin surveyed the lady's maid with some displeasure. "Why did not Soames bring the tea?" Cynthia gave a conscious little tilt to her coquettishly becapped head, smiling in a slow and provocative way. "Soames was busy with another matter, and I was tired of sitting around doing nothing. You know there are no duties for me now, so I asked if I might bring in the tea. You don't object, sir?" "Not at all," said the baronet stiffly. Cynthia set down the tea service before Fazenda and waited to pass the cakes. Mark noticed that her eyes were studying first one member and then another of the little group upon the terrace. The woman detective, Mercedes Quero, returned Cynthia's scrutiny at some length. The lady's maid flushed angrily under the steady gaze of those clear brown eyes, and turning away, devoted herself to the duties of waitress. "No tea or cakes, Miss Lee?" she queried officiously and somewhat pertly. "You'd best have a cup of your special tea." She indicated a little individual pot of Sèvres china. "Soames made it very weak, just as you like it." "Well, a small cup, perhaps, Cynthia, but no cakes." Sir Quentin looked at her solicitously. "Aren't you feeling well, Fazenda? You ate almost nothing at luncheon, and you had no breakfast." "Oh, yes, I did," she assured him. "Mrs. Carswell made some broth and brought it up to me. To please her, I took it all, but I rather had to force it down, and I haven't felt like eating much of anything since. I'm quite all right, though." "I hope so," said Sir Quentin anxiously. "Petherton shall look you over this evening." "But I don't need Dr. Petherton. I am just tired, not ill at all." "Petherton shall be the judge of that." Sir Quentin spoke decisively. "I can't have anything happen to you, Fazenda." There was a break in his voice, and the lines in his face, marked by tragedy, seemed deeper riven. Alwyn Rotherdene's somber, cynical eyes studied the Romany as she listlessly sipped her tea. "It's not like you to go to pieces, Fazenda?" She straightened in her chair. "I haven't gone to pieces, Mr. Rotherdene." "No?" he queried in an odd tone. "Why don't you drink your tea, then? Too weak, is it, or not weak enough?" Sir Quentin turned upon his brother with unwonted sharpness. "Let her alone, Alwyn. This is not the time to make yourself disagreeable. We have enough to bear without that." The younger Rotherdene set his cup down hard. A suggestion of a sneer curled his lips. "I forgot Fazenda is sacrosanct." "You have forgotten many other things," rebuked the baronet sternly. "Respect for the dead, or you would not behave yourself in this objectionable manner." Alwyn's dark skin paled. He rose abruptly. "We seem to rub each other the wrong way. If you need me for anything later, you'll find me in my laboratory." Mr. Elphick came out from the Grange as the younger Rotherdene passed in. The little naturalist looked both warm and dejected. He was still trailing the butterfly net. "I hope you didn't mind my going out on the downs, Quentin," he began apologetically. "There didn't seem to be anything you would allow me to do for you." He stole a reproachful glance at his kinsman. Sir Quentin smiled faintly with something of his usual kindness. "I'm glad that you went, Cousin Theophilus. There was nothing anyone could do for me. Did you have any good luck? Catch any rare specimens?" Mr. Elphick beamed fondly at the baronet over the cup of tea Cynthia passed him. "Now, that's very nice of you. Very nice indeed to take an interest in my butterfly collecting at this sad time. But as a matter of fact, I had very poor luck today. I could capture nothing except the Lycaena icarus, the, so to speak, common blue butterfly. Now, if I could only have caught a Lycaena semi-argus or a Lycaena bella-argus. You know the salient differences of the two species, Quentin? The semi-argus, a mazarine blue, and the bella-argus, a pure Clifton blue." The baronet nodded absently. "Ah, to be sure, yes. Cynthia, pass the cakes to Mr. Elphick." Cynthia, as she obeyed, gave Mr. Elphick one of her sly little glances. "Perhaps you'd like a cup of weak tea, sir, the same as Miss Lee?" The little naturalist received the glance and the suggestion with disapproval. "I am satisfied, Melsom, eminently satisfied." Fazenda rose a little unsteadily. She turned to Sir Quentin. "I think if you will excuse me, I will lie down before dinner, unless you need me for something. I am tired." Sir Quentin jumped up and went over to her side. "You are ill, Fazenda." "Only tired," she denied, trying to smile. As a matter of fact, she looked decidedly ill. She was flushed as though with fever, her eyes were dull, the lids puffed, and there was a little pucker of pain on her forehead. Cynthia Melsom stared at Fazenda curiously. Mercedes Quero came forward and slipped her arm about the Romany's waist. The detective's face was grave. "You had better lie down, Miss Lee. Let me help you up to your room. I think, Sir Quentin, it would be advisable to call Dr. Petherton at once." "Bless and save us!" exclaimed Mr. Elphick fussily. "Fazenda, you shouldn't be worrying Sir Quentin now, and getting the house overrun with doctors again. If you would simply go to bed and stay there till morning." The futile little man's admonitions trailed away unheard, for Fazenda became suddenly faint, and the baronet, a terrible questioning fear in his eyes, carried her upstairs to her room with Mark's assistance. Fazenda's swoon was succeeded by an attack of severe pain and nausea, which further alarmed Sir Quentin. Mercedes Quero called up Dr. Petherton, while Rodney Sherrod, smarting under the baronet's refusal to allow him to assist with Fazenda, went out on the downs again to find what peace he might on the breezy heights. From the terrace to which Mark returned, he saw Detective Inspector Burton come out from the gardens and follow the gypsy violinist. "Dear, dear!" exclaimed Mr. Elphick querulously. "I wonder what trouble is coming to poor Quentin next. Inconsiderate of Fazenda, very inconsiderate, to crumple up like this." "Perhaps," suggested Mercedes Quero, who at that moment came out on the terrace, "Miss Lee has been drinking too much tea lately." Cynthia Melsom glanced up sharply from the little wicker tea-table she was clearing off. "Miss Lee drinks very weak tea. Oh, very weak indeed," observed Mr. Elphick. "I should hardly suppose it could be injurious." The detective gazed reflectively at the serving table. "Does Miss Lee always have her special pot of tea?" "Oh, always," the little naturalist answered. "No one else could possibly drink such weak tea as Fazenda insists upon having." "Oh, well, we all have our own peculiar tastes," responded Mercedes Quero indifferently. "Melsom, will you tell Sir Quentin that Dr. Petherton will be here directly?" Cynthia's eyes, meeting the detective's, held antagonism. "I've the tea service to clear away," she responded pertly. "I'll send a footman up to Sir Quentin." Mercedes Quero smiled without rancor. "You can't forgive the parlour-maid for proving to be a detective. And you don't like detectives, do you, Melsom?" Cynthia's lips tightened. Without replying, she busied herself with the teacups. Mr. Elphick picked up his butterfly net. "I am going to try and persuade Sir Quentin to lie down and rest. What with Eve's death and Fazenda worrying him so, he will be worn out. Fazenda should do very well with Mrs. Carswell, and the doctor coming soon." Mark looked after the little naturalist and smiled amusedly at Mercedes Quero. "Queer little chap, but devoted to Sir Quentin." The detective nodded indifferently. "Just a minute, Melsom," as Cynthia was about to carry away the tea service. "I think I'll take another cup of tea, but I don't want it as strong as I had it before. I'll try Miss Lee's special brew. There is some left, I see. Pour me out about half a cup." Cynthia wore an odd expression. "I think you would find Miss Lee's tea too weak. You had better have another cup of the strong and add hot water." But the detective laughingly insisted upon tasting Fazenda's. "I want just what I want, Melsom, and I always have my own way." "Very well, miss." Cynthia's voice was hard. Mercedes Quero, with a curious little smile, took the cup from Cynthia's hand. "No sugar and no milk, thank you. I will have it clear. You will send a footman up to Sir Quentin now?" As the lady's maid left the terrace, Mercedes Quero set down the cup, to which she had barely touched her lips, and drew from her silk handbag a tiny empty vial, gold-stoppered. To Mark's amazement, she filled the little flask with the tea in her cup, throwing the surplus liquid into the shrubbery at the foot of the terrace. "Mr. Brandon," she said directly, meeting his scrutiny, "I believe you are a good friend to Sir Quentin, and I am going to trust you. I want this tea analyzed by a chemist." "Analyzed? Great Scott! You don't think there's anything wrong with it?" "I am afraid I do. Fazenta has not been feeling well for the past 2 or 3 days. She would not let Sir Quentin know, but I found out through Cicely Carswell, who is quite worried about the bad attacks of apparent indigestion Miss Lee has been having lately." "I know Fazenta has not been down to breakfast for 2 mornings," reflected Mark soberly, "and I have seen Mrs. Carswell carrying broth to her room, but I supposed it was simply nerve strain." "It is more serious than that, Mr. Brandon. I believe that Fazenta is suffering from arsenical poisoning, given in graduated doses with criminal intent. She has all the usual symptoms: flushing, puffed eyelids, pain and nausea, and so forth." "Arsenical poisoning? But this is horrible, Miss Quero. Who would attempt such a dastardly—" "The same person who is responsible for every outrage, great or small, that has terrorized the Grange for the past 3 months. The same person, Mr. Brandon, who murdered Craddock Rayner and Lady Eve Rotherdene. Fazenta Lee, without doubt, is marked for the next victim." "Horrible!" he averred again. "You can't mean it is some member of the household?" "It must be, Mr. Brandon. Who else would have equal opportunity?" "But such a person would be a fiend." "This person is a fiend, mad with the lust to injure and to kill, but cunning enough to conceal this lust." Mark put a shaking hand to his head. "You suspect some definite person?" "I do more than suspect. I know. But I have no proof, and I can only get it by laying a trap and catching this fiend off guard. For this reason, Mr. Brandon, I desire above all else that no one in the household be allowed to know what I have confided to you. Sir Quentin, I think, suspects, but no one else must do so. If the murderer should believe that we are on the trail, these criminal activities would instantly cease, and the opportunity for proving this person's guilt would be lost." "But if what you suspect is true, Miss Lee's life is in constant danger. One more dose might prove fatal. She may even be dying now." "She is safe for the present, Mr. Brandon. I instructed Sir Quentin to give her an emetic with his own hands. That is the best antidote, and to allow no one to come near her until Dr. Petherton arrives. If he diagnoses her illness as arsenical poisoning, and a chemical analysis of this tea confirms it, adequate means will be taken to protect her." "I should say," observed Mark, "that the sooner the walls of the east wing were torn down, the better. Isn't it the night lair of this fiend?" "It is, and because of that fact, I don't want the walls torn down. It may be possible to trap the guilty person there. I have learned most of the secrets of the east wing. Ah, here is Dr. Petherton now." A dusty little motor car was just swinging in at the driveway. "I must speak with the doctor, but I want this tea analyzed as soon as possible, so that it may either confirm or refute his diagnosis. Mr. Brandon, would you be willing to take this vial at once to Vatchel's chemist shop in the village? You can tell him that you are a messenger from the police, but give him no details. Ask him to put everything else aside and analyze it immediately. Say that a police doctor suggested the surest test he knows of for arsenic, and wait for his report." Mark had a sudden inspiration. "Mr. Alwyn Rotherdene is a chemist, specialized in that subject at the University of London, and he has a testing laboratory in full swing. Why couldn't he analyze the tea? It would save time, and he's up in his laboratory now." Mercedes Quero shook her head. "I do not want it analyzed in this house." Mark stared at her, a new horror gaining hold upon him. "I'll take it to Vachel," he agreed dully. End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of The House on the Downs by Gladys Edson Locke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Suspense. Mark, upon his return from the village some 2 hours later, was informed by the butler that Sir Quentin would like to see him in the library. He found a little group of grave-faced persons awaiting him there: the baronet, Mercedes Quero, Dr. Petherton, and a capable middle-aged woman in nurse's uniform. Mark stopped short on the threshold. "Is Miss Lee very ill?" Dr. Petherton mopped his forehead nervously. "She is bad enough, but out of danger, thank heaven. I understand, Mr. Brandon, that you've been down to Vatchel's to have the tea that was made for Miss Fazenda analyzed. What did Vatchel find out?" Mark glanced regretfully at Sir Quentin. The baronet looked ill himself. "There was arsenic in that tea, Doctor. Vatchel used a stiff chemical test, and I watched him. I know a bit about chemistry myself. He poured the tea into a gas generator and tested it with metallic zinc and dilute sulfuric acid. Then he passed the arsine that formed through a glass tube and heated it. Metallic arsenic collected at the open end of the tube. No doubt about it." "Good God!" This from Sir Quentin. He got up and commenced to pace the floor. "Your diagnosis was correct, then, Petherton. Some fiend in this house is trying to poison Fazenda." "But the attempt will not be successful," said Mercedes Quero reassuringly. "Every precaution is being taken to protect her." "Yes, yes," assured Dr. Petherton. "No one can get at her now. Don't worry about it. Here's Nurse Fosdick ready to watch at Miss Fazenda's bedside as soon as the other nurse goes off duty. She'll be guarded by a responsible attendant every minute until the would-be murderer is apprehended. No one else will be permitted to approach her under any pretext, and whatever nourishment is given her will be prepared in her chamber by one of the nurses on the electric cooker which has been sent up there. But she'll not need anything until morning. I have given her an opiate, and she will sleep for several hours." Sir Quentin turned to the detective. "I dare say every possible precaution is being taken, but if you know, or have even a remote suspicion of the identity of the fiend who is attempting Fazenda Lee's life, I think it is your duty to name this person now. I believe delay will only give rise to other crimes." Mercedes Quero shook her head. "You must wait a little longer, please. I must have actual proof, which I can only get by laying some sort of trap for the guilty person, and I don't think I can manage that before tomorrow evening." The baronet made a gesture of impatience. "Then at least allow me to send for workmen and have the walls of the East Wing torn down in the morning. I am convinced now that there are guilty secrets hidden there." "The East Wing must remain intact until tomorrow evening," objected the detective. "I mean to stage my trap there." Sir Quentin paused in his nervous pacing. "You will tell me this at least, Miss Quero. You believe that the person who is attempting to poison Fazenda Lee is also responsible for the murder of Craddock Rayner and my poor Eve?" "Yes," she answered gravely, "and responsible, too, for every lesser outrage that has occurred at the Grange." The baronet stared at her, horror in his eyes. "You think this person is bent on destruction of the entire household?" "On certain members of it, at any rate. Lady Eve had long been marked as a victim. That heavy picture over her escritoire fell by criminal design, Sir Quentin, and so did the bronze bust." The baronet's eyes showed bloodshot. "I should have taken Eve away from here long ago." Mercedes Quero looked pityingly at the stricken man. There seemed so little that one could say in consolation. "I think," she ventured, "that you need not feel any further anxiety about Miss Lee. She is under medical treatment and is carefully guarded." "I will follow your advice, Miss Quero," he answered, "and do nothing in regard to demolishing the East Wing until after tomorrow night. But I depend upon you to see to it that no further tragedy occurs here." "I am going to accept that responsibility," the detective replied soberly. "There is a slight risk, of course, but only slight, I think, and without it I doubt if the guilty person could be apprehended for perhaps many weeks to come." Sir Quentin passed his hand wearily down the back of his head. "This suspense is hard, Miss Quero. There is a murderer in our midst, and I don't know whom to suspect." The detective's brown eyes were soft with compassion. "I wish I might give you a little hint, but I dare not. It would not be humanly possible for you to behave in a natural manner toward the guilty person, and it is essential that you should do so." Mark accompanied Sir Quentin upstairs. His heart ached for his friend, but he too could think of little to say in consolation. The baronet stopped before a closed door. "I'm going in here for a few minutes, old chap." He turned the handle softly and stepped into the room where Eve lay. Mark hurried by that he might not listen to the awful sound of a man's sobs. As he turned into the corridor leading to his own room, Mr. Elphick, in a quilted dressing jacket and with his spectacles absent-mindedly pushed up on his forehead, issued from his chamber. The little naturalist was carrying a saucepan which contained some kind of paste or varnish. He beamed enthusiastically upon Mark. I have just been arranging and listing the most recent acquisitions to my butterfly collection. I should like to show you my specimens, Mr. Brandon. I have some really beautiful ones. Rare, too, many of them. If you could wait until I go down to the kitchen and heat this preservative paste, it is easier to apply when hot. I paint the wings of the butterflies with it. It will take me only a minute or two to heat the paste, and then I should be delighted to show you my collection. Sir Quentin considers it an excellent one." "No doubt it is," Mark agreed, but somewhat constrainedly, for the prospect of viewing preserved butterflies did not appeal to him that night. "I wonder if you wouldn't show me the specimens tomorrow. Fact is, I'm uncommonly tired." Mr. Elphick's chubby figure stiffened. Mark saw at once that the childish little man had taken offense. "Any time it may suit you, Mr. Brandon. I should not like to, bore you, so to speak." "No possibility of that," Mark lied cheerfully. "I'm keen on butterflies." The little naturalist brightened. "You will enjoy my collection, then. Shall we say in the morning, directly after breakfast? Unless, of course, Sir Quentin should need me?" Mark agreed to the morning, at the same time devoutly hoping that Sir Quentin would need his Boswellian kinsman. Mr. Elphick, propitiated, continued on to the kitchen to heat his preservative paste. Mark glanced after him with amusement. After all, his was a quaint personality. Mark heard gentle steps along the main corridor. Mrs. Carswell, her little shrunken figure enveloped in deep mourning, was gliding mouse-like along the hall. She was carrying a cup of steaming broth on a silver tray. "I am afraid Miss Fazenda must be very ill indeed, Mr. Brandon," she quavered. "I thought a little clear broth might make her sleep better, so I made her a cup with my own hands, but the nurse told me she was under an opiate and could take no nourishment at all. The nurse wouldn't even let me step into the room. I only wanted to see how poor Miss Fazenda looked." "Doctor's orders, Mrs. Carswell," observed Mark, not knowing what else to say. "I suppose so," she sighed, "but I always have looked after Miss Fazenda whenever she had any little illness. I think she would not want me kept out of her room. Is she very ill, Mr. Brandon?" "Dr. Petherton says she's getting along nicely. All she needs is rest and quiet. Mustn't be disturbed in any way." Mrs. Carswell was not satisfied. "Just what did the doctor say was the matter with her, Mr. Brandon? The servants are beginning to talk. They say something is wrong again, and following so closely on poor Lady Eve's death, it's frightening. Now isn't it, sir?" Mark scrutinized the faded little woman. He noted the timid, almost furtive look in her eyes, her trembling lips, the nervous flutter of her hands. Was solicitude for Fazenda Lee her sole reason for questioning him, or had someone set her on to do so? Mark felt dismayed at himself. Hitherto he had not been in the habit of attributing concealed motives to people, but the atmosphere of suspicion and distrust which pervaded the Grange had caught him in its grip. Of course, the little housekeeper herself was harmless enough, but someone not so harmless might be making a cat's paw of her. His reply was guarded. "Oh, the doctor said it was nothing serious. Bad attack of indigestion. She'll be right as rain in a few days." "I'm glad it's no worse than that, sir," breathed Mrs. Carswell. The hand that held the silver tray shook, and a few drops of the broth were spilled. Mark looked at the broth and wondered. At least it smelled delicious. "I wish Miss Fazenda might have tasted this," sighed Mrs. Carswell. Upon Mark vouchsafing no reply, she bade him a gentle good night and glided away down the corridor. Mark, following his usual nightly custom, had just settled himself in the armchair by his bedroom window and lighted his pipe for a quiet smoke when there came a smart little tap on the door. Opening it, he was amazed to behold Cynthia Melsom in her frilled cap and apron standing there. "I have something more or less confidential to say to you, Mr. Brandon," she began without preamble. "Well, can't you invite me in?" "Oh, I intend to be decidedly proper," she added with one of her daring smiles. Mark puffed at his pipe. There was a glint of amusement in his eyes. "I intend to see that you are, Cynthia. Come in by all means. You've roused my curiosity. You don't mind if I smoke?" "I like to see a man smoke," she declared. "I know then he's comfortable and feeling good-natured." "You understand men, don't you, Cynthia?" She gave him a covert glance as she stepped into the room and closed the door. "Some of them I do." Mark went over to the window and drew the curtains. "You understood Craddock Rayner, eh?" The lines of her mouth hardened. "I didn't come here to talk about Craddock Rayner." Mark smoked reflectively. "Did he use you so badly?" "My affair, Mr. Brandon." "To a certain extent it is," he granted. But there are those who think you know more about the circumstances leading up to Rayner's death than you have given out. Aren't you sailing a bit close to the reefs, Cynthia?" She smiled coldly. "Not so close as some in the Grange. I may know or suspect more than I've given out, or will give out to any detective. Mercedes Quero was right. I don't love detectives, and I don't propose to help them. But Sir Quentin has never been anything but good to me, and I have no grudge against the gypsy, so I will tell you this much, as you are a friend of Sir Quentin's. You can pass it on to him if you see fit. Lee should not drink or eat anything that is prepared for her alone." Mark endeavored to keep his face expressionless. "Why do you say that?" "Never mind my reasons, Mr. Brandon." "But, I see here, you've got to explain yourself." She uttered a scornful little laugh. "And be thought crazier than the person back of all the mysteries and murders here?" Mark studied her narrowly. "You think these mysteries and murders the work of an insane person?" "I think it is not unlikely," she answered coolly. "When I left the stage, Mr. Brandon, I was an attendant for a few months in a nursing home for mental cases. I learned then that there are mad people, clever and cunning enough to hide their madness for years from persons who would have no reason to suspect it. But those who deal with the insane watch their eyes. The insane may be crafty enough to guard their tongues and their behavior, but they can't always guard their eyes. The working of the diseased brain is bound to show there sometimes, if only for a minute or two." "Good heavens! Cynthia, are you suggesting that someone in this household is insane, and that we none of us realize the fact?" The lady's maid shrugged. "I'm only suggesting that you watch people's eyes." "If you have such suspicions of anyone in the household, why haven't you spoken of them to Sir Quentin?" "He wouldn't have believed me before Lady Eve's death. He always insisted that the queer doings here were accidents. And now he doesn't want me to come near him." "And no wonder," observed Mark severely. "Your testimony at the inquest showed plainly your animosity against Lady Eve." Cynthia's eyes narrowed. "I simply answered the questions put to me." Mark did not press that particular point. "I want you to tell me," he said abruptly, "why you think that Lee should not eat or drink anything prepared for her alone." "Weak tea didn't seem to agree with her tonight," she evaded. "You know something about that tea, Cynthia," he asserted. The lady's maid turned the handle of the door. "I've said all I'm going to say, Mr. Brandon. It isn't for me to play the detective." "You're clever enough to do so," Mark insinuated, with an irresistibly boyish smile. Cynthia capitulated sufficiently to return his smile. "I'm clever enough to know when a man is trying to cajole me. No, Mr. Brandon, I'll not say another word. No doubt I've got myself into trouble already." "Trouble with whom?" Mark persisted. A gleam of coquetry lighted Cynthia's eyes. "Why, with you, Mr. Brandon, coming into your room like this." Mark decided to humor her mood. "I like a woman who dares. Sit down and be friendly. I don't fancy you'll refuse a cigarette." Her glance mocked him. "That role doesn't fit you, Mr. Brandon. No, I'll not stay another minute. Suppose Mr. Alwyn Rotherdene should come up to his room, next door, you know, and hear us talking." "Oh, hang Mr. Alwyn Rotherdene," said Mark, refilling his pipe. "You and he don't hit it off, I've noticed." "We read each other too well," proffered Cynthia, with unexpected frankness. "Now you'll not get another bit of information out of me. Good night, Mr. Brandon." Her voice soft and with a hint of seductiveness. As the door closed gently behind her, Mark stood reflecting. Cynthia's visit had opened up a new avenue of suspicions. "Watch people's eyes," she had said. Was there a possibility that someone of the household at the Grange was criminally insane, and yet crafty enough to conceal the fact? Mercedes Quero had suggested something of the same nature. But who could this unsuspected mad person be? The question pounded through his brain. He went over to the window, pulled aside the curtains, and looked into the dark gardens, backed by the darker mass of the downs. The clear, wailing notes of a violin cleft the air. Mark, leaning from the window, could make out the tall, slim figure of a man, with a fiddle cradled under his chin, standing on a path, fronting the room where Eve lay in her last sleep. It was too dark in the gardens to see the face of the musician, but Mark had no doubt of his identity. Rodney Sherrod had procured another violin, and was pouring forth to the night all the wild grief of his Romany heart. A slow dirge he was playing, with the rain in it and the lament of the wind, and something, too, of the haunting fear and tragedy that hung over the Grange. The violin spoke to the dead woman in an adagio of soft sighs, which broke into a crescendo of passionate longing, rising higher and higher, and finally subsiding into a low, long-drawn wail that set every nerve in Mark's body a-quiver. Sharply he turned from the window. Was this weird elegy the presage of more evil to come? End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of The House on the Downs by Gladys Edson Locke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Trap. The next day passed gloomily in preparation for Eve's funeral, which was to be held on the day following the conclusion of the public inquest set for Thursday. Fazenda Lee continued to improve under the care and guardianship of her 2 nurses. Relations between the various members of the household were strained. The atmosphere was one of suspicion and distrust, and Mark, for one, was impatient for the evening when Mercedes Quero proposed to lay a trap for the person she believed to be responsible for the outrages at the Grange. Almost any certainty was better than this suspense. Mark had won a few minutes' happiness by calling Irene Grayle on the telephone and arranging to meet her in Brighton when the sad affair of Eve's funeral should be over. Irene was a woman in 1,000. He had been a young ass not to recognize that fact years ago. Cynthia Melsom, whenever he encountered her in the halls, was discreet and non-communicative. She would give no further confidences. He must make what he could of what she had already told him. He laid the matter before Mercedes Quero, but she proved no less discreet than Cynthia and made few comments. Mark did, however, see her later in earnest consultation with the Scotland Yard man, Detective Inspector Burton, and he wondered uneasily what tragic disclosure the evening would bring forth. He could not get Cynthia's words out of his mind. Watch people's eyes. He was, however, unable to detect any signs of hidden insanity in the people at the Grange. He could read fear and mutual distrust in their eyes, but nothing more, and he felt that if this suspense were to continue many days longer, there was no telling what one might read in his eyes. Dr. Petherton, who had just come from Fazenta's sick room, dined at the Grange that night. To Mark's amazement, the physician announced his intention of allowing Mrs. Carswell to prepare some broth for his patient, as Fazenta had asked for it and did not seem to relish what the nurses prepared. Mark could imagine the little housekeeper's tremulous delight at the doctor's permission to do some service for Fazenta, but at the same time he was troubled about it. Was there an underlying motive in the physician's sudden lessening of the precautions with which he had surrounded his patient? Could he have done so at the instigation of Mercedes Quero for some definite purpose of her own? Mark could read little in the countenances of those at the table, except that Sir Quentin seemed considerably agitated. After dinner, Mercedes Quero made a rather singular request. She asked Dr. Petherton, Sir Quentin, Alwyn Rotherdene, and Mark to go upstairs with her into the East Wing. Rodney Sherrod stared curiously at the detective. "Something wrong in the East Wing? I'd like to go up too, if you don't mind." "I am sorry," the detective refused, "but I want only those whom I have named." The Romany's dark face flushed. "In other words, I am under suspicion," his tone infinitely bitter. "Perhaps you are too ready to jump at conclusions," said Mercedes Quero quietly. "You were always too impetuous, Rodney," spoke up Mr. Elphick in his precise, disapproving way. "I suppose it is your gypsy blood." Rodney turned upon the little naturalist in a fury of uncontrolled rage. "By God, I'm not ashamed of my gypsy blood. I'd sooner own it to the milk and water that flows in a Gorgio's veins." "Easy, my boy, easy," admonished Sir Quentin, in the kindliest tone he had used to the Romany for many hours. Rodney shook back from his forehead his disordered black hair. "I wish to God, sir, you'd left me to grow up among the gypsies. What does a Romany want with Gorgio civilization? It only eats his heart out. I'm going back to my people as soon as ever I can. I'm done with the Gorgios and their ways." "Scandalous ingratitude!" gasped Mr. Elphick, as Rodney flung out of the room. Sir Quentin sighed. "Somehow I have failed in what I set out to do for the poor lad. Well, shall we go up to the East Wing now, Miss Quero? I'd be greatly obliged, Cousin Theophilus, if you would look over that pile of correspondence in my study. Some of the letters should be answered as soon as possible. I'll try to help out with them later." I'm delighted to take charge of the letters, Quentin, beamed the little naturalist. Don't you trouble about them at all. I'll get the imperative ones answered tonight. That's good of you, said the baronet gratefully. But don't sit up too late. Fazenta, poor girl, was planning to help. Fazenta's assistance is not needed, observed Mr. Elphick a little stiffly. I am glad to take entire charge of the letters. As the four men followed the detective into the upper story of the deserted wing, Mark found himself listening for the sound of furtive steps in the wall. He heard nothing, however, save their own footsteps. The woman detective led them into the large oak-paneled room at the end of the corridor, where Eve, a few nights before, had been discovered lying in a swoon across the hearth. Mercedes Quero flashed the rays of her electric torch about the apartment, and the huge fireplace, with its ornately carved mantel, stood forth from the shadows. The dim shapes of the old furniture, trunks, and packing boxes that littered the bare floor showed but vaguely, and Alwyn Rotherdene, stumbling over a low stool, recovered himself with a muttered oath. "Snap on that light, Miss Quero. The switch is just behind you." "I am afraid you will have to take your chances in semi-darkness, Mr. Rotherdene," she objected. "We are going to do without electricity for a while." The younger Rotherdene growled something about wasting time in damn theatrical nonsense, but Sir Quentin sat down resignedly on a chest of drawers, watching intently the detective's every movement. The first thing she did was to take a candle from her little handbag, light it, and stand it up in an ancient bronze vase on the mantel. The flickering light, accentuating the shadows, traced weird silhouettes of people and furniture upon the small area illumined by it. Dr. Petherton was distinctly nervous and ill at ease. "Why not come to the point of this, Miss Quero? What are we waiting for?" "We are waiting," the detective answered in a matter-of-fact tone, "for Cynthia Melsom. She should be here in a few minutes now." Alwyn Rotherdene emitted a short, hard laugh. "Cynthia Melsom, eh? You don't really expect her to come, do you?" "She knows if she doesn't come, Mr. Rotherdene, she will be arrested on rather serious charges." There was a sound from the next room, as of a chair being moved. The doctor started up from the trunk he was sitting on. "Evidently we are not alone in this wing, Miss Quero." "No," she said composedly. "Inspector Burton and another detective are in the next room, also waiting." The doctor cleared his throat. "Well, I trust we shall not have to wait much longer. I have some other calls to make this evening." "You will have to see this out, Dr. Petherton, no matter how long it may be," Mercedes Quero replied. "Under no circumstances is anyone to leave this room until after Cynthia Melsom comes. If anyone attempts to do so, Inspector Burton and his assistant will take measures to prevent." The physician sank back on the trunk with a gasp. "A very high-handed proceeding," he spluttered. "May as well submit gracefully, Petherton," remarked Alwyn Rotherdene. "We all of us seem to be in for a bad quarter of an hour, thanks to Miss Quero's stage management." The wavering candlelight playing over the younger Rotherdene's features lent them a satyr-like expression. A strained silence reigned in the shadow-engulfed room. Mercedes Quero sat on a packing-box facing the hall in an attitude of anticipation, and the minutes slowly dragged by. Every slightest creak that old wood gives forth at night sounded abnormally loud, and Mark's imagination was so keen as to make him fancy that he heard a vague, faint stirring in the wall behind the oaken wainscoting. Both Sir Quentin and Dr. Petherton plainly chafed under the tension of inaction, but Alwyn Rotherdene sat motionless, his brooding eyes never leaving the detective's countenance. A wind was rising, rattling the ancient shutters, and moaning through the cracks. The ordeal of waiting for they knew not what was becoming intolerable, when they heard steps and the click of a woman's heels coming along the uncarpeted hall. Cynthia Melsom crossed the threshold and came into the circle of candle-glow. Behind her in the doorway bulked the figures of two men, Detective Inspector Burton and his assistant. The lady's maid looked uncommonly pale in the dim light, a bit defiant but weary, and her eyes had lost their usual brilliance. She was carrying a steaming cup from which arose the aroma of broth. Mercedes Quero stepped forward, took the cup from her hands, and whispered something which was inaudible to the others. Cynthia nodded significantly and drew back among the dark shapes of the furniture. Alwyn Rotherdene got up and, crossing to the fireplace, lost himself in the shadows there. Mercedes Quero, carrying the cup which Cynthia had brought, advanced to Sir Quentin. In the breathless silence of the room, Mark again fancied he could detect an indistinct stir behind the wainscoting. Or was it simply the moan of the wind? "Sir Quentin," the woman detective said in a clear, distinct voice that carried through the room, "I want you to drink this broth, every drop of it." The candlelight marked deep riven lines in the baronet's face, curiously gray-hued. Mechanically he stretched forth his hand toward the cup. There was a frantic stir and clicking noise from the gulf of darkness by the fireplace where Alwyn Rotherdene had gone. Detective Inspector Burton advanced a step nearer. "Drink that broth to the last drop, Sir Quentin," Mercedes Quero commanded again. "No, don't drink it! For God's sake, don't!" The cry came in a frenzied, muffled voice. A sharper click sounded now by the fireplace, and the whole ornate mantle violently swung loose from the wall almost a foot. From the black, cavernous space beyond, a wild, puck-like figure sprang out and leaped for Mercedes Quero's throat. As the cup of broth was dashed to the floor, Detective Inspector Burton and his assistant hurled themselves upon the mad creature and dragged it back. The candlelight flickered on the plump, elderly figure of Theophilus Elphick, but the face was that of a fiend, and the animal-like cries and hideous bursts of laughter that echoed through the room betrayed the maniac brain, unchained at last. End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of The House on the Downs by Gladys Edson Locke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Aftermath. A brief, fierce struggle, and the madman, manacled hand and foot, lay panting and gibbering on the floor. Sir Quentin passed a shaking hand across his eyes. "My God, this is too awful!" At the sound of his voice, Theophilus Elphick heaved himself up into a half-sitting posture. "Don't you turn from me, Quentin," he whined. "I did it for you, all for you. I hated Eve, that yellow-haired wanton who stole your affection away from me and deceived you with other men. She deserved to die, and I tried to kill her many times before I succeeded. Sometimes she would slip out of her room at night. I know, for I don't sleep well at night, and she'd go to the telephone in the hall so that you would not hear her use the one in her sitting room. I would put stools and rugs out of place in the dark halls, hoping she would trip over them and break that white neck of hers I've seen you kiss. But she never did. So then I thought of a surer way. A cleverer way it was, too." His voice held gloating triumph. "I knew there was a heavy picture over her desk, heavy enough to crush out her life, if it could only be made to fall upon her, and I intended to make it do so, sometime when she was writing love notes to Lord Mostyn or other men. I went to Brighton one day and bought a strong saw. Then I watched my chance, and when Eve was away at a garden party and nobody near her rooms, I went in and saw the cable wires that held up the picture so they would not hold many days. But I had ill luck with the picture. It fell when Eve was not sitting under it. Then I tried to think of another plan for doing away with her. One night I was in the gallery that runs around the great hall, and I saw Eve standing at the foot of the stairs with Lord Mostyn. She was encouraging him to make love to her. I saw my chance then, and I hurled down upon them the big bronze bust of Sir Gregory Rotherdene. It just missed striking them. I could have yelled with disappointment, but I could not allow myself to do so. I had to creep quietly away, careful, always careful, not to let anyone suspect what was in my mind. I had my butterflies to occupy me in the daylight, and secretary work to do for you, Quentin. But at night, when I couldn't sleep, I would go about the house and come up here into the east wing and plan how I should kill Eve. One night, you remember, she came here to get some letters, love letters, out of a trunk. I tried to kill her then, but she screamed, and I heard people coming, so I had to flee back behind the fireplace. You didn't know, did you, Quentin, that there is a secret panel in my bedchamber which slides back and gives access to a stairway leading up here to a little room behind the fireplace? One day I came across some old blueprints of the Grange and learned all about the secret passages in this house. Up here in that little room behind the fireplace, I didn't have to guard my thoughts for fear someone might read them in my face. I knew if they did read them, they would say I was crazy and put me in a madhouse as they did my grandfather. But I was too clever to give them the opportunity. Oh, far too clever. I wasn't going to be separated from you, Quentin, and prevented from avenging the wrong Eve was doing." He broke into a low, crooning laugh of self-satisfaction. You never suspected, did you, Quentin, how I was always planning to avenge your honor and make you happy as you used to be before you married that empty-souled little jade? Quentin, his voice sinking again to a whisper, why do you look at me like that? I did it all for you, out of affection for you. You fiend! The baronet clenched his hands till the knuckles gleamed white. If you were not mad, God knows what I should do to you. Theophilus Elphick began to whimper like a hurt animal. I have done much for you, Quentin. I killed Craddock Rayner to save your honor. I saw Eve go into Rotherdene Hollow that day. I crept into the bushes and heard her talking with a man. I could only hear a few words of what they were saying, but he was to wait in the hollow until she came back here and got some jewelry for him. It would be your gifts to her, Quentin. The young gypsy woman who lives with us shall bring them to you, she said. He asked her for one of the moonflowers she was wearing, and she gave it to him. The little jade, although she pretended she did not want to do so. I crept into the hollow, and there was this man sitting on a fallen tree trunk, holding Eve's flower in his hand, and waiting for her to send him her jewelry. His back was toward me, and I remembered that I had in my pocket a sharp paper cutter, which I had taken from Eve's desk in her sitting room, thinking it might be useful if I should meet her about the halls at night. I thrust the knife into his neck, and as I drew it out, he staggered to his feet with a cry and stumbled about, trying to call for help. I wiped the handle of the knife with my handkerchief to obliterate any fingerprints. That was a clever thought. Oh, I kept my head, so to speak, through it all. He gurgled and chuckled with hideous triumph. I left the knife in the dingle, Eve's knife, as many people would know, and then I crept out of the hollow through the thick bushes on the farthest side, so that no one should see me, and went up on the downs to catch butterflies. Eve was suspected of Rayner's murder, as I wanted her to be, but the jury stupidly acquitted her, and I saw that I should have to make another attempt to kill her. I got a knife from Alwyn's laboratory. I had taken a wax impression of the lock on the door, and had a duplicate key made. I liked to be able to go into the laboratory when I pleased, for I knew Alwyn had poisons there that might be useful. My chance to kill Eve came sooner than I expected. I happened to go down the secret staircase in the wall. Perhaps you don't know, Quentin, that there is another hidden stairway leading out to the front terrace. Just as I slipped through the secret door under the ivy, Eve stepped out through the hall door. This time she did not escape. Theophilus Elphick rocked to and fro in an ecstasy of triumphant glee, mouthing and muttering to himself. Sir Quentin, his features working convulsively, looked down in horror and loathing at the maniac. "You fiend!" he cried again. "You double murderer! Why, in God's name, did you attempt to poison Fazenta-Lee?" Theophilus Elphick's face became distorted with malevolent rage. "I hate Fazenta-Lee almost as much as I hated Eve. She is trying to take my place with you, trying to make herself indispensable, so that you will think you do not need me, and send me away, and she will have you all to herself. She is a sly, gypsy minx, and has cast a spell upon you." Up to that moment, Mark had wondered if Theophilus Elphick might not be feigning insanity. It did not seem possible that one of unsound mind could tell so connectedly and clear a story. His intense hatred and jealousy of Eve would have been motive sufficient for the series of murders and attempted murders. But now, when Mark studied the madman's countenance, all doubt vanished, and he knew that the light of reason had irrevocably fled from the poor brain. Dr. Petherton ratified his opinion. Homicidal mania. Hopeless case. Theophilus Elphick crouched on the floor, grimacing and chuckling. "I thought of an ingenious method for doing away with Fazenta-Lee. I did not want her to die quickly, as Eve had done. I wanted her to suffer and to fade, so that the spell she has cast upon you, Quentin, would fade with her." The baronet began to pace the floor. "God, I can't bear much more of this." "Let him go on," Mercedes Quero advised. "It will be better to hear it out." Alwyn Rotherdene, pressing on some lever concealed among the ornate decorations of the mantel, swung the chimney-piece back into its normal position. Then he went over to Sir Quentin. "Buck up," he said huskily. "There can't be much more to hear." The baronet's horror-stricken eyes looked kindly on his brother. "I have done you an injustice, Alwyn. I've been thinking hard things of you." The younger Rotherdene gripped Sir Quentin's hand. "That's all right, old man." Theophilus Elphick babbled on, disclosing with malicious exultation the workings of his maniac mind. "I got flowers of arsenic for Fazenta-Lee from Alwyn's laboratory one night. Sublimed arsenic trioxide, the label on the glass jar read. One of Alwyn's medical books told me that small quantities of this precious white powder would produce poisoning, and that it was practically tasteless, and if given in food or drink, was not likely to be detected. I determined to put it into the tea that Fazenda had specially prepared for her. I had opportunities to do so, for I was often in the kitchen heating the preservative paste for my butterflies. After 2 days, Fazenda showed the first effects of the arsenic, and I rejoiced as the symptoms I read of in Alwyn's book increased. But I had to be careful, always careful, that no one suspected. The last 2 days or so, Cynthia Melsom," he turned a countenance of malignant hate on the lady's maid, who was seated in a broken armchair, watching him with cold, calculating gaze, "began to pry about the kitchen when I was heating the butterfly paste, and waiting for an opportunity to drop my precious seasoning into Fazenda's tea. I was afraid she saw me do it yesterday afternoon, and I was sure of it later on the terrace when she suggested that I take a cup of Fazenda's tea. I decided then that Melsom should be the next one to die." "You old devil," said Cynthia in a cool, level tone. "You will never amuse yourself again by killing another person. You will end your days in a straitjacket and padded cell where your grandfather, I've found out, ended his." Cynthia's scornful allusion to his madness had the effect, as such allusions frequently do with the insane, of throwing Theophilus Elphick into a frenzy of mania which necessitated the use of a certain amount of violence on the part of Detective Inspector Burton and his assistant before he could be silenced. Mercedes Quero, with Sir Quentin, Dr. Petherton, Alwyn Rotherdene, and Mark, went downstairs to the library. Cynthia went off to her own room to pack her trunk, preparatory to leaving the Grange in the morning. Sir Quentin was too shaken by the terrible revelation of his kinsman's homicidal insanity to ask many questions, but Dr. Petherton, as a medical man and friend of the family, was keenly interested to know how the woman detective had come to suspect Theophilus Elphick's criminality and madness. "In my investigations here," Mercedes Quero explained, "I soon came to the conclusion that all the lesser outrages were the work of the same person, and that person one of unbalanced mentality. At first I was puzzled whether to consider the death of Craddock Rayner another link in the chain of potential crimes within the Grange, or as an entirely separate deed. But the evidence at the inquest, connecting Rayner as it did with Lady Eve, convinced me that it was a link in the chain. As the lesser crimes seemed mainly to be directed against Lady Eve, my task then was to find out who at the Grange was her hidden and bitter enemy. I found that Cynthia Melsom was openly antagonistic and was trying to blackmail her, but Cynthia was shrewd and cool and calculating, nothing of mental unbalance about that young woman. However, there was a member of the household who had idiosyncrasies, to say the least. Mr. Elphick's interest in butterflies was rather excessive in one who was not a scientist, and his passionate adoration of Sir Quentin and jealousy of anyone who was dear to him savored of the neurotic. But I could never catch Mr. Elphick off his guard. He was always the mild, ineffectual dilettante, childish at times with his little vanities and jealousies, but nothing more. I knew that he did not like Lady Eve, but neither did he like Fazenda Lee or Rodney Sherrod, or, in fact, anyone who held a large share of Sir Quentin's affections. I began to explore the mysterious East Wing for possible secret rooms and passages. Mr. Alwyn Rotherdene was of the greatest assistance to me in this investigation. Together we discovered the room behind the fireplace and the stairs leading down to Mr. Elphick's chamber, also a second flight leading to the front terrace where the small secret entrance was concealed by the thick ivy growing over the walls. I knew then that I was right in my suspicions, but still I had no proof that Mr. Elphick was Rayner's murderer, or even that he had used the hidden stairs to the east wing. We did not discover the stairs descending to the front terrace till the very night Lady Eve was killed. Mr. Rotherdene had gone down these stairs into the gardens to see what man was smoking there by the summer-house. We had seen the glow of a cigar from a window in the east wing, and I had just come down from there by the visible stairway when I heard Lady Eve's terrible scream. The detective paused and moistened her dry lips. I had all I could do to keep from denouncing Theophilus Elphick then and there, when I saw that poor girl lying on the terrace, stabbed through the heart. But I had no proof even then of his guilt or insanity. Mr. Rotherdene, too, was all for denouncing Mr. Elphick at once, but I persuaded him to wait a day or two until we could collect some actual evidence, or trap Mr. Elphick into betraying himself. In the meantime, I received a report from an assistant of mine whom I had detailed to investigate Mr. Elphick's family history. His grandfather had died in a madhouse. Sir Quentin raised his haggard face from his hands. I remember hearing about his grandfather, but he was a very distant relative. I never even saw him. My assistant also informed me, Mercedes Quero continued, that another person had been making inquiries about Mr. Elphick's family. That person was Cynthia Melsom. I knew then that she shared my suspicions and must have some definite reason for doing so. I could get little out of her, however, beyond vague hints of someone here being insane, and a suggestion that strong tea might agree better with Fazenda Lee than the weak tea she was accustomed to drink. I found out from the cook that Mr. Elphick and Cynthia were generally to be found in the kitchen while tea was being prepared, and I knew that Cynthia probably had more actual proof of Mr. Elphick's guilt than I had. The thing was to make her speak, but she dislikes and distrusts detectives. A woman of her type naturally does. Finally, this morning, I confronted her with evidence of her blackmailing schemes against both Craddock Rayner and Lady Eve, and threatened her with arrest if she persisted in withholding information. She capitulated then, and admitted that she long believed Mr. Elphick insane, having surprised him one night in the halls when he was off his guard for a minute. She also acknowledged that a few days ago she had seen Mr. Elphick drop some powdery substance into Miss Lee's tea. She had not known what to think at the time, but she now believed it to be poison. On the whole, Mercedes Quero observed reflectively, I am sorry for Cynthia Melsom. She was rather badly victimized by Craddock Rayner, whom she supposed to be her husband, until she came upon proofs of his previous marriage to Lady Eve. He robbed her of her small savings and deserted her penniless at a critical period. If she has lived by her wits ever since, she should not be judged too harshly. The rest you know. By virtue of the hold I have upon Cynthia, I forced her to help out in the laying of our trap tonight. Everything, Dr. Petherton, happened as I expected it would after your announcement that Miss Lee should have some broth prepared for her by Mrs. Carswell. Mr. Elphick, under pretense of heating his butterfly paste, went into the kitchen where the broth was cooking. Cynthia concealed herself in the pantry, and through the crack of the door saw him put in a double quantity of the arsenic. He evidently meant to complete his work tonight. After he had gone from the kitchen, Cynthia, obeying my instructions, took the cup of poisoned broth from Mrs. Carswell and brought it up to me, as you all know. I was sure that Mr. Elphick, knowing we were to have some sort of conference in the East Wing, would try to listen, and I knew equally well that he would not allow Sir Quentin, the object of his insane adoration, to drink the poisoned broth. The baronet got up wearily. You have done well, Miss Quero, very well. I only wish it had been possible for you to save my poor Eve from that madman's bloodlust. But I owe you much for preserving Fazenda Lee's dear life. Mercedes Quero pressed Sir Quentin's hand sympathetically. I shall never cease to regret that I was unable to save Lady Eve. It was not to be, I suppose. She had a pitiful life and a pitiful death. So young, too. Well, I thank you again for all you did. Fazenda shall know what you have done for her. There is a question I should like to ask, Miss Quero. Why did Fazenda go to the Hollow at night, and what were she and Tinnershaw searching for under the bushes? Was it the paper cutter with which Rayner was killed, Eve's paper cutter? I am sure it was, the detective answered. It is my belief that Miss Lee, when she went to the Hollow in the afternoon to carry some of Lady Eve's jewels to Rayner and found him murdered there, saw that knife lying on the ground. Recognizing it as belonging to Lady Eve, she threw or kicked it under the bushes where Inspector Haskett picked it up. Later, when she had recovered from the shock of her horror, she feared that the knife would be seen under the bushes, and so went back at night to get it and secret it more safely. That is what I thought, said the baronet. Throughout this whole terrible affair, Fazenda has been shielding Eve at her own expense. It is characteristic of Fazenda never to consider herself. End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of The House on the Downs by Gladys Edson Locke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. All's well. Sir Quentin Rotherdene, sitting by the window in a first-class compartment on the London-Brighton Express, looked out at the flying landscape of rich meadowland and green rolling hills, and felt both happy and saddened to be once more in the Sussex Downs after his absence of over a year on the Continent. Neither time nor travel had sufficed to banish the shadow of tragedy that had hung over him for so long, and he was lonely for the Downs he had grown up amongst, lonely, too, for the companionship of someone who would be more than mere friend or acquaintance. Would he find Fazenda Lee changed after all these months? Her letters breathed always warm and loyal affection, but lately he fancied that he could read between the lines an undernote of restiveness. Gypsy wanderlust, no doubt. What if she, like Rodney Sherrod, should succumb to the call of the free, untrammeled life of her people, and return forever to the Romany folk? Having lost Eve and Rodney, he could not lose Fazenda, too. It was the fear of this that had hastened his homecoming. Oh, he had failed miserably with the boy, failed and distrusted him at the crisis when Rodney had needed him most. Why had he blamed the boy so bitterly for his infatuation for Eve? Hadn't he, knowing full well Eve's power to charm, encouraged their intimacy and deliberately closed his eyes to its possible effect upon the ardent natured gypsy? Whose fault but his own, that Rodney, who had within him the makings of a musician, should have flung all ambition to the winds and turned his back for all time on gorgios and their ways? But he must not fail with Fazenda. He needed her. God, how he needed her sympathetic understanding and devotion. Well, he was glad that Mark, dear old chap, was happy at last. Irene Grayle was a splendid woman. Those two would not again make a muddle of their joint life. A fine couple, and deserving of all happiness. He must take Fazenda to the opening performance of Mark's first play, in which Irene had the stellar role. That would be in a month's time at the new Olympic Theatre in Leicester Square, Irene's London debut. He wished them both, all the success in the world. As the train roared through Downland, flashing in and out of the black-walled tunnels, which too frequently blotted out the lovely country, Sir Quentin's thoughts turned for a dark moment to that wretched homicide, Theophilus Elphick, dragging out his days in an asylum for criminal lunatics. The baronet wondered unhappily if the Grange could ever seem like home to him again, with such memories about it. Perhaps Fazenda, however, if the Romany call did not prove too strong, could bring him contentment. The train steamed into the station at Brighton. Alwyn met him with the motor car. The brothers gripped hands. For a second, neither could speak for emotion. "Welcome home," Alwyn said at length, huskily. "We've missed you no end, old man, Fazenda and I." "It is good to see you," Sir Quentin declared, and wrung his brother's hand again. "How is Fazenda? I rather thought she'd come with you." "Oh, Fazenda's well enough, but she has roaming spells rather often. She's up on the Downs now. Had a notion you and I would prefer to be alone at first, and I couldn't talk her out of it." "You don't think there's any danger of her leaving us some day, as Rodney did?" the baronet queried anxiously. "I think this," said Alwyn bluntly. "Fazenda is not happy with you gone. She's a good bit of gypsy yet. And if you want her to stay on the Grange, you'll have to stay too." "I have come back to stay," Sir Quentin answered. The motor car was speeding along the picturesque Sussex lanes. On all sides rose the Downs, rolling height beyond height, and the wind clouds blew across them, deepening the shadows in the steep hollows and beech-clad combes. The baronet looked toward a great gorse slope like golden light across the miles. "Have you any idea in which direction Fazenda went?" "Toward Lewes," Alwyn responded. "I saw her when she set out, had some red poppies stuck in her hair, gypsy fashion." Sir Quentin moved uneasily. "I'd rather like a walk on the Downs myself. I'm cramped from sitting in the train. Do you mind if I get out here, old boy? I might catch up with Fazenda. Give her a bit of surprise, you know." The younger Rotherdene gave him a sharp look. "You might do worse," he said cryptically. Sir Quentin went up a long, steep slope where the uncropped grass was knee-deep and thickly sown with tiny bright flowers. He knew a favorite haunt of Fazenda's, a heather-grown patch under the crest of the higher down beyond, and there he found her where the gorse bushes mingled with the heath bells and the tussocky grass. She was looking down over the curving chain of lower hills, over valley and pasture land, to the blue-gold mists of the distant Weald. She wore no hat, and red poppies, as Alwyn had said, were twisted in the black plaits of her hair. A string of beads, matching the poppies in color, hung about her neck and served as the only adornment to her simple white frock. Her skin had a golden, sunburnt tint, her eyes a soft, glad radiance as she turned them upon him. The baronet thought he had never seen her so beautiful. He gripped her hand in both of his. "Well, Miss Fazentily, why didn't you come to meet me?" She smiled as only a Romany can. "Perhaps I wanted to see if you cared enough for your gypsy ward to come out on the downs after her." The baronet, gazing at Fazenta as she stood there before him, dark-eyed, red-lipped, vivid with youth and strength, awoke to a sudden realization of the one thing that could bring him happiness. At the same time he felt himself middle-aged, ineffectual. "Perhaps I care more than you think, dear girl," his voice unsteady with emotion. "More than an old fogey like me ought to allow himself to care." The blood rose slowly over Fazenta's face. Her glance wavered before his. "You have been wonderfully kind to me all these years," she faltered. "Kind?" he echoed sharply. "I am not talking of kindness, Fazenta. You have been the light of my home and my heart ever since you came to me, a little black-eyed wildling. You have grown dearer with each passing year, but I have been blind to my own sentiments toward you. Oh, I shall not blame you if you laugh at me for an old fool. I love you, Fazenta, not as my former ward, but as the woman I want for my wife." "Ah, no!" she cried in a tone of agony. "You must not say such things to me." He fell back a step. "You love someone else?" She raised her eyes then, brilliant with unshed tears. "I could never love anyone except you, dear guardian that was, but I cannot be your wife." He took her gently by the shoulders. There was great joy in his face. "If you love me, Fazenta, you will be my wife." "I think I have always loved you," she said simply, "but you must see for yourself. I cannot be your wife." "I do not see, Fazenta." She tried to free herself. "You come of a fine old family," she pointed out, "of proud and noble lineage. I am just a gypsy, with a veneer of civilization." "You are the woman I love," he declared, "the woman who will be my wife." "It is impossible," she said firmly. "I love you too well to shame you with a gypsy wife. I will be anything else to you, anything you wish." "You will be my wife, or a stranger to me, Fazenta. Remember, you would not be the first Rotherdene born of the Romany folk. As you know, my great-great-grandmother was a gypsy, one of the Stanleys. Ah, dear girl, can't you see that I need you, that I cannot be happy without you?" That appeal moved her as nothing else had, but still she voiced a protest. "I haven't subdued the Romany wanderlust yet. You would not want a wife who might at any time go roaming over the downs, gypsy-like?" "You would be as free to roam as you always have been," he answered her tenderly. "And if I found myself missing you too badly, why, I'd come in search of you, as I've done today. Fazenta, give me the happiness I want." She suffered him to draw her into his arms. "For your dear sake," she vowed, "I shall try to conquer the gypsy in me and make myself a Rani, a true lady." The End. End of Chapter 26. End of The House on the Downs by Gladys Edson Locke.